2 days of the fiercest competition. Now just 8 players remain to battle it out here on the final day of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Let's meet them. Aloha and welcome to day 3 of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir here in Honolulu, the island paradise. It's paradise for someone today. Rich Hagan, your host, sitting alongside not one but 2 Hall of Famers, Mr. Louis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler. Guys, great to have you with us. Cast of thousands coming your way, but of course our big 8, the top 8 here, as we look to see who will be the first Pro Tour champion of this fledgling season. Louis, what are you most looking forward to today?
I like watching the Jeskai Wins decks play. I guess that's the nomenclature we're going with.
Yep, that's what the community decided yesterday.
Yeah.
So, all right, Jeskai Wins for you in terms of excitement. Randy, what about you?
I guess I'm the Abzan guy. The Abzan decks here just look amazing, and the players that are running them have been just on top of their game all weekend long.
Which in a startling turn of events makes me the control guy, because I, of course, can't wait to see Even Flock cast Elixir of Immortality, Sphinx's Revelation. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see more of some of those things later on. But why don't we mark your card, show you what's coming your way here on day 3. So here's the bracket for the top 8. This is how it pans out. And we are going to work our way up that screen that you are looking at right now, which means our first quarterfinal will be Ari Lax playing Abzan midrange against Yuya Watanabe with Jeskai Wins. Then it'll be on to Tiago Saporito of Brazil with Abzan midrange against Jeskai Wins Andre Strasky. In the top half of the bracket, quarterfinal 3 will pit Mike Sigrist of America with his Abzan aggro deck against Even Flock's blue-black control. And finally, Sean McLaren will go with Jeskai Wins against the Jeskai Ascendancy combo of Li Shi Chan. All right, so that's the top 8 bracket. That's what we've got in store for you. And we're going to get right into our first quarterfinal. So this is Ari Lax against Yuya Watanabe. So Randy, why don't we take a look at Ari Lax first of all, get a sense of his accomplishments in the game already and what he's going to do. So why don't we take a look at Ari Lax here?
Yeah, I mean, Ari's been around for a while. I mean, he's 24 at this point, but he's also got, you know, now as of this event, well over 150 pro points. He's got a Hall of Fame vote now, 19 Pro Tours, and he's been really close twice. 2 different Pro Tour top 16s coming into this event, and now finally got the breakthrough into the top 8. So, great player, and really a well-deserved result.
All right, let's take a look at his main deck. What is he playing?
So, a bunch of good cards. That is not actually his main deck, but Ari's deck is Courser Caryatid, so he's got the cards from last year that are so good. He's also got the Thoughtseizes that have been good in the past. He's got Elspeth, so he's kind of melded the best of last year's standard with all the new toys from Khans of Tarkir. Wingmate Rock, Siege Rhino, Abzan Charm, Utter End, Sorin Solemn Visitor. Just a deck full of great cards.
So how should we be expecting to see it play out in terms of the pattern of play? What are the key things to watch out for?
Well, in this matchup in particular, he's going to be just summoning large monsters and attacking into a Jeskai deck that doesn't really have anything big enough to block. So, I mean, it's kind of every little Timmy's dream. You know, maybe Thoughtseize at the beginning to take out the key card from Yuya's draw, and then just Siege Rhino's the superstar. I mean, that guy's just so big and so efficient and comes down so fast. And yeah, Courser Caryatid, you've seen those cards before. They aren't the superstars here. You get incremental advantage out of those, but it's the haymakers. It's the Siege Rhinos and Wingmate Rocks of the world, and fully 7 Planeswalkers to come to play as well.
Luis, what do you make of Ari's deck?
It's about as mid-rangey as it gets. I mean, it's got a bunch of Planeswalkers, it's got Thoughtseizes, and as Randy said, it's got, you know, Courser, Caryatid, Siege Rhino, kind of all the way up the chain. I think it's a very good choice for this top 8. I mean, you obviously don't build your deck with the top 8 exactly in mind, but as things have broken, it ends up looking very good.
How different is it? You've both been there in top 8s. How different is it once you sort of get to Saturday night, you have that high of, I made it to the top 8, and then you actually have to look at what this all-new tournament field is, which doesn't have 35 red deck wins in it, that doesn't have 58 mid-range green devotion decks or whatever. How big is the leap from Swiss to elimination rounds?
It's very different because you're testing a matchup like where you know every single card, but you can't change anything. It's like testing before the tournament, except you don't get to change anything. So these are the tools you have to work with, and you kind of have to see how that matches up against your opponent's cards.
And is that a skill that, by its nature, because it's only at Pro Tours with a day in between or a night of testing in between, where there is a very definite skill set, Randy, to actually working out sideboard plans that you just don't get to test anywhere else?
It's certainly one of the places where the big teams have an advantage. I don't know that it's individuals who have skills so much as it's a place where you can leverage the fact that you have a bunch of really good Magic minds around you that can help you with that matchup and test different sideboard plans. It is certainly an unusual situation, but I don't know that there's any time or any real use in saying, oh, what's this metagame? It's more, who's the one opponent that's sitting in front of me right now? I only care about that guy, his 75 cards. And a lot of it becomes, how do I sideboard? What do I do on the play? What do I do on the draw? What if we come at it from this angle? How's he going to sideboard against me? That is definitely different from sort of everyday Magic. But I mean, having overnight, it's not that hard because there's only the one target you have to worry about hitting.
Well, kind of. If you have a big enough team, you actually have the advantage of you can kind of look to the future. When Pat Cox made top 8 of the last Pro Tour, we had people testing his potential 2 semifinal matchups as well.
Wow.
Try to figure out sideboard plans for those. Because if you have 10 people, yeah, you can spend 4 of them on testing those things to try to get into leg up if you win round 1.
That's interesting. I mean, a lot of people will just care about the quarters. You have to have a pretty good team and a lot of guys you trust if it's to start.
You have to
playing
balance,
ahead.
both the need for sleep and how much you trust the other people on your team, because generally the person in the top 8 does not want to stay up very late. I mean, they shouldn't. They should just try to get
No,
sleep.
they should go to sleep, and that really comes to like how much do you trust your teammates? You know, I know that Zvi Malshewitz, when he won his Pro Tour, he famously just went to sleep, didn't think about it, woke up in the morning, was told, here's how you sideboard. Like, bug-eyed, really? But that's what his teammates said. He believed him, so he went with the sideboard plan that had been handed to him when he woke up in the morning, and it worked for him.
Yeah, wins Tokyo 2001 with the solution. All right, that's our relax. Why don't we look at his opponent? Because it takes 2 to tango. It is the 2-time Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe of Japan. So why don't we take a look at him and his huge range of accomplishments. There you see him, the 25-year-old, heading towards $250,000 US in lifetime earnings. Of course, he's a Platinum Pro. He could easily go over the 400 lifetime Pro points at this event. His 3rd Pro Tour, top 8, 2-time Player of the Year, as we say, and 7 Grand Prix titles. By the way, those 22 GP top 8s, they come at a rate of about 1 every 3 or 4 GP starts, which is just crazy. Luis, what's he playing?
So Yuya's playing Jeskai Wins, the aggressive blue-red-white deck that's really a burn deck, but secretly looks like other decks too because it gets to play some pretty versatile, flexible cards. The main aggressive components come from the solid 15 creatures in his deck, 12 in the normal build, but he actually has added 3 Brimas. And then if you look at 16 burn spells, plus 2 God's Willing, plus 3 Sarkans to try to finish things off.
Yeah, there's some pretty spicy cards in there. How big a deal, because obviously we want to focus on Cards of Tarkir, that's the new toys in the arsenal, but how big a deal is Brimaz King of Ereskos this weekend for you?
It's actually really good in the mirror, and it's actually not great in his Abzan matchup here against Ari.
Right, why not?
It's a 3/4, so it gets blocked by Corsair pretty easily when Corsair doesn't block pretty much anything else all that effectively, certainly not Mantis Rider, often not Goblin Rabblemaster, and then often not Seeker of the Way either. Plus the 1/1 Vigilance Cat tokens, those get blocked by Sylvan Caryatid, which has no good blocks.
All these burn spells that he has at his disposal, are we looking for him to exclusively aim them pretty much at Ari's face, or is there an interaction where he will try and get Ari's threats off the board?
Well, Yuya's not playing Dig Through Time, which is a big part of many of the other lists. Like if you look at Sean McLaren's list later in the top 8, he's got 4 of them.
Right.
So Yuya's not really poised to play the control role, so he really does not want to ever point a burn spell at one of Ari's creatures if he can help it.
So that's a really good thing to watch out for. If he's pointing burn spells to the battlefield, bad news for Watanabe.
Yeah, he's got a couple good sources of permanent damage. I mean, Rabble Master, Mantis Rider, and Sarkin. If any of those sticks and he's burning Ari's creatures, that's good for Yuya. If Yuya's got an empty board and he's like, double bolting a Siege Rhino, then he's not winning that game.
Randy, I know you're a big fan of Dig Through Time as a card, and I think you're pretty surprised not to see it here in Watanabe's list.
Yeah, I am. But then again, Andre Baudi's doesn't have it either. It's only McLaren of the 3 Jeskai decks, which was a real surprise to me because I thought Dig Through Time do so much work over the course of the weekend. And in fact, if you read the player profiles, one of the questions was, which Khans of Tarkir card that you're not playing most impressed you? And it's almost everybody says Dig Through Time.
So do you think that's a case of Dig Through Time having sort of gone under the radar in testing and that people didn't really get what it was doing? Or was it that did they run out of time? Or did they evaluate it and decide, no, I don't want it, and then have found in the face of real world testing, yep, actually it's great?
Well, I definitely think Dig Through Times are going to show, they're going to see more digs and more deck lists moving forward. That's absolutely true. This has been the breakout weekend for Dig Through Time. That said, I doubt Yuya Watanabe was unaware of the card. I mean, I think he just wanted to position his deck to be a little more aggressive. In the spectrum of how you can play this Jeskai Wins decks, he thought versus the field that he was expecting that he wanted to sort of tilt things a little more aggro, and he wanted God's willing, not a late game.
So, Randy, I'm going to split the two of you up here. Randy, make the case for a winning quarterfinal in his first Pro Tour top 8 for Ari Lax.
Absolutely. I think that Ari's creatures are just bigger. You can't block. And a key thing here is the fact that Ari gets to be on the play in game 1. Because he was at the top of the Swiss. I mean, he and McLaren were the guys that were sort of a point above everybody else. That means they get to choose play draw. And being on the play is really important in a matchup, which is fundamentally, I think, going to come down to a race.
All right, Luis, make the case for Yuya.
If Yuya can stick a flying threat like Mantis Rider or Sarkin, especially backed up by God's Willing, he can easily just burn Ari out from like 12 life.
All right, let's see what happens. It's time for the first quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
Hello and welcome to the booth here in Hawaii. Marshall Sutcliffe with Zach Hill. And, well, you heard it from the guys at the desk. Ari Lax versus Yuya Watanabe. Real quick, Zach, prediction?
I think that Ari's going to win this game.
Okay. Well, they are ready down in the feature match area. It is time for the first quarterfinal here from Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Zach Hill, and it is time for our first quarterfinal match. We have Yuya Watanabe of Japan, 2-time Player of the Year, 7-time Grand Prix champion. Yuya Watanabe, he's only 25 years old and he has a stellar resume. His opponent, just a year younger than him, Ari Lax of the United States. This is his first Pro Tour top 8. He's also a Grand Prix champion as well. And you can see, doesn't look too bothered about the whole business, but they are ready to get down to play. Ari, Zach, is playing Obs on mid-range, and Yuya is on Jeskai Wins.
Yeah, Ari's got a little bit more controlling version of the deck than some of the other builds we've seen with main deck Elspeth, 4 copies of Thoughtseize, and a couple Elvish Mystics to try and accelerate out. Yuya, meanwhile, has a more aggressive version of the Jeskai Wins deck with Brimaz, King of Erexos, and 3 copies of Sarkin the Dragon Speaker.
All right, well, yeah, we're going to fix the the graphic there. Meanwhile, Ari Lax playing a couple of Temples of Malady to get his scry going. And it looks like he's got one of those Elvish Mystics in hand here, Zach. So it's going to set him up for a decent turn 3. Or
Relevantly,
it looks like the Magma Jet is going to take down the Elvish Mystic here.
Exactly, yeah. Ari could have cast Thoughtseize there, and being able to Magma Jet the Elvish Mystics is a big deal for Yuya Watanabe. Magma Jet doesn't really have very many targets that it can kill out of Ari's deck. I think Yuya also, with just Mountain Plains in his opening hand, would have pointed that Jet at Ari's face if he had to. Obviously, being able to deal with an Elvish Mystic, way better than just dealing 2 damage straight to your opponent.
So Yuya's thinking about what he wants to do, and he's actually going to keep both there.
Tried to
And he went top, as you can hear Ari confirming with his opponent. And here's a Courser of Crewfix. It's going to reveal land, Sandstep Citadel, but unfortunately Ari's already played his land for the turn, so he doesn't get another land drop here. Here's a Goblin Rabblemaster, though, on turn 3 from Yuya. He makes a Goblin, it has to attack, but it just gets immediately blocked.
And you have to expect Yuya would have liked to have been able to play one of those Manus Riders there with Courser on the ground, but just doesn't have access to a blue mana just yet.
Pass the turn.
All right, so a second Courser of Crewfix for Ari Lax. He sees Utter End on top of his library as well. And Yuya now has to decide how he wants to go. He's going to
blue mana
here off of a Scry land.
And Ari, obviously, also aware of the blue mana limitations that Yuya's having. Also doesn't have double white just yet for Brimaz, so Watanabe having a little bit of mana trouble. Ari able to Thoughtseize next turn if he wants to, or just get ahead on the board with Siege Rhino.
Top card.
Yuya kept one card on top there, so you got to figure he is going to try to peel away either a blue card or maybe, you know, he's got a Sarkhan
Right.
in his hand, and maybe Ari can try to figure out what he wants to take from there. He did get a free land there, another Sandstep Citadel off of his Courser. Is going to gain him a couple of life and reveal a really powerful card from Khans of Tarkir that we've seen pop up pretty frequently in the feature match area here, Wingmate Rock.
So interestingly, Ari just passing the turn, he had access to Siege Rhino if he wanted to cast it, but he's holding up Utter End mana.
So he's worried about Sarkhan. Look at the smile on Ari's face. No smiles on Yuya's side. He's all business.
And that Utter End also allows Ari to attack freely with his Coursers, which triggers the raid ability of Wingmate Rock.
Right.
Can't
So
see it, the hand viewer on Ari's side, but right there on top of his deck, so Yuya knows what's going on too. He's going to be facing down a lot of power in the air next turn.
Sure. That many.
Quick drink of water for Ari, but in the meantime, Yuya has found an island. He's got 5 mana. He can play Sarkhan here. He's got Brimaz in his hand, which he can also cast. A pair of Mantis Riders are now available to him as well. The Jeskai Charm also an option if he sees fit.
You could Sarkhan one of the Coursers, but then Sarkhan just dies next turn on the attack, or you have to chump with your Rabblemaster.
Right, neither great options.
Yeah.
And plus, Ari has Utter End in hand in case anything goes awry there.
I mean, just really not a lot of options for Watanabe. Missing the double white and the blue early on just put him so far behind. And Ari's deck, for a deck that you wouldn't traditionally look at and consider aggressive, is able to just turn the pace of the game around so quickly in the early turns because of how powerful its cards are individually. I mean, a Siege Rhino can dominate a game state. A Wingmate Rock obviously can dominate a game state.
All right, so he's going to go to combat here, make a Goblin off of his Rabblemaster. That must attack. Send it in.
Well,
It's going to get double blocked, just to be sure, and Goblin down.
And one of the reasons for that double block is that if Yuya just blocks, or if Ari's just blocks with a single Courser, Yuya can Jeskai Charm, putting the Courser on top, preventing him from getting hit with Wingmate Rock next turn, and also keeping the Goblin alive.
Right. Sweet block there from Ari.
Played a land this turn already, correct? Island, yes.
All right, and here's Jeskai Charm to put Courser of Crewfix back on top of the library. So that's going to keep that Wingmate Rock at bay. And Ari says, well, I'm not going to not use my mana for the turn. I'm going to Utter End your Goblin Rabblemaster. And now he's finally set up this Thoughtseize. He's going to look at Sarkhan, Brimaz, and a pair of Mantis Rider.
Rin, Ride, Sarkhan.
So Ari's deep in the tank here, trying to figure out what he wants to take, and he decides actually on a Mantis Rider, a card that he had 2 of, and his follow-up play is a nice one here, Zach. It's Siege Rhino after attacks, so a big hit here. That's 5 life off of Yuya Watanabe, and Ari's sitting there with a 2/4 and a 4/5 trample now to start getting aggressive.
Yeah, that Thoughtseize a big Thoughtseize because Ari's obviously got the ground, you know, short up. He's got a 2/4 and a 4/5. Yuya not getting through. I mean, you know, Rabble Master was taken out with Utter End, but probably not going to be that big a threat anyway. And now Ari with Yuya at 15 life can attack for 6 on the ground next turn, to say nothing of both Elspeth, Wingmate Rock that we know is coming, and the Courser that he has in his hand.
Yeah. All right, here's Brimaz, King of Oreskos. Ari's like, yeah, I knew that was coming, no problem.
Top card in my library.
Top card is a land. It's Caves of Koilos, so he's continued to generate incremental advantage off of his Courser of Crewfix as well. He's got another one of those in his hand. He finds another land on top. Of course, he can't play that one, but...
Rhinoceros.
And Rhinoceros hits the red zone here.
That not only threatening a big attack, and we see Brimaz maybe teaming up with Magma Jet to deal with that Siege Rhino, but Wingmate Rock is going to put 3 power in the air.
So Yuya's actually blocking here. That's an indication that he's got, what, a burn spell or something?
Right, I think he's got a Magma Jet in his hand.
Okay, he would have had to have drawn it for the turn since Ari knows the rest of his hand, but he will have figured out, of course, what's up. And, of course, Scry 2 as well for Yuya Watanabe, thanks to his Magma Jet. And there it is, guys. Wingmate Rock. Wasn't sure if I was going to see it at the Pro Tour here. I mean, I knew I would in the limited portion because it's one of the best cards in that set, but I wasn't sure if it was going to make the cut for Constructed. But here it is in the quarterfinals, and there are 2, 3, 4 flyers. One of them even has an additional bonus of gaining a life when it attacks, and any other creature attacks with it. And Ari Lax, way ahead on life total, way ahead on board, and looking to wrestle away the first game from Yuya.
Now, Yuya just drew Stoke the Flames, so he's got a Sarkin and a Stoke that can deal with both of those Wingmate Rocks. The question is, can he cast them on time? I mean,
right. And this is just getting, I mean, now look at the top of Ari's library. It's another Siege Rhino. Like, that's the other thing, is that Yuya's behind right now and has found multiple ways to try to get back in this game, but it's still going to be really tough for him to actually pull back ahead, given that Ari Lax still has cards in hand and more gas coming from the top of his library there.
Now, Ari thinking about getting in with Courser of Crewfix. That could get double blocked by the Mantis Rider and the token. Normally, you wouldn't want to trade your Courser for a 1/1, but you know he's thinking about it because he can just force through damage with those rocks. Looks like he's just going to crash in for 6, though.
Yep. So he gets a trigger from the Wingmate Rock, which is going to bump him up another couple of life.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Attacking with Courser would gain him additional life. But at 29 and not really threatened on the board, that's not a high priority. You'd much rather keep Courser around, keep trying to power through your deck, get those lands off the top.
Looks like Yuya... No, he was just recording the life total. All right, so we're going to blocks here. So he blocked one with Mantis Rider and killed the one he blocked with Stoke.
I think the reason that he wants to block is because if he tries to Stoke before combat and Ari has Abzan Charm, that's just the worst thing ever for Yuya. His burn spell essentially gets countered. He takes 2 more damage.
Oh, yeah. We saw that happen in the feature match area, too. Abzan Charm, that's probably the least used mode in Standard, but still, it is a blowout when it happens. Speaking of blowouts, now Ari Lax continues with the Haymakers. It's Elspeth Sun's champion making 3 tokens and just piling on the pressure on Yuya. And remember, Ari also drew for his turn a Siege Rhino, so it's getting worse and worse. Every single turn, Yuya's falling further and further behind.
Yuya can kill Elspeth if he plays Sarkin, animates it, and attacks. That leaves Ari at 29 life, and Elspeth still producing 3 1/1 tokens, leaving both Sarkin, or leaving his Sarkin vulnerable on the counter attack as well from the rock and the token. So Yuya able to deal with the Elspeth, but not without making quite a bit of sacrifice to do so.
Yeah, 1 card.
You can also Sarkin the Wingmate Rock, but again, Sarkin's sitting at 1 loyalty, very vulnerable, and you really do not want Elspeth having another chance to activate.
You doing some quick math.
And Ari's deck is just haymaker after haymaker, and every single card is just very challenging to answer from the side of Jeskai Wins. I mean, it looks like the Jeskai deck needs to get ahead on tempo early and start using some of those burn spells. We see Manus Rider plus Magma Jet, not Sarkin, teaming together to take out Elspeth. Means that Yuya can't cast Sarkin this turn, though, and it's going to face a pretty big attack.
Yeah, you said it, Zach. You said, look, he's got many of the answers he needs in his hand, but the question is he going to have a chance to deploy them? And it's just feeling like it's not. He does get to scry 2 another time. This is the 3rd one this game for Magma Jet. It's been a big card this game. But he is in such a tough position here.
And the thing is, all of those attacks that are going at Planeswalkers, I mean, they need to happen because Yuya cannot have Elspeth on the board turn after turn after turn. But the deck is an aggressive deck with a lot of burn spells. You do not want your opponent to be at 29 life with you just not able to apply any pressure to his life total. And Corsair, of course, just sitting there drawing cards and gaining life like it does, hasn't been able to really pressure that card at all.
Here's the 3rd time he's going to hit a land off the top of it as well. Siege Rhino in hand now. There's the other Corsair that he had in his hand for quite a while now.
And that just giving Ari some extra value, gaining 2 life instead of 1.
There's the telegraphed Thoughtseize, but he's left mana back so that he can cast his Siege Rhino.
Now, a lot of the time, Thoughtseize wouldn't be very good at this point in the game, but we know Yuya has Sarkin, so that means that if Yuya draws a spell next turn, Thoughtseize can hit it.
Yeah.
Just the bird token.
All right, he's only going to attack with the bird
I
token.
go to 6, I go to 34.
And then he's going to follow up with the Siege Rhino, putting Ari up to 34 life and dropping Yuya down to 6. So Ari set up well here. I think that was a Seeker of the Way off the top for Yuya.
The classic, you go to 6, I go to 34.
Yeah. He said it so casually,
Very
but
well played, sir.
that is going to do it. We get a little well-played handshake there. You can tell the nerves down in the feature match area will get you, and we're going to go to our first sideboard here. You got the deck list there, Zach?
Yeah, I'm looking at the deck list right now. We actually have the players able to talk about their sideboarding, right?
Yeah, we'll get those. But for now, I'm kind of curious about how you see this. A little bit bigger picture, like maybe not, specific card type stuff, but just, just kind of where does this go from here? Like we saw that ideally Yuya's deck, he can get ahead, stay ahead, and then have a strong burnout plan with all of the really powerful burn spells that he has in his deck. But instead that game, he got kind of one full step behind Ari and never was able to recoup from that. Is there, is that just a function of the draw that he had, or are we talking about like something that he can actually affect in sideboarding? What are we looking at here?
I mean, I think what happened that game was that Yuya's mana was just a little bit off for the first several turns of the game, and that meant that Yuya couldn't mount any pressure, allowing Ari to remain in the driver's seat. I think those God's Willings are going to be really important. Ari's sideboard, the only thing that I really want to be boarding in if I'm Ari is Bile Blight. That provides one of the best answers in the deck to Manus Rider, the flying ability of which both threatens Ari's Planeswalkers and gets damage through his courses of Krufix and Siege Rhinos.
All right, why don't we take a look at what Yuya Watanabe thinks about the sideboard plan. All right, so you got a chance to hear a little bit of insider information on Yuya Watanabe. What'd you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what he's got to do. He's got Suspension Field, which basically deals with all of Ari's important creatures. And the Disdainful Stroke deals with Elspeth, with Siege Rhino. I mean, I think Siege Rhino is the card that really matters most in this matchup. It looks like Yuya is well equipped to deal with that card.
All right, why don't we take a look at what Ari Lax has lined up for his sideboard? So some fairly unintuitive things there, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I never would have guessed that in a million years. We saw Goblin Rabblemaster sit and do nothing that match. I guess the presence of Suppression Field after board and Disdainful Stroke makes it easier to force through the Rabblemaster on the ground. And, the Scry from Drowned in Sorrow probably relevant, given that Ari's plan seems to be just cast Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino.
I thought that was really interesting. I mean, he said Liliana's game ending, and you're like, well, there's a lot of ways that can go. He's like, no, you just go get 2 Siege Rhinos and just go for it. And that seems to be the best card. So players are currently seated, shuffling. They're going to get, once they're ready, we're going to head down there for the second game here. And Ari Lax up a game, looking to advance to the semifinals. Yuya Watanabe, though, he's got a little steep road ahead of him here. He's got to win back-to-back games.
He's got to win back-to-back games, and exactly. And it looks like one of the cards he was prioritizing really highly was God's Willing, as would make sense against a deck that's trying to gum up the ground and kill all your creatures. But if Ari's plan is Drown in Sorrow, that gets right around God's Willing. So I think there was a little bit of counter metagaming going on, and we're going to have to see what happens. I mean, you saw Yuya say it was going to be really tough game one because he was on the draw.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we saw. We're going to see if anything's different now that he gets to play first.
Yeah, there's a lot of great cards that come in for Ari Bile-Blight, that kind of thing, to clear away most of the threats that he's going to be facing.
Yeah, and with Siege Rhinos and no Thoughtseize in his main deck, he's able to gain back some of that life that Yuya can take away by just throwing burn spells to the face. And Yuya's going to have a little bit less burn because I would expect Magma Jet to come out. That said, I mean, sometimes Ari's deck can just stumble on mana, and it doesn't have that many ways to gain life. I mean, once Wingmate Rock starts attacking, if Courser can sit on the battlefield for a while, obviously that's going to do some good work. But Yuya's very well prepared for those cards after sideboarding. I don't think you can rely upon them just sticking around.
Right, and that's, I think, one of the things that we're going to have to keep our eye on is how much life does Ari end up gaining over the course of the game, because at the end of the day, it looks like Ari's going to have the tools to kill the creatures that that Yuya can present. So if they can get in for a hit here or a hit there, then it starts putting a lot more pressure on his burn spells to actually finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, if we see another game with Ari at 34 life, Yuya's going to be hard-pressed to win.
Yeah.
And I think with Bile-Blight able to pressure Manus Rider, that makes it harder for Yuya to just increment damage turn after turn and finish Ari off with those burn spells.
Right. Now, if you look at it back from the other side, though, from Ari's side, it looked like, I mean, I heard him say something pretty interesting. He says, I've brought in spells like that too many times and lost too many tournaments of it. Talking about being too reactive, it looks like, he really has a pretty dialed in sideboard plan here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really intuitive thing, at least to me, would be to say, okay, your opponent's bringing in 4 suppression fields. Now, a lot of the time in modern era, sideboards are 2 of this, 1 of this, 3 of that. But with 4 copies of a single card, that's like central to your plan post-board. And being able to blow up one of those suppression fields at instant speed, suspension fields, it seems really good. You could get your creature back. You could maybe block in combat for a surprise ambush. You could do this for 2 mana. But what Ari's referring to is if, your opponent just has a normal game plan, you're essentially sitting there with a 6-card hand if you draw a card like Unravel the Ether. And that's a good example of, okay, if you're thinking on the next level, you might beat your opponent because of that. But on just kind of the basic, here's how the matchup goes, you're actually handicapping yourself pretty tremendously. I don't know if I'd be able to resist the temptation of the blowout for a card like Unravel the Ether, but Ari's, sort of playing a little bit conservatively and saying, look, I just want to execute my game plan. I don't need to get tricky, and I don't want to take the gamble of having a card that could be dead in my opening hand.
Now, what does this game look like if Ari's going to win it? Does it involve stumbles on Yuya's side, or if Yuya employs his game plan, is it going to involve like certain specific cards and certain specific draws from Ari, or is it not that narrow for him?
Well, it's interesting because Ari's saying he's taking out his expensive planeswalkers. I expect that to mean Elspeth. We saw Elspeth actually not really do a whole lot the previous game because the 1/1 tokens get blocked by everything and it just dies to a burn spell or gets hit in the air. That does mean, though, that Ari's threats, there really aren't that many of them. I mean, he's got 2 Wingmate Rock, he's got 4 Siege Rhino, and he's got, Sorin, but he really doesn't have that many ways to end the game, and he's bringing in a lot of answers. So I think for Ari to win, it's going to be all about Siege Rhino, Siege Rhino, Siege Rhino. That's really, his biggest threat. The life gain matters, the life loss matters. I think he's going to just try to cast that card as much as possible. That said, he's playing right in to Yuya's plan of Disdainful Stroke Suspension Field. I'm worried that he may just not have enough threats left after sideboard.
That is interesting because the one thing you don't want to do against Yuya here is give him a whole bunch of time, because we've seen over and over again that with the card selection they have from Scry and also just with the amount of powerful burn spells that they have in their deck, that the longer the game goes, it seems to get worse and worse for them.
Yeah, and exactly, and you can't rely on your planeswalkers to stick around in this matchup.
Right, and cards like a Johnny, Mentor of Heroes, definitely take a big dip here, and it looks like Ari's probably going to be taking those out as well.
He just has a lot of cards he wants to sideboard out, not necessarily that many cards he wants to sideboard in. I mean, he mentioned a couple Thoughtseize, Elspeth, Ajani, that's 9 cards. Utter End, I think, might be important, but it's pretty inefficient. Really, in terms of stuff to bring in, I mean, he's got Drown in Sorrow, Bile Blight. He said he didn't want Murderous Cut. He could bring in Liliana. So, I mean, there's stuff he wants to bring in, but a lot of those are answers. I mean, he's going to be playing a pretty threat-light deck after sideboard.
It is one of the benefits of playing a mid-range deck is that post-board you can kind of go more controlling or more aggressive as you see fit. It looks like Ari's decided to go a little bit more on the controlling end of things. Yuya keeps. Let's see if Ari has a hand he's happy with. I think he is probably keeping, especially if that's a spell, which it is.
That looks like a Thoughtseize?
It is. It's an old school Thoughtseize. I like that artwork. All right, they've both kept.
You can start whenever. Go ahead.
And we're off.
Rashad said we could start, right?
All right, so we are underway here in the second game. We're in the quarterfinals. This is the first of 4 quarterfinals. If you've watched the Pro Tour over the last few editions, you'll know now that we run all of the quarterfinals sequentially as opposed to at the same time. Before we used to run them all at once, but now we decided that, you're going to join us for your Sunday. You're going to get some value here. We're going to let you watch every single match that we play in the feature match area for the top 8. This is the first of those matches. We're going to be bringing you all 3 of the other quarterfinals, plus both semifinals and, of course, the finals today. So we hope you'll stick with us. Right now, we find Ari Lax up a game against 2-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe, currently ranked 11th in the world, playing Jeskai Winds. Ari Lax is on Abzan mid-range. And you can see his hand is quite mid-rangey there with a Thoughtseize, a Courser of Crewfix, and an Abzan Charm plus some lands. And there's the Thoughtseize. Ari wasting no time this time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Yuya's hand, that is a slow, reactive hand, really leaning on Sarkhan or really trying to draw a cheap threat like Brim has, which conveniently dodges Bile Blight. But I think if you're Ari, you've got to be excited to see a hand like that. You can get ahead on cards early with Courser and Abzan Charm, neither of which get hit by Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah.
You know that Stroke is there, so you can play around it. And, you can take Sarkhan if you want to. It looks like he's taking Charm, but Ari's got some time to mess around.
Yeah, that's actually quite good news for Ari Lax fans to see that hand now. Obviously, Yu is going to be reloading that hand here over the next few turns, so he's not out of the woods. But I think that, if I'm going to Thoughtseize my opponent in that spot, I'm pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, and taking Charm means that Courser's going to be able to sit on the battlefield, maybe get you a card, maybe get you a couple life. It means you're essentially at 4 higher life points, which is important when you've got both Thoughtseize and Abzan Charm in your hand.
Also not allowed.
Well, interestingly, we do see sideboarding. Yuya changed his deck around quite a lot. Like you were saying, took out Seeker of the Way, Magma Jet, and Lightning Strike for every single card in his sideboard but Magma Spray. That means God's Willing, Disdainful Stroke, Suspension Field, Prognostic Sphinx, Chandra, and his own Elspeth. Ari taking out Elspeth, Ajani, and actually a Mana Confluence. This is probably because he's on the draw and doesn't need the land for Drown in Sorrow, Bile Blight, and Mass Calcify.
Okay. Mass Calcify. Wow. All right, Ari plays his Courser of Crewfix, passes a turn. And there's Mass Calcify sitting on top of his library, and Ari kind of has to let out a laugh. Like, well...
I mean, that Mass Calcify is incredibly interesting to me. I mean, it literally only kills Goblin Rabblemaster.
Yeah.
It doesn't deal with Sarkhan. It doesn't deal with Brimaz. It doesn't deal with Manus Rider. It deals with Prognostic Sphinx after sideboard, which is important. Yu only has 2 of those and none in the main deck, but that's a card you can't really kill without Mass Calcify.
But, I mean, like, Wingmate Rock can block Prognostic Sphinx. Like, it's not like he's just completely cold to that card, right?
Right. No, that's true.
All right, so another Sarkhan has been drawn by Yuya, and Ari is actually going to take that away here.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I think Abzan Charm deals with Sarkhan. Sarkhan gets indestructible when it activates, but doesn't get unexilable.
That is correct. But in this case, he's going to activate the minus ability of Sarkhan, and he's going to kill Courser of Crewfix. Now, Ari has a replacement Courser of Crewfix sitting on top of his library here. And I think he's just going to run that out there here. He's got to take one
Courser back up to 15.
hit, and he goes back up to 15 after playing a land. So
Gotta
he
reveal
does
that top card.
He does need to reveal the top card. That's correct. He lets Yuya have Sarkhan for a turn, so he's going to take a hit
One that we knew about before.
here. Yeah, Ari points out that it was the Mass Calcify that they knew about.
One thing Ari can do is just load up counters on that Courser of Crewfix, make it a 4 or 6, and start going to town.
Yeah, right now it's big enough to kill Sarkhan on its own, and it does that, so Ari's got to be happy about that. No Jeskai Charm to get it out of the way.
We see Bile Blight there for any Manus Riders that might come down. And Ari, just deciding, drawing cards.
He's going to draw cards with his Abzan Charm. Yeah, it's a mode we've seen quite a bit, especially in this matchup.
Gain a life. Go up to 10.
And the synergy between Windswept Heath and Courser means that you can shuffle if you don't like what's on top of your deck, and if you do, you're going to sit around and wait. Maybe
Also, you gain the life back.
Right.
Ari is down to 10 here already. Make that 11. He's going to scry.
I mean, this is really the kind of Magic that people were talking about coming into this Pro Tour.
Yes.
There's a lot of, players saying sort of the consensus was Courser was already one of the best cards in the format. Adding cards like Windswept Heath to the equation only makes it better.
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly this interaction where you play a Windswept Heath off the top of your deck, gain a card, you be able to control the top of your library. And I mean, it is very powerful. People weren't wrong. A lot of people showed up with decks sort of saying, okay, well, we can adapt to this reality. But one strategy that has proven effective over the years is just to play the best deck and make the best version of the best deck. And that looks like what Ari said that he was doing, or intending to do at least, by bringing Abzan mid-range to the tournament.
So Ari's going to upkeep fetch here to get that land off the top of his library. He has a Siege Rhino in his hand that he can play, but he knows about the Disdainful Stroke from Watanabe, so he has no interest in just running it into it. So he's going to wait until he either has another threat that he wants to push through, or until he finds a Thoughtseize or something. He's already played 2, though, I believe, this game. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things you can do is just try to constrain Yuya's mana. You've got a Courser of Krufix allowing you to hit your land drops more regularly, so you can maybe cast, several threats in a turn, wait till Yuya, commits to a Mana Strider or something, kill it, and then cast, multiple threats, knowing that at least one of them is going to be able to resolve. That's right.
Drown in Sorrow it goes into hand for Arilax. Again, another nod to Goblin Rabblemaster. He mentioned in his little sideboard piece there that he thought that was one of the better creatures from Yuya's deck against him. So he has Drown in Sorrow. It's basically just to kill that.
I mean, definitely just not the kind of thing that you would expect, that Rabblemaster is the most important card, and when you're a deck with a ton of 4 and 5 toughness creatures, that Mass Calcify is a deck that is a card that you want to bring in against the white creature deck. I mean, that just goes to show how much playtesting these guys do and how much knowledge these teams accumulate. You can't come in with just intuition. You have to have results, and it's really paying off.
So Ari content for the moment to just keep bashing away and getting value. Ooh, here we go. There's another 4-mana threat. So at some point, Ari might just start trying to plow through with his 4-drops to just get those Disdainful Strokes out of Yuya's hand. He also might just sit here and say, look, I've got a Courser of Krufix. It's hitting you. You're down to 12. I'm gaining life. I'm drawing extra cards. Why am I bothering? No, there it is. So Siege Rhino, and Yuya says, yeah, well, I know what's coming next. But I do have to Disdainful Stroke the Siege Rhino, so put that in the bin. Pass the turn, but Sorin Solemn Visitor is looming. Now that's an interesting one here for Yuya. He's got Brimaz. He also just drew his 3rd copy there of Sarkhan.
And Sarkhan's attack can put Ari down to 7.
Yes. Yeah. It also can threaten Sorin next turn.
Right. I mean, Ari has the Hero's Downfall, but he won't have a window to cast that until at least his turn. That's a big draw for Yuya. I mean, Yuya's been pretty mana-flooded. He doesn't have access through Dig Through Time to really regulate his draws. But Brimaz means, it won't die immediately. Ari's going to have to use 2 Bile Blights on it, or the Downfall, which means the Downfall won't point at Sarkhan. So Watanabe's threat's very relevant here. Ari has the answers for them, but having to spend time casting those means he's not able to cast Sorin, not able to take advantage of any other threats he draws, and means that Courser's off the board.
Yeah, so Courser off the board, and a big turn here for Yuya, who clears the board and adds 2 great threats with only 2 cards. He's got Brimaz and Sarkhan.
So
he can first up is Hero's Downfall something. He can Hero's Downfall either of these.
And he's going to have to use 2 Bile Blights to either kill Brimaz or Sarkhan. He can use Bile Blight plus Drown in Sorrow to deal with Brimaz. He wouldn't be able to use Downfall if Sorin used the +1 ability, but since it used the -3 to kill Courser, he has access to that.
The Bile Blights won't be an issue as Ari's got Urborg on the battlefield, so he just needs 4 mana total to be able to double Bile Blight. All right, and it's going to be Sarkhan that is fallen. Now, is he going to take this turn to just get rid of Brimaz? Another thing he could do.
Drown, Esrai.
All right, he's going to go with Drown in Sorrow and then a Bile Blight as well. It's just a more efficient use of his mana. It lets him keep up Bile Blight. It also lets him get a Scry effect out of it. And he knows that his opponent doesn't have the Rabblemaster, so he might as well get something out of that.
Exactly. And with another Bile Blight in his hand, he can kill Rabblemaster before it's able to make a token. So Bile Blight's still able to answer the most common threats that Yuya could produce.
All right, and there's Sorin. Is that going to resolve? Yes, it is. So Sorin Solemn Visitor hits the battlefield, immediately makes a 2/2 flying vampire, and Yuya, he's got plenty of mana, but he is going to have to decide either now or on his turn whether he wants to use Stoke the Flames on the Soren. He might want to try to peel, you know, maybe a Mantis Rider here or something, but...
Yeah, and one of the ways that Yuya can win, I mean, we see Abzan Charm in Ari's hand. I mean, Ari's going to be careful about his life total. He knows that he's at 11. He knows that Yuya has a lot of burn. But the more burn that Yuya points at Ari's Planeswalkers, the more Ari is free to use his life total as a resource with cards like Abzan Charm and Thoughtseize. At the same time, with Yuya at 10, I'm liking the pump ability on Abzan Charm more and more.
Okay, so Yuya does decide that Stoke the Flames needs to take down Soren, and the beatdown path is on again for Ari Lax. He hits for 2 with his Vampire. Can he add another threat to the board? Not currently. He's just going to pass a turn back.
I mean, it looks like Ari's sideboard plan is just have all the answers. Being that Yuya doesn't have that many ways to gain card advantage.
Ooh, another
wow.
Soren here, Zach.
Yeah,
but I think you're right. I mean, looking at Ari's hand, like he is a bit threat light, but he just drew another one in Soren, and that's going to put another Vampire up and put a very quick clock on Yuya Watanabe, who's got to find answers pretty quickly. He's had them so far, but a lot of Ari's cards have left sort of incidental creatures left over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ari's just, you know, with more Planeswalkers, with raw card draw in the form of Abzan Charm, I mean, he is able to assume the control role in a way that Yuya really isn't. I mean, you heard him say Yuya's got to be the aggressor. And, I mean, all of Ari's answers are just so good. Abzan Charm, Bile Blight, Drown in Sorrow, Utter End. I mean, these are all capable of trading with value and just paving the way for any threat. I mean, you know, Ari's winning with 2/2 flying vampires right now.
You can tell Ari's sweating this as well. He knows that 11 feels like a safe life total, but Yuya's got multiple spells in his deck that can do 4 damage.
And we know that Watanabe has just been really mana flooded this game. Ari doesn't know that. We also know that Yuya sideboarded out Magma Jet and Lightning Strike. Ari doesn't know that. So when he's sitting looking at a hand of 4 cards.
Look at Ari.
Yeah.
It's just like this is a pretty stressful situation. And Yuya's pretty stoic at the table, as you can see, so he's not really giving anything away. But it does look like Ari is in a great position right now.
Soren allowing him to give both the vampires +1/+0 and lifelink. That is a lethal
That's
attack
lethal.
next turn.
That's lethal. Yuya's thinking it over. And Yuya says go. Ari's got something lined up for that Soren.
2 mana
Carry added here.
to get the incidental benefit
Yeah,
of the +1/+0.
it will. It does a thing.
Matters if Yuya is able to survive and top deck a Rabble Master, it matters because he can eat the token and gain a life.
Gain a life, though. At this point, that doesn't seem to be the way that this game is going, as Yuya is stuck with a bunch of lands in hand and at 3 life, and he needs something pretty amazing. I think it was a Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah.
So this could be it. Ari Lax, all he needs to do is pump his creatures with Soren and attack for 3 in the air, and this could be it. He makes a vampire.
Makes a vampire.
So he is going to... Now, he also could put a counter on this,
Right.
but he doesn't. So he's going to say, all right, you get 1 more draw step, Yuya. And I'm sure Yuya's happy to take that opportunity. And he finds a Mantis Rider. It's probably too late, though, Zach. It's considering that he's got 2 lands, Mantis Rider, Disdainful Stroke, it's not quite enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Mantis Rider's there. It's attacking Soren, but that Bile Blight is going to make it bite the dust. And at this point, Ari can use his removal, you know, very liberally. Yeah.
And that's it. Yuya Watanabe extends, and Ari Lax takes a huge deep breath and says, oops, about the Mass Calcify, but he gets away with it, and he is going to be into the semifinals here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir.
The shuffle and everything and changing sideboard plans. Should be this. Oh yeah, it was.
When I saw it, I was like,
If I wanted one, it should have been this.
yeah, when
I
I
was
saw it,
just-
I was like, oh, so you were kidding when you said you tried everything but Mass Calcify.
All right, we're just taking a quick
man.
listen into the conversation there. So they were talking about the mass calcify. You and I saw it and we're like, wait a minute, what? And looked at the list, and it only kills Ravelmaster on their side. It was supposed to be a Dune Blast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what he had, and he just said, it got mixed up in the fray there, and that's why. So
But it didn't matter.
got
that
away with
game.
it.
He would have looked like a true pro if his opponent was beating him with just prognostic sphinxes, and you just get him with the calcify. But
It did seem a little like he's got Drown in Sorrow, Bile Blight. You need the mass calcify just in case they stick up Ravelmaster. So, but yeah, that's going to do it for our first quarterfinal match. Ari Lax through to the semis. Let's send it back to the news desk where Rich Hagan, LSV, and and Randy are over there waiting to give you an update on what's coming up for our next quarterfinal match.
All right, thanks very much to the guys in the booth. Now, gentlemen, I think before that quarterfinal, you said things like, dig through time would have been really good for Yuya potentially, and if Yuya Watanabe's pointing burn spells at Ari Lax's creatures, that's really bad news for him. And I think that's what we just watched.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yuya, he's going to have to wait a little longer here to claim another Pro Tour champion.
So we will move on. Let's take a look at the bracket. Our first quarterfinal is done. Ari Lax wins by 2-0 over Yuya Watanabe. So he advances to play the winner of the match that we are going to watch next, which is Thiago Saporito of Brazil against Andre Strasky of the Czech Republic. So why don't we take a look, first of all, at Thiago Saporito. Now, you'll know the names of Willie Adel, Paulo Vita, Dama da Rosa, maybe Carlos Ramau as the big Brazilians, but here's Thiago Saporito, new kid on the block, 21 years old. There you see, just a couple of $1,000 US before this weekend. That's going up by a lot. Lifetime Pro Points 19. This is his 4th Pro Tour, and of course here he is in his first Pro Tour top 8. Luis, you're going to take a look at Thiago's take on this Abzan mid-range. So what's he got? What are we looking at?
The main difference between his and like Ari's list, for example, is he's a lot more aggressive. He's got 4 Fleece main lines, which is really one of the best cards in a lot of these matchups. He's got Anafenza, and he's got less Planeswalkers, but the full 4 Wingmate rocks.
That one Anafenza the foremost, during the course of a Swiss tournament of 2 days, of course you're going to see that come round. When you only have singletons of things and you're only playing a 3-round tournament maximum, is that a card that you're even factoring in that you're likely to see play, or are we very likely to get right the way through the day, even if he wins the Pro Tour, and we never see Anafenza?
It doesn't really change whether you're playing 16 rounds or 3 rounds with it. It's just in the deck because sometimes you need another 3-drop and it's got a disruptive element. Here, the disruptive element isn't really as present just because he's not really going to play against anyone who cares that much about the exile ability, but it's still a 3-mana 4/4 that also makes your other guys bigger.
Randy, another singleton in that list is the Whip of Erebos. Some players actually went deep on Whip yesterday, Christian Seibold's team in particular. Is that a card that you think could be relevant here?
It can be if it turns into sort of a grindy mid-range on mid-range battle. If the Jeskai deck winds up playing the long game, it's the kind of card that just gives you some late game inevitability. It's another one of those where Ari had more Planeswalkers. Here Thiago's got a little more variety, but he's got a similar number of late game threats. The game goes long.
Well, we mentioned that Thiago is one of the new generation of Brazilian players, but one of the real old school guys with his 4 Pro Tour top 8s is Willie Adel, and he's waiting over at the easy chairs with Brian David Marshall.
One of your teammates, he won a WMCQ.
Yes, yesterday, our team was known as Willie Adel plus 3 Reynolds. Now our team got a lot better. That's me, 1 Pro 2 top 8 guy, and 2 Reynolds. So I think one day makes a lot of difference.
And who knows, 3 rounds from now, it could be you and a Pro Tour champion.
Of course, it will be even better. I think we need another Pro Tour champion.
So I talked to Thiago earlier in the day. He was very, very generous with his praise for you. He gave you credit for designing this Abzan deck and for really showing him the ropes of playing on the Pro Tour. What has it been like for you being an elder statesman of the Brazilian Magic community?
I think my biggest job right now, I'm not the awesome player. I'm not as good as I was 5 years ago maybe. So I think my job now, my mission now is to bring more players to Brazil. The last 5 years, that's pretty much only Paul and me all the time. We didn't have like any other regulars. And I always trying to bring all Brazilians with me. We play tests together. I try to give them deck lists. Like I try to teach as much as I can in draft. And Thiago was I think Thiago was one of the brightest players in Brazil right now. He got the talent for sure. He has like 4 Pro Tour players before this one. But he was so young. Like I think his nerves got him at that time. I think he was more mature now. And unless he becomes like really, really nervous on the stage, I think he has a good chance to win the whole thing today.
Yeah, he said that this is a deck you designed.
Yes.
And you said this is the deck you've had your eye on as soon as the first cards started to trickle in. And a lot of old school players have been resistant, right? Green, white, black. People have always called it junk. But you've embraced the Abzan name for this deck.
Of course, I think junk is offensive here. Like I think my deck is a treasure. There's no way I can call it junk. So, as I can say, like my deck is a treasure, I say I'm pretty happy with Abzan. Like.
What makes this deck so powerful?
He can pretty much like you. For example, like good mid-range decks. For example, John D. Modern. You can do like everything. You can be like super aggressive with. Turn 2 Lion, turn 3 Anafenza, turn 4 Rhino. And you have like a green late game with some Planeswalkers. Wingmate Rock is amazing, but I think that the card that makes the deck is the Rhino. Like the Rhino is so good. Like he doesn't even need to be like 4/5. Like he doesn't need to be like Trample. He has everything. Like he doesn't die to Stoke the Flames. He trample over like tokens and caryatides. He drains life for the both aggressive and defensive holes, and he does everything. The other card that's very, very good is Wingmate Rock. I think that's no reason to play any like mid-range, like Abzan deck, without like a lot of Wingmate Rocks. Because it totally blanks all the Planeswalkers. And the fact that it's 3/4 and makes it even better, because you can play Elspeth, kill everything, and just keep hitting with him.
Right, because you get 2, 3, 4 flyers, you're able to just go over there and take out their Planeswalkers.
Yeah, and there's a life gain clause. Like you can blank like Planeswalker there. Like there's no Planeswalker that can win a battle with the Might Rock. So I think the deck like has all the tools to beat like both aggressive decks, because you have like ship removal, you can play sweepers, you can have like good clutch early creatures, but you have a very powerful late game.
So you're very confident in Thiago's matchup here?
If he was like a regular Jeskai version, I would say like he's a very huge favorite, but the Czech version has some like pretty like unique cards like Hushwing Griffin and Phoenix, and I think he's a big favorite on game 1. But after sideboard, I think it's pretty even. So I would say he can take like in 3 games.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to let you get along the rail so you can cheer on your countryman and your teammate. For Willie Adels, Brian David Marshall sending it back to the news desk.
All right, thanks very much, guys there. Great to see a community leader and someone who says, hey, you know what? Maybe my 5th Pro Tour top 8 is going to elude me for a little while. I'm not quite as good as I used to be, but I've still got a ton to offer a community of a new generation coming through. So he's rooting, of course, for Thiago Saporito. But why don't we take a look at his opponent? And this is Andre Stratsky. Let's take a look at his accomplishments to date. He's even younger than Saporito. Saporito 21. And there you see from the Czech Republic, Stratsky still a teenager at 19. $5,000 US, part of the cabin crew team. That is not the last time we will see those words on screen this morning. 11 lifetime pro points. This is his 3rd Pro Tour, and of course his first top 8. So Randy, Jeskai Wins is the name of the deck, coined by the community yesterday for us, but not quite the same as what we just saw with Yuya Watanabe. So talk us through Andre's deck list.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Willie talking about how this is the Czech version, the cabin crew version of the deck. Every creature in this deck has flying. That means they don't play Goblin Rabblemaster. I mean, Goblin Rabblemaster was thought to be one of the reasons you would want red mana in your deck. No, they want Hushwing Griff instead. They want Ashcloud Phoenix instead. So it's pretty interesting. A bigger creature set than a lot of these Jeskai decks have. You know, he's fully 17 creatures there. And it's the same basic idea, right? You've got enough burn spells that you can burn them down. You've got enough creatures that you can apply pressure. But different creature set, and kind of interesting the way it matches up here. Hushwing Griff can shut off the other half of Wingmate Rock. It can shut off the drain ability from the Siege Rhino. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
When we sat down on Thursday evening to record your standard preview, we talked about keywords in Magic. And you said that possibly flying was better positioned than at any time in Magic's history in standard.
Yeah, I did, and it's because Courser of Krufix is so defining in this environment. Courser is not actually good in this matchup. I mean, Tiago's Coursers are going to be worse than they are just about anywhere. All the creatures, and that's why Strosky goes to all flying, is he doesn't want Courser to be able to block anything. I mean, Rabble Master doesn't line up great if your opponent has a Courser of Krufix in play.
You've got to say, I mean, it's just a terrific piece of essentially metagaming in the dark about what the set's going to look like, and just going all in on the flying plan. Luis, do you like this deck, and how does it compare, from your point of view, his chances against Watanabe in the last round, who of course got pretty comprehensively beaten by Ari?
I like it more than Yuya's deck in this matchup. Again, taking out Brimaz and Rabble Master for more flyers just seems great. I'm still gonna, complain about the lack of dig through times, and not only because I like to peel 7. I mean, I actually just think the card is great. If you saw the games where Yuya kind of stalled out with 7 or 8 lands in play, dig through time might have gotten him out of that. But I do think that Strosky's matchup here is actually about as good as you can get of Jeskai against Abzan, even though that is traditionally a favorite for Abzan.
In the feature match on Friday, I think it was, we watched Yuya Watanabe play, and he drew one half of his deck. He had 2 lands and 5 burn spells in hand, and it turned out that that was more than sufficient to burn his opponent's face off. And equally, these Jeskai decks do feel like they have 2 components. You've got, it's almost like the 20-20-20, not quite literally, but you've got a component of land, you've got a component of these creatures, and then you've got a component of the burn spells. How will things go, Randy, if you like, Strasky draws the wrong half of his deck? Is there a way that if he just if he got the choice, would he just play flies all of the time and not bother with burn spells, or does he want a good mix?
He wants a mix. He wants to commit some flyers to the board. I mean, turn 3 Mantis Rider is how you know the game's going well. Like, the best draws for this deck are turn 3 Mantis Rider draws. That's how you want to be applying pressure, and then you want the burn spells to be able to come over the top to kind of finish off once you soften them up.
All right, well, a turn 3 Mantis Rider is just 3 turns away, and maybe just a couple of minutes away, because it's time for our second quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir.
And welcome back to the booth. This is Marshall Sutcliffe, and that is Zach Hill. You got that thing on, buddy?
I think I do.
You all straight? You got your seatbelt on as well? We're about to go down to the feature match area.
I'm excited about the magic that we're about to see.
Yeah, and actually we are. We're going to see now the second quarterfinal match here from Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Let's head down to the feature match area right away. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir here in Hawaii. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Zach Hill, and we are ready for our second quarterfinal match of the day. We have Thiago Saporito from Brazil, 12-3-1 yesterday with Abzan mid-range to put himself into the top 8. His opponent, a young man, only 19 years old, Andrej Strosky. He is a Magic Online Championship Series competitor from Czech Republic, and he is on Jeskai Wins. Though, as we go through this match, Zach, we'll start to note some of the differences. For those of you who are watching live with us, we just watched Jeskai Wins versus Abzan mid-range, and now we're watching it again, but these decks are much different than the ones that we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, Strosky's got main deck Ash Cloud Phoenix, 3 copies, Storm Breath Dragon, Hushwing Griff.
In the main
deck, as well as Banishing Light, which Yuya didn't have. Same thing with Saporito, 1 copy of Thoughtseize in the main, 4 Wingmate Rock, 4 Fleece Mane Lion, which Ari had 0 copies of, and Saporito just no Elspeth. So even though the archetypes are the same, the specific compositions of these decks is quite a bit different. Hushwing Griff in particular very big in this matchup. You heard Ari talking about how big a deal Siege Rhino was. Griff makes that card not a particularly big problem.
All right, so the early stages have unfolded here. It's Andrej Strosky's turn. He's facing down a Sylvan Caryatid and just has to play an island and pass the turn back to Thiago here.
And Thiago's got exactly what you want in this matchup, which is Courser of Krufix. He's even able to play it without playing a land the turn, trying to hit an extra land off the top. Doesn't have it. Still going to gain a life, though, from the Temple in his hand.
Probably going to keep that Siege Rhino right where it sits, too, as That's one of the best cards in his deck, if not the best card. And Andre Strasky cannot be happy to see the way that things have unfolded in the early stages here. He's done absolutely nothing thus far, and his opponent has accelerated mana, put out one of his better creatures, and has his best creature sitting on top of his library. But here's the good news for Andre. He does have the turn 3 Manus Rider.
Manus Rider, one of the most powerful cards in the matchup. No Bile Blights happening for Saporito. He's got 2 copies in the main deck, doesn't have any in his hand. What he does have is a Siege Reiner that he knows he can sneak through Hushwing Griff and a Sorin threatening to deal a lot of damage. Lightning Strike and Magma Jet from Strasky not going to kill anything at this point in the game.
Here's an attack now from Courser of Crewfix right into the Mantis Rider. Essentially a free attack here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is bluffing the Abzan Charm.
Right.
And, I mean, Strasky obviously has a lot to lose on this block. But, you know, if he blocks for free, he can gain 2 life points. You see him.
That's a tough spot. It could absolutely just be a bluff. There's really no downside for Tiago. And it worked. Andre took it. So here's the first Siege Rhino, and if you look at the top of his library, there's another one there looming, Zach. This draw from Saporito has been fantastic. He doesn't play a land this turn either.
Yeah, I mean, that 3 life from the Rhino representing essentially an entire turn from attacks from the Manus Rider, and just so much damage. I mean, once this Abzan mid-range deck starts getting ahead, it is so hard for Jeskai Wins to come back.
He's got another Siege Rhino in his hand, too. This is insane. He is going to play 3 Siege Rhinos here.
Oh, my goodness.
Potentially just run them out in a row.
I mean, it's hard to ask for a better draw in this matchup.
All right, he's going to attack again with the Courser. And Andre is now in that same spot, and he's had enough. He's not taking any more from it. He knows he's falling behind. And Tiago says, yeah, I didn't have it. But I do have another Siege Rhino that you saw me draw, so here it is. And that's going to drop down Strasky even further. Strasky finds a second copy of Mantis Rider, but it looks like he's falling behind in this race way too quickly for those to take over.
I mean, 2 Manus Riders means he does get to double block Siege Rhino. He knows that Saporito doesn't have an Abzan Charm just yet, because if he did, he probably would have used it to kill the Siege Rider.
I mean, he still could have just said, I'd rather just keep developing my board. It's an interesting thought process there from Strasky as well about whether he actually thinks that Tiago has the Abzan Charm or not.
There's a land finally on the top of Saporito's deck, able to gain him a life, give him access to another mana, being able to play both Courser and Fleecemane Lion, or activate Sorin, or... I mean, he's just got a lot of options.
He's got so many options, and they're all fantastic here. Saporito really with a pretty sweet draw against Strasky here, though Strasky does have 6 power in the air. All right, Rhino hits the red zone, and Strasky says no block. So down to 8. And are we just going to see another Rhino here from Saporito?
Interesting. Saporito not yet playing the land off the top of the library. I don't know if that's because he doesn't need the additional information about what's on top of his deck, or he just doesn't want to let Strasky know what's coming up before the block.
Mm.
And a lot
now,
of
is
options.
Disdainful Stroke in the main deck here for Strasky?
Disdainful Stroke does not appear to be in the main deck.
Okay.
Looks like he has 3 copies in the sideboard.
All right, so Tiago doesn't have to worry about that at this point. Strasky only has 2 mana up.
Just tanking.
Both of these players are in their first Pro Tour top 8.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the downside of playing Siege Rhino is here. I mean, if it's one of your best cards, your opponent's at 8, you want to get a lot of damage on the battlefield. I mean, a lot of it is just trying to figure out what you're playing around, what burn spells you have to worry about. Your opponent's going to crack in for 6 damage.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean,
he's going to be at 16. It'll drop him down to 10, but I mean, this is definitely a race that Tiago could lose. It is not completely locked up for him, but I agree with you, Zach. I'm just windmilling the Siege Rhino there. That sets up fantastic next turn on the back of Sorin, Solemn Visitor.
Right. Yeah, 2 5/5 life links, a 3/4 life link. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We can't.
Two of them have trample too. It's just
right. And there's no skull crack in the format anymore. There's no effect that prevents your opponent from gaining life that could at all be plausible in the main deck. I mean, they know each other's deck lists, but one of the dynamics of the previous standard format was you couldn't just fire off a Sphinx's Revelation for 6 life. Your opponent responds with a skull crack. In this format, absent something like Hushwing Griff, which I think was a tremendous innovation from Strosky, like your rhinos are going to gain you life. Strosky looking at the scry on Magma Jet, but I mean, it's hard to think of what cards he can draw that do the job for him. I mean, what he needs is Elspeth, but I don't think that's in his deck.
I don't think so either. Okay, he's going to attack with both and drop him down to 11. And kind of give a little head shake here.
I mean, he's got 7.
Also a little face slap. Do you ever do that? I've seen multiple players do that now.
Back in the day.
Yeah. Is it a concentration thing? Is it a wake you up thing?
It's a focus thing, I think, most of anything. Just kind of presence yourself. Not to be too much of a hippie about it.
Strosky passes the turn, but he keeps shaking his head. It looks like maybe he feels like he's missed an opportunity. Maybe he's just lamenting the fact that he's getting kind of ran over, even with a reasonable board presence here. Maybe he's super close to actually having won the game.
I mean, Saporito has something close to the exact ideal draw. I mean, his Fleece Mane Lions haven't really done a lot this game, but Triple Siege Rhino backed by Sorin Solemn Visitor. I mean, if you could draw that every game in this matchup, you'd take that in a heartbeat.
Wait.
He's saying, wait up.
Ooh. So what has happened is Tiago has cracked his fetch land here.
So
dropping him down to 10.
Strosky could theoretically have, what, stoke the flames,
strike,
or stoke, strike.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, he only has 2 cards.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can only cast 2 of them.
Oh, one of the things he could do is Jeskai Charm in response, putting a Rhino on top of the deck,
absolutely,
which would essentially just kill it. That's actually big.
So Strosky doesn't know currently about Sorin. If that wasn't in play here, does he have a way to actually survive and even with throwing Jeskai Charm and Lightning Strike at his opponent live? You know, and hoping to draw, say, another Jeskai Charm or a Stoke.
So
doesn't feel likely, but Sorin is going to put a huge wrench in that plan no matter what.
So if he Jeskai Charms a Rhino, that deals with 5 damage and life. He can double block the other Rhino. He takes 3 from Courser, and Saporito gains 8.
Gains 8.
So I mean, it's not good for Strosky.
Right. Yeah, it's so tough.
It means the game doesn't end immediately. I mean, still though, I
there
think
is Sorin for
it.
Saporito. Andre can do nothing. But Nod, he's going to plus Sorin and attack, and this huge life swing should put Saporito in the driver's seat to take the first game here against Andre Strosky. Andre does have the tools he needs to not die this turn.
Yeah, he's not attacking with Courser either.
You got a jam.
I mean, Courser's a 3/4. It can attack right through those Manus Riders.
Yes.
Looks like he wants to keep it back.
Why?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm trying to think about it. I mean, I guess it can block a Goblin Rabble Master next turn. It's got 3 points of lifelink. So
yeah, but so can the
Carry-Addict.
It's also got that bonus from the Sorin, so I think I just jam in there with the old Courser.
Good old Courser.
I get 8, I lose 5, so I get 3.
So this should put Andre down to 3.
So he's tapping the Carry-Addict, but yeah, he's got a Lion, so. All right. Well, Saporito, 22 life.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's the key here. Tiago Saporito, due to that Sorin attack, is now at 22 life and well out of any hope of burn range from Andre. And now Andre is left with the problem, and you can see what a big issue it is, of figuring out how to manage the board state now with the tools he has in his hand, and he doesn't have what he needs.
No, it doesn't. It looks like Jeskai Charm gave the Manus Riders +1/+1 on lifelink.
Gotcha.
Rather than putting the Siege Rhino on top like we were talking about. So that gave Andre a little bit more padding to work with.
Yeah, because Siege Rhino on top is... gets to recast it.
Yeah, right. It gets to trigger again. I mean, the downside of that is that Saporito got to gain just a ton more life.
Right.
Soren's still not off the battlefield, still causing problems, and Fleece Mane Lion just adding to the brutality.
Yeah, Andre, I think, is going to lose next turn here. Well, that is if Tiago decides to send in. You had an opportunity to get potentially 3 more damage through that turn, dropping Andre down to 5 instead of 8.
I guess Courser would have been able to get eaten by a Manus Rider if it had attacked.
Yeah, but then both of the Rhinos would
both
survive.
Rhinos
so
get
it
through. Yeah.
feels like a reasonable spot for Tiago. Well, Andre is... he's going to make sure. I mean, he's only got 1 card in his hand.
Rider's still able to get in for 3 damage.
Yeah, I can take down Soren.
I mean, Saporito just kind of waiting to see. Yeah.
All right, and there
there's
was
two.
no possible way. He just wanted to make sure, but that is going to do it for the first game. Tiago Saporito with what has to be described as just a fantastic draw, runs over poor Andre there with a bunch of Rhinos. All right, why don't we take a look. Zach, I want you to grab the sideboards and start doing a little research. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick listen in to what these two gentlemen have in mind for their sideboards, and then we'll discuss it a little further when we get back to the booth.
All right, Tiago, tell me about what your plan is after game 1. What cards you're going to bring in, and what cards you're going to take out.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring the other end, the erase, and if I'm on the play, I will bring the Anafenza and maybe some Fatis. I'm not sure how many one. And I will remove 2 Silver Cariades, 1 Courser of Prefix, 1 Drawing Sorrow.
Okay. And then how do you feel your matchup? Does it improve, or does it get worse after sideboarding?
It will get worse because his sideboard is better than mine. I mean, I don't have cards that are good against him. And he has like many cards that are good against me.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with it.
Yeah.
And we'll hopefully we'll see you more this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Andre. Tell me what your plan is after game 1. Which of these cards are you going to be using to try to build up your matchup here?
So it's rather complicated. I have different plans on play and on draw. So on play, we figured we're going to bring in 3 Prognostic Sphinx and 3 Disdainful Strokes. We are going to side out Magma Jet, which is the weakest card in the matchup, and then, kind of surprisingly, we are going to side out all 3 Banishing Lights because he is the card is very good in this matchup, but he's bringing in Back to Nature, Atrovent, and Erase, so that makes Banishing Light a little worse. But on draw, we have to keep up with the enchantments, so we bring in 3 Suspension Fields, we keep the Banishing Light in, we bring only 2 Prognostic Sphinx because it's very slow on draw, and also only 2 strokes. And we side out all 4 Magma Jets, 1 Charm, 1 Jeskai Charm, 1 Stoke the Flames, and 1 Ash Cloud Phoenix.
Wow.
Okay, so it's really complicated. Hopefully it will work out. It's kind of gamble with the Banishing Lights. Maybe he won't bring Back to Nature in, and then it's pretty bad. But
Okay. Well, we'll see. Good luck the rest of the match.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so what did you make of that? That sounded like a pretty complex plan that Andre's team's come up with.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a great gambit because, I mean, obviously Banishing Light and Suspension Field, some of the most powerful cards in the matchup, he has them specifically for this matchup, you would have to expect. But if you think your opponent's bringing in 2 cards that are literally dead if you do that, Erase and Back to Nature, and that doesn't, you don't have to worry about kind of getting blown out in the mid-combat, that really could pay off. I also like that because you have to expect, just based on the matchups that we've seen, none of which have been particularly close in favor of the Jeskai player, that you kind of need to take a risk on that side of the matchup in order to try and eke some advantage out somewhere. That said, I think Strosky's deck is just configured pretty well for this matchup. I really think Hushwing Griff can do some valuable work. So, it's hard to say whether that gambit's going to pay off or not. The main takeaway for me is that I think Saporito is exactly right when he says Strosky's deck gets much better after sideboarding. I mean, Saporito's plan was bring in a card here, bring in some supplemental things there, maybe bring in Thoughtseize. I mean, he's just not changing his deck up very much.
He's not like radically changing the way that his deck approaches the game. He's just improving a card here, maybe cutting one that's not quite as powerful, where Strosky looks like he's taking a much more radical approach to sideboarding. I mean, geez, he has a completely different plan for being on the play on the draw as well. Normally maybe you'll see an extra land come in, or you'll see, a few cards here and there, but it sounds like he's got two wildly different ideas for what he wants to do on the play on the draw.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. I'm surprised he's not bringing any copies of In Hostilities. If he's bringing in more Thoughtseize, more answers like Utter End, and he knows his opponent is going to bring in between 2 or 3 Prognostic Sphinx, it seems like you'd want to have an answer to that card somewhere, at least to have access to it, especially if you're trimming your Sylvan Caryatids, meaning you're having fewer creatures that are just sitting around on the battlefield that would die to In Hostilities. I mean, on the other hand, you are a creature deck, so it may just be too hard to architect a board state where In Hostilities is good enough for you. Looks like that Andre's taking a mulligan, though, which is definitely not what you want to do. Oh, or he's just taking a long time to shuffle. I'm surprised that Strosky was saying take out an Ash Cloud Phoenix. I mean, when your opponent is trying to just kill all of your creatures and has cards like Wingmate Rock that seem to match up pretty poorly against the Phoenix, the intuition would be that Phoenix is actually pretty valuable in this matchup, but you may just not want to have too many expensive cards.
So the Magma Jets are coming out as well. Said it's the worst card in the matchup.
Yeah, it just doesn't kill anything. I mean, we saw it deal with one of Ari's Elvish Mystics. Saporito doesn't even play Elvish Mystic, so I think Magma Jet has literally 0 targets in the main deck. I mean, I guess it could kill a Sorin or a Sorin Vampire token, but that's not exactly what you want that card to be doing.
Okay, Strosky's kept. And does Saporito have as good of a draw as he did last time?
I mean, it looks like Strosky.
He does. All right, so it looks like both players have kept. And we are underway. So here's Andre Strosky leading things off with Temple of Triumph. Now he's on the play, a much more comfortable spot to be in. He's going to look to try to get ahead and stay ahead throughout the duration of this game.
It looks like he is keeping in Banishing Light. He's got a Seeker of the Wind. It's a pretty aggressive draw.
Seeker of the Way can get in for a lot of damage and gain him a lot of life in the early stages.
And Saporito, you saw him tanking on even that first land play. I mean, when you have different enter the battlefield tap lands, different scries, different things you're looking for, I mean, every single land you play matters, including which temple, Temple of Silence or Temple of Plenty.
Yeah, he went with Temple of Plenty here. And back to Andre Strosky. Card on top there for Saporito as well. So
Strosky's entire bearing changes, whether he's in the driver's seat or whether he's on his back foot. I mean, you see him leaning forward in his chair, shuffling his cards around more rapidly. He's really excited, it looks like, to have that Seeker of the Way in play and actually be able to provide some pressure on Saporito right now.
Not a bad draw there for Strosky.
I mean, something that seems really awesome, too, is being able to just demolish your opponent with Suspension Field and Banishing Light, then have your opponent bring in Back to Nature and a bunch of answers for it and just side them out on the draw.
Yeah, so he just drew that Suspension Field off the top and plays it on the Fleecebane line, which allows him to get in for 3 damage with Seeker of the Way.
I don't know where the way is, but he's certainly looking for it.
He's looking. And I think he's got it in his mind that it's right through Tiago Saporito. He's going to keep bashing with that thing over and over again. And it looks like Andre's going to add to his board with a nice one here.
And this is the
Yes,
draw
indeed.
from Jeskai Wins that we just haven't seen yet, of just
No.
early pressure, the right answers. He's got disdainful strokes in his hand for those rhinos. I mean, if every draw were like this from Jeskai Wins, you'd be like, how on earth can Abzan even win this matchup?
Right.
I mean, it's just kind of exactly what Strosky's needed.
Yeah, so now Strosky can sit back a little bit here. He's still ahead in the damage race even after the Siege Rhino from Tiago Saporito.
It is hard to cast something like Banishing Light on a Rhino precisely because if Saporito has a card like Erase, it's just so bad for Strosky.
I think you just let him have it. I mean, he can't really do much here, right? Like if Saporito starts attacking, then Strosky can start attacking back with his Seeker of the Way and even gaining life, offsetting the damage, or some of the damage from the Siege Rhino. And the Mantis Rider's just going to keep bashing away in the air, chipping away at Tiago's life total in pretty big chunks as he goes. So Andre Strosky, we mentioned it in the first game. It's all about getting ahead, staying ahead, and right now he's ahead. So he just needs to get one step further ahead here and stay there. And I like where he's at right now.
Yeah, and that's what's happening in this matchup. I mean, Saporito's particular build of this, it plays some cheaper threats like Fleecemane Lion, but it also has 4 Wingmate Rock, 4 Rhino, which just walks right into the Disdainful Strokes.
Right.
And Saporito having to commit his entire turn to casting those cards, it just means that Strosky's going to be able to stay ahead on the board this entire time.
Yeah, those Disdainful Strokes are going to do serious work because I think Tiago has multiple Siege Rhinos going again.
I mean, not a bad place to be, but it's just so much worse after sideboard when your opponent has that many more answers for them. Strosky just trying to figure out, okay, is it worth casting Banishing Light on that Rhino or just keeping mana up? It looks like he said just pass the turn.
Yeah, I think it's on Saporito now.
I mean, oh, wow. So this Thoughtseize is huge for Saporito. I mean, as it happens, Strosky has 2 Disdainful Strokes.
Right.
There's no way of Saporito to know that.
The question is, does Strosky want to fire off a Stoke here? No. No, he needs to leave up Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, and
I mean, Saporito is at 10 here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Saporino, it's hard. Like, you want to take a stroke because of what your hand is. You want to take Banishing Light so you don't get hit for 6 on the counterattack. You want to take Stoke in order to survive. I mean, this is a bad situation for Saporito. Really, every single card in Strosky's hand is relevant.
It feels just like game 1, but flipped. Now, Strosky's had just really a great draw here against the hand that Tiago has drawn, where Strosky was able to go threat on turn 2, threat on turn 3, and then have burn and answers for the rest of his hand here. And, that Thoughtseize, the 2 life from that Thoughtseize is a big deal, too.
Yeah, I mean, Thoughtseize really is a card that you're actively excited to draw in this situation where you have a 4-mana threat. You want to get a counter out of your opponent's hand. You want to make sure he doesn't have Hushwing Griff. You want to take an answer if you can. I mean, you know something's up because your opponent just passed the turn with 3 mana. But, I mean, when every card in his hand is relevant, you just don't have that many good options.
And he's going to take the Stoke the Flames from his opponent here.
And that's at least a bit surprising, given that Banishing Light represents 3 damage because it allows Seeker the way to get through. But, I mean, you're obviously, whenever you're at 10 life, scared of any way for your opponent to deal you 4 damage to the face.
All right, so Saporito has to make a follow-up play here. He's got his land drop for the turn. Is he going to have to just start jamming threats right through? Seems pretty rough. He's at 10 life, but yeah, he's just going to play a Siege Rhino, which is going to get immediately Disdainful Stroked. He knew that was going to happen, but he had to do it anyway.
Right, because it's way easier for Strosky to leave up 2 mana every turn than it is for Saporito to leave up 4. So it's not really in the cards for him to be able to just say, okay, I'm going to wait out these counter spells, especially not when he's getting hit for 3 in the air every turn.
All right, and there's Banishing Light, which is going to enable a 6-point swing here for Strosky. He is going to leave the door open, but he knows that now Sorin isn't as big of a threat with no creatures on the battlefield. He knows that a single Siege Rhino is not going to get him out of this because he's actually got a nice follow-up play here as well with Lightning Strike. as a backup plan. So Andre Strosky making a big play here. And there's a wingmate rock, so that's a pretty nice stabilizer there for Saporito, though it does not have raid. And there's 2 lightning strikes, both of them at your face. He drew one for the turn. He had one in his hand, and Saporito's kind of looking at it. He shows it to him, and Saporito says, cool, man.
Yeah, right.
Which is exactly what you should do there. And that's going to do it. Andre Strosky wins the second game to force a game 3. Now, his sideboard plan worked. What did he bring in, Zach?
Yeah, so Saporito, really similar to what he said on the video, he took out 2 Caryatid, took out a Drown in Sorrow and an Anafenza for 3 Thoughtseize and an Erase. This is interesting because, I mean, what we heard from Ari was that, you know, the most important card was Goblin Rabblemaster, and you needed Drown in Sorrow. Saporito actually taking Drown in Sorrow out. Similarly, we saw Yuya take out all of the lightning strikes, thought that they were bad in the matchup, didn't kill anything relevant. Strosky, we saw leaving at least 2 of them in. He actually only takes out 1. I think part of that difference might be the presence of Fleecemane Lion in Saporito's deck. So it's interesting to see how the different players prioritize different things.
Now, talking about the Abzan deck, the sort of the card of the deck, right, is Siege Rhino, right? I mean, that is the reason to play it. I talked to Mike Sigrist, who played a more aggressive version of the deck that Saporito's on, but still, it was an Abzan deck, and Siege Rhino is the guy. How important is this card for Standard, Zach?
I mean, I think it's one of the reasons to play the deck. I mean, Patrick Chapin wrote an article that was essentially all about this card. I mean, you know, if you think of it, you're paying white, black, green for a 4/5 trample. And then, you know, the only drawback is that you're required to spend an additional mana to cast your opponent loses 3 and you gain 3, right? And, you know, essentially for not even the cost of the card. I mean, it's essentially...
You're getting great deals on both of those.
Exactly. I mean, like, think about what a 4-mana, 4/5 trample haste that gains you 3 life would cost. I mean, that's unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
And that's basically what this is.
Yeah, that's 6/7 mana, and it's, you know, easy.
Yeah, exactly. And the losing 3 life is almost like haste. You know, it's 3 damage instead of 4 damage immediately, but your opponent also can't block it, can't kill it, can't do anything. So, I mean, this card is pushed to the extreme. Really one of the reasons to be in this color combination in the first place. And I think, you know, we have not seen any Abzan deck, at least in the feature match area, probably at the entire tournament, that doesn't play 4 copies of Siege Rhino.
Now, on the other side, we have Andre Strosky, and he decided to go for a Jeskai build. And, you know, there is a arguably equally good creature on the other side in Mantis Rider. And, you know, Mantis Rider is sort of the Jeskai Siege Rhino, or maybe the other way around.
I mean, a card that we've seen, you know, all play in Modern, even fairly recently, is Lightning Angel, which is 4 mana for a 3/4 flying Vigilance Haste. So you get 1 mana less.
Which is a lot.
Which is a huge amount. That's casting this on turn 3 instead of turn 4. And the only drawback is a single point of toughness.
Right.
And, you know, that's a card that's seen play in a ton of different formats, not just standard. So Mantis Rider, another card that, you know, when you open it in the booster pack, you realize, okay, this is an incentive to be Jeskai.
Right. And you mentioned it, too, about cards being pushed. And what you were talking about was through the development process in R&D, right? Where sometimes it's like, you know, let's bump this one up. Let's turn the knobs on this one up even a little higher, and that's what they did here too.
Right. One of the things you have to do, I mean, Standard before Khans of Tarkir hit was very much about powerful monocolored decks exploiting the devotion strategies from Theros block. Now, some of that was because of Mutavault, some of that was because of the cards. But when you're saying, okay, the format's not going to be about single color strategies, but it's instead going to be about 3 color tribes, you know, you've got to provide some incentive to get players to want to be able to do that, to get excited about playing these risky mana bases in this totally new format. So you need cards that are just loud and clear saying, play Jeskai, play Abzan. And that's what these are doing.
And is it, you know, the vibe I always get when I talk to people, the people that work in R&D, and you had a long stint in there as well as a developer, is that, you know, there's some freedom on your end too when you get handed a card like, well, we need a 3-color rare that's Jeskai, right? Like you can push it with 3 colors, right? I mean, there's a lot of freedom gained on the development end by having triple color.
Well, exactly. I mean, we saw that with Shards of Alara coming out, and there were so many cards in that format, you know, everything from Esper Charm to Woolly Thoctor, that were cards that you're saying, okay, like, you know, 3 mana, 5/4. All right, like, you don't just get that by paying colorless. But when you're in a wedge, as you're calling it, or a shard, as they were called then, that basically means that your mana, you know, in exchange for bending over backwards to cast the card in the first place, you get really rewarded once it's on the battlefield. I mean, one of the multicolored sets are really, really popular and really powerful sets. The appeal of multicolor is clearly not that it's like, oh yes, I'm excited. It's harder to cast my spells.
Right.
Yeah, that's obviously not what's going on. What's exciting is the payoff you get from being willing to jump through that hoop. And cards like Siege Rhino, cards like Manus Rider are that payoff. And that's why they're seeing play in the top 8 today, as players were able to figure out how to exploit those opportunities.
Right. So those are kind of the juicy center of these decks that we see here in our second quarterfinal, third game of it. But there's a whole lot going on around them as well, with sideboarding and jockeying for position and seeing, you know, who brought in what. It looks like Strosky's going to take a mulligan here, and Saporito's kept his hand. He's going to be on the play for this game is Saporito, as he was able to really dominate the first game of this match with Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino after Siege Rhino, putting Strosky, who had a decent draw himself, just never really in the game. In the second game, though, the table was flipped, where Strosky all of a sudden had a Seeker of the Way into a Mantis Rider and was able to back that up with multiple burn spells and counter spells, and just had a draw that, even though it looked like Saporito had a lot of tools to work with and a lot of options, just none of them mattered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in Strassi just able to just neutralize every single threat that Saporito had before Saporito was able to even get it on the battlefield.
Right. Now we're talking about draw versus play here as well, Zach, where, you know, the player who was on the play won both of the games, so far. Is that extra important here, or is it just happen to be that way?
I think it's pretty important. I mean, there's these huge tempo swings every single turn. You're attacking not for, you know, 1 damage here, 2 damage here. You're not sitting around drawing cards. You're smashing in for 3 and 4 damage at a time. Being able to get first blood, I think, just vital.
Okay, looks like the players, I think they've actually just started playing here, so we'll jump back down to our feature match for Game 3 here. This is to make it into the semifinals.
Something I'm excited about is just to see how Strosky's board plan on the draw is or is not different. I mean, he was saying it was a pretty radical change. We're going to have to see how effective that is.
I'm curious. All right, so let's see. All right, well, there's not going to be a 2-drop for Strosky this time, as he's played 2 enters the battlefield tapped lands back-to-back. This one, Temple of Epiphany, at least is going to get him a scry. Mystic Monastery doesn't, but it does open up basically him being able to cast anything he wants down the stretch. Now let's take a look at Saporito's hand. He's got a pair of Lands of Thoughtseize and a pair of Courser of Krufix, so pretty good. You know, not super assertive here, but he is going to start grinding away advantage with these coursers.
Yeah, and I mean, having a courser on...
Jeez,
wow.
Is it just... Like, does he just do that? Is that how that works? Do those 2 cards come together? Every single time he's flipped up for Courser, there's been a Siege Rhino sitting on top of his library.
That is a reason to play the deck, and I guess he does have 4 copies of it. But I mean, let's not understate the importance of Courser of Krufix here too. I mean, when you have that card on the battlefield, it's not getting threatened or opposed. It's going to draw you several cards over the course of the match, provide some light pressure and defense, and also just pad your life total.
All right, so Saporito fires off the Thoughtseize here, and he's going to start jotting down what's in Strosky's hand, which looks like Strand Strike, Suspension Field, Banishing Light, Manus Rider, Stoke. So we do see both Banishing Light and Suspension Field here, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like his plan of, you know, sideboard those out, one on the play and keep him in on the draw, or vice versa. I mean, either way, it looks like he's just saying, look, these cards are too important. I can't take them out. I mean, and that makes sense. He essentially has 2 mana, 3 mana, kill anything his opponent casts. It's hard to pass up that opportunity.
Especially because, you know, his deck actually is set up to capitalize on the fact that, yes, you might get this back later, but if you don't in the next turn or 2, then it won't matter anyway.
Exactly.
All right, so it looks like Suspension Field is what Saporito took with his Thoughtseize. He's got 3 cards left in his hand as he passes the turn back to Strosky. Hasn't played a land yet for the turn.
And one of the
Hasn't
cards
played a spell yet in the game either.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of playing the waiting game. He's got that Bile Blight for the Manus Rider, which is just so important because I think that Strosky, if he's unable to provide pressure, he's got these answers, but, cards like Lightning Strike just not very efficient. I mean, they're going to the Dome. They can deal with a Fleecemane Lion, sort of, but I have to expect that every single turn the game drags on, it just gets better and better for Saporito. Because of all these, burn spells are just not terribly efficient because of the possibility that Saporito can blow up Banishing Light and Suspension Field.
All right, Jeskai Charm to put your Courser back on top of your library. So a big tempo play from Strosky, but this is the type of play that you want to have when you have a threat on the board already, and he doesn't. So he's, just sort of putting a delay here on Saporito, who is just going to replay and replay. And this also, of course, keeps that Siege Rhino safely on top of the library there for Strosky. Maybe gives him another chance to try to find an answer for it.
Yeah, it definitely gives him the opportunity to draw Disdainful Stroke. We see Stoke the Flames hitting the Courser, but that means the Manus Rider is not ticking down at Saporito's life total, and it just makes it easier for Saporito to keep open those 2 black mana for Bile Blight, which prevents Manus Rider from even hitting him once. I mean, it's possible that Strosky's just said, okay, there's some plan wherein I can be the control deck, try to answer everything before it matters.
So is that another Siege Rhino now? Because it looks like Saporito
Yeah,
decided to play the Courser instead of the Siege Rhino that he drew for the turn. And Manus Rider hits the battlefield, gets immediately Bile Blighted.
I think it's the same Siege Rhino because it was on top of the deck, but then Courser got put on top for Jeskai Charm.
Yeah, but he had a second Courser. See, there's one in the graveyard. He's got 2 Siege Rhinos in his hand now, so I think that was the second one.
Okay.
Anyway, one of them's on the battlefield now with a friend to join soon, and it looks like Andre might just get overran here unless he has some type of sweeper or big play to get himself back in it. He's tried to play the control route through the course of this game, but with no pressure on Tiago's life total, it's just not working out for him as he's falling further and further behind.
Well, clears the board, but there's more to the equation than that.
Indeed. So Suspension Field plus Banishing Light says, well, you've got 1 creature left, but there's the Siege Rhino, the second one there for Tiago. And he immediately has a threat again. So what can Andre do to find his way out of this mess? Maybe find just another answer for Siege Rhino and hope that Tiago doesn't have anything left in the tank. But I think he's just passed the turn back. He did. Yep. Tiago attacks in with Siege Rhino.
Oh, my goodness.
And what has he drawn for the turn? A Wingmate Rock. Wow. So there's 6 more power, more life gain on the way. He's already at 26, and Andre Strosky is woefully behind here. Strosky gives a little bit of a smirk and just has to extend the hand. A great match, and Tiago Saporito is our second semifinalist here at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir, advancing past Andre Strosky, who is going to have to settle for a quarterfinal loss here in his first Pro Tour top 8 at only 19 years old, I might add.
Yeah, I mean, having a Pro Tour top 8 at 19 is not bad. But, I mean, the thing I'm thinking about that game is we talked a lot about Siege Rhino, but Wingmate Rock,
Wingmate
no
Rock,
either.
That thing is just the thunder. I mean, it comes down, and we saw it there, and I mean, you look at it, and it's like that thing eats Manus Riders. It deals 6. It gains him 2 to 3 life on an attack, and it's just the raw power. I mean, look, the cards, it's not that fancy, right? Like you look at it, it's not like, well, look at these clever. It's just like, bang, deal with this. Here's 2 of them.
Well, exactly. Yeah, there's so much in the set that is about these, clans. That's about these wedge pairs. But you've got to have some cards that are just good to cast. It showcases the raid mechanic, and it's not that hard to turn on. I mean, in just 6 power, 8 toughness, split over 2 cards with an additional ability for only 5 mana. I mean, that's going to be good any way you cut it. And,
I mean, it's pretty tough for Strosky to win if his opponent plays Siege Rhino, Wingmate Rock with Raid, right? I mean, that's just going to be a sequence that's going to be really tough to beat for anybody.
When we saw, I mean, again, Strosky had the answers. He had 4 Hushwing Gryphs, but he just never drew any of them. I mean, that stops Siege Rhino. It stops Wingmate Rock. But when you don't draw it, can't stop it.
Yeah, I
So
think he was the only one. I mean, he's the only one that I saw running that card out in the field as well. Hushwing Griff.
I heard people talking about it as a sideboard card. It's
Yeah.
kind of a 2 of or a 3 of, but definitely not 4 in the main deck.
All right, so we've got 2 more quarterfinal matches to bring you and to prep you for them. I have Rich Hagan over at the news desk.
Thank you so much to Marshall Sutcliffe and to Zach Hill. 2 quarterfinals gone, 2 still to come. But the story of the day so far, Luis, is certainly Abzan mid-range.
Yeah, it's crushed its 2 matches pretty convincingly so far, and I think we might see that again in the third.
Interesting. Well, why don't we take a look at the bracket, show you what's already happened and what is coming your way here as we wind down the morning in Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, our top 8. The bracket looks like this. Ari Lax, we began by defeating Yuya Watanabe 2-0. That was Abzan mid-range over Jeskai Wins. Then our second quarterfinal, well, that's the one that's just finished. Thiago Saporito of Brazil with his Abzan mid-range deck over Andre Strasky. We did see, in fairness, Luis, Jeskai Wins do one sort of splurge of goodness in the middle game, but nonetheless, no way back for him. So Thiago Saporito and Ari Lax, it'll be an Abzan mid-range mirror. And coming up next, even flop Mike Sigris. We'll get into that in just a moment. But Luis, Lax, Saporito, how close are those 2 decks, the Abzan mid-range?
They're pretty close. Basically, Saporito has 4 Fleeceman lines and 4 Wingmate Rocks, whereas Ari has 0 Fleeceman lines, 2 Wingmate Rocks, and then Elspeth's and Ajani, Mentor of Heroes.
All right, so that's coming up after lunch, but we have the top half of the bracket coming your way, which means we're going to turn our attention to Mike Sigrist against Even Flock. So why don't we take a look at Mike Sigrist from the United States playing in his first Pro Tour top 8. Let's take a look at him right now. From team face-to-face games, he led the field 8-0 overnight, and then comfortably, he really never looked in trouble in the Swiss rounds. Always looked like he was going to make it into the top 8. He has, of course, done so. At age 31, his first Pro Tour top 8. That $12,000 is going to look an awful lot bigger after this event, and Silver Pro could turn literally overnight into Platinum Pro, because that's part of the prize for winning this event. 64 lifetime pro points, his 14th Pro Tour here, and great Grand Prix results in the past year. Winner of Washington, D.C., 3rd place at Richmond. All right, Luis, it's Abzan once again, but this is not really the same deck as Saporito and Lax. Let's take a look.
Yeah, this is the smallest version of Abzan. It's the most aggressive version with, you see Rakshasa, Death Dealer, and even Heir to the Wilds. So you're looking at a lot of 2-drops and a lot of 3-drops, 3 NFNs, 4 Herald of Torment, which is actually, I was talking to him and Dave Shields in the beginning, and he said that was one of the best cards in his deck, especially in the Abzan Mirror.
Yeah, it's sometimes, we always get carried away with the hype of a new set and particular mechanics that we think are going to come to the fore, and it turns out that we might be bestowing our way to glory. So remember when that was a thing? So we've also got 3 Sorin Solemn Visitor, which we've already seen do great work for Ari Lax. That thing is super tough to deal with. And of course, the 4 Siege Rhino. People that came into the event talking, Luis, about Sylvan Caryatid and Courser of Crufix as pillars of the format. Are we almost going to conflate those 2 into this one card now of Siege Rhino as the poster card for Standard moving forward?
Siege Rhino is certainly maybe the highest impact card from the new set, and it does so many different things. Like, you see it as a kind of a bridge in Ari and Thiago's deck where it's trying to get you to your Elspeth and Wingmate Rocks, whereas in Sigrist's deck, it's just the top end of his curve and the most heavy-hitting card.
Right, and so we've already got our opponent in trouble is the goal. We've got our Fleece main line out. We've got maybe our Heir of the Wilds and so on, and then, oh, and by the way, this 3-point life swing is potentially even going to kill you almost. By that, but not quite on turn 4.
Yeah, this is the deck that wants to deal the 3, not gain the 3 as much. Whereas the other decks very much want to gain the 3.
Yeah, and incidentally, I'll lightning bolt you, as it were. All right, so that's Mike Sigrist's deck. Well, we have a guest over at the Easy Chairs. Marshall Sutcliffe has come out of the booth to talk to our latest guest, and I'm delighted to welcome to the studio set, Heather Sigrist.
Hey guys, welcome to the Easy Chair. So I am here with Heather Sigrist now. Do you call him Siggy?
No.
No, of course you don't. Mike Sigrist's wife, of course. Welcome. We're happy to have you here. And we just wanted to get a quick chat with you about what this week was like. So have you been here the whole week with Mike?
Yes. Yes.
And So were you play testing? Like, how did that go?
So we would go to breakfast in the morning, and then I would drop him off at the house that he was at to play test, and then
Jeez, you are supportive.
yeah, yeah. And a few times I brought them dinner and you know, coffees here and there, that sort of thing.
So what's the plan for the rest of the week? I mean, you got to be just begging to get him out of there so you can go spend some quality time with the lover boy there.
Actually, I enjoy being at these tournaments, but we are looking forward to going to Maui on Tuesday.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, so we'll be doing some relaxing, and that'll be really great.
And so you're going to go chill after that, especially after the whirlwind that this weekend's turned out to be. What's it been like from your side? I mean, everybody knows we get a chance to talk to the players a lot,
Right.
but it's hard to see, you know, a little bit of a different perspective, somebody who is rooting so hard, you know,
Right.
for, in this case, your husband to do well.
Right. I mean, I'm very, very supportive of him, and I want nothing, you know, more than for him to win this tournament.
Do you
so.
get nervous?
Yes. Yes.
Like, is it stressful
yes.
for you when you're watching?
Yes, I get a lot of anxiety watching the matches, so sometimes I have to look away, and yeah.
How much do you know about Magic? Like, are you a Magic player yourself?
No, actually, I keep telling him that he needs to teach me so I can understand a little bit better what's going on. But I mean, I understand how the game works, and so if I see it on the screen and kind of where the points are at, I understand who's winning, who's not. But as far as the overall standing, how the decks are working, I usually turn to his friends to tell me.
And they'll explain what's going on?
Yes.
Do you look for the handshake? Is that the big sign?
Well, I feel like at the end of every match, whether he loses or wins, he'll shake somebody's hand.
They always end up shaking hands, but it doesn't tell you necessarily.
No. So I never know.
Now, speaking of being taught to play Magic, I was chatting with you a little bit earlier
Yeah.
about Mike's mother.
Yes.
Tell us about his mom.
So she's very, very supportive of him. When he was a child, she did learn how to play just so that she could play with him.
That's incredible.
And yeah, she's very, very supportive. She's been watching all the live coverage and just wants him to, you know, excel. And
So she watches from home.
Yes.
She learned to play so that she could play with him when he
Yes.
was young.
Yes.
And now he has put himself in a position to be at the top of the game here, maybe even win a pro tour, at least
Yes.
has already made the top 8, which is already a massive accomplishment. She must be having a great time at home.
She's very excited.
Is she
very
like
proud.
calling you every minute or?
Yes. We constantly text, you know, just so she can get an update of, you know, how he's doing, and yeah.
Okay. Well, Heather, thanks a lot for taking the time to give us a little bit of a different perspective than we see normally, and we'll let you get out there to root for Siggy.
Thank you.
All right, let's hand it back to the news desk where Rich Hagan awaits.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and to Heather Sigrist. Best of luck to her and to husband Mike. Hope you're rooting at home, Mum. Meanwhile, the players are just about ready. Zach, give us one line about Even Flock playing blue-black control, looking for back-to-back Pro Tour titles. What does the control mage have to do to stem the Abzan tide?
I think it needs to cast a discard spell on turn 1 to deal with the 2-drop, and then I think it needs to draw Silence the Believers to deal with everything else.
All right, good answer. It is time for our third quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Will it be Abzan? Will it be blue-black control? Sigrist, Flock, right now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Randy Buehler through the rest of the quarterfinals. And we are getting ready to watch Mike Sigrist versus Pro Tour champion Even Flock. Let's send it down to the floor and watch these two guys slug it out. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third quarterfinal of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am Brian David Marshall. I am joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching Pro Tour champion Even Flock playing against longtime New England pro Mike Sigrist, playing in his first top 8 after a long Magic career.
Yeah, absolutely. Grand Prix champion Mike Sigrist. You'll have to long time pro him.
Yeah, that's right. We get to retire that for him now. Well, now he's a top 8 competitor. What's the matchup here, and what are we looking for?
This is control versus beatdown. I mean, we've been playing this matchup out for 20 years. The control deck's maybe at a historical low tide, though, and I really like Sigrist's aggro deck. That said, Sigrist did have to mulligan down to 6, and his draw's not awesome. 4 lands. He does have a 2-drop, but not. He's going to need to draw some pressure to follow that up with.
That Hero's Downfall is more or less a blank in his hand. It's one of the cards he was really worried about drawing. This is actually a double mulligan for him.
Yeah, that's a great point. The only creatures that even Flock is playing are Prognostic Sphinx. You know, Sigrist is set up expecting to run into green decks. You know, his Heir of the Wild is good at attacking through Coursers and Caryatids with that Death Touch ability. Here it's just a Grizzly Bear, and I don't even think it's going to survive to get cast on turn 2.
No, it's going to get taken by this Thoughtseize. This is the last thing Mike Sigrist wanted to see after the mulligan, after having to keep a hand that has essentially a blank card. So this is now a triple mulligan for Sigrist.
Crazy. Now, Ivan Flock, you say Pro Tour champion Ivan Flock, reigning Pro Tour champion,
absolutely.
He's trying to be the second player in the history of Magic to win back-to-back Pro Tours. Kai Buddha did do it once back in the day, although Ivan's actually trying to be the first guy ever to win back-to-back individual Pro Tours. One of Kai's was a team Pro Tour.
Right. And it's also worth pointing out, Ivan Flock doing it in the face of everybody in the universe saying Control is dead.
It's a true story. I don't think he's in love with this Control deck. Oh, what do we got?
Oh,
wow.
my gosh.
Despise
gets the freshly ripped Sorin.
So these guys were actually chatting at the, last night after the top 8 announcement. The top 8 players all get together and they're, filling out info sheets and whatnot. And the guys were saying to Ivan, dude, it's not fair to win 2 in a row. Like, you got to give one of the rest of us win one, right? And Ivan looks up, he's like, I can't win 2 in a row with this deck. Not with this deck.
He's definitely been talking down the deck.
Right, right.
Throughout the event.
It's a very European attitude. You talk to Americans, they all say their deck is amazing. You talk to Europeans, they all say their deck is terrible.
Mike Sigrist now holding an Abzan Charm to go this Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, it's not bad. Probably chooses the Draw 2 mode.
I think that's what we're going to see here. Certainly, life is plentiful in this matchup.
And the odds of being able to exile a target creature with power 3 or greater are approximately 0. You might get to point 1 at a Prognostic Sphinx, but it's very unlikely to resolve.
So instant speed, Sign in Blood resolves.
Yeah. See if he draws any gas.
It looks like he drew a Fleece Mane Lion.
It's funny, you'd normally think Siege Rhino was the card to draw, but there's Disdainful Stroke Mana on the other side. So Rakshasa Death Dealer
Actually,
is
Rakshasa Death Dealer is a card that even Flock told me he is very, very worried about in this matchup.
Sure.
He said what he's really hoping for is that his opponent is going to, flood out over the course of a long game. And the Rakshasa Death Dealer just gives him this
something to
really
do with
frustrating thing to be continually doing throughout the game. So that Abzan Charm looks like it was fantastic for Mike Sigrist.
Yeah.
Plays a Fleece Mane Lion, plays the Rakshasa Death Dealer.
Flock's hand is not well equipped to deal with this. He's got no ability to kill a creature. He's got a Prognostic Sphinx, but because both of the activated abilities on both those creatures at 3/5 doesn't match up all that well against either of them.
Yeah, but he starts to get pawing at the top of his deck.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
things
and
get
it can
out of
hold
hand.
off the Fleece Mane. Hold off the Rakshasa a little bit.
And in comes the team. Mike Sigrist just looks at him.
Feels a lot better than he did 4 times ago, that's for sure.
Remember, he mulliganed to open this game. He has a dead card stuck in his hand, although not entirely dead, right? I mean, it becomes tap target Prognostic Sphinx.
Right.
Discard a card. We may just see him use that here like that.
A lot of the blue-black control lists that we saw, the Team Pantheon version ran Perilous Vault in order to sweep the board. Right. Ivan Flock does not have Perilous Vault.
Right. So Fleece Mane Lion goes monstrous at the end of the turn. Clear window with the Prognostic Sphinx resolved.
Yeah, so ways to sweep the board in Ivan Flock's deck are things like Silence the Believers with paying the Strive cost. He does have a couple of Drown in Sorrows, but there's no Supreme Verdict replacement. There's no sweeper like a control deck would typically have.
Right. We saw Greg Orange going Esper to accommodate end hostilities, but that's not something even Flock was willing to do.
Right. Yeah, and then Pantheon went Perilous Vault.
So Fleecemane Lion gets blocked by the Prognostic Sphinx. And it looks like the Rakshasa Death Dealer is going to start dealing some damage. Pumps once. And even Flock is at 9.
Yeah, he's pretty hard.
He's got mana to regenerate his Death Dealer twice. I believe there's an Urborg in play, so everything's a swamp.
Sure. I mean, you talk about the people thinking Control's not good in this field. The reason Control actually did all right, you know, Owen Turtenwald almost made top 8, Yvonne did make top 8, is that they could feast on a steady diet of mid-range decks.
Right.
Sigrist is Obzon, but he's not mid-range.
No, he's not at all. He is Obzon aggro. He tops out at Siege Rhino. There's a second Prognostic Sphinx.
That's not nothing.
No.
Yeah, Sigrist, no coursers, no caryatids. Definitely a very different take on the Obzon deck than what we've seen in the last 2 rounds.
3 cards. 3, Flock 10, Sigrist 17.
Wow, now what does the 2 Prognostic Sphinxes do?
Block.
Yeah, I mean, they can double block and kill Fleecemane. They can double block.
Fleecemane's indestructible
Oh,
here.
indestructible, sorry. One can still bounce off the Fleecemane. If they double block Rakshasa, it can still regenerate. Yeah, these are still bounces, right? He can threaten he could put lethal damage in front of
He
the
can
Death
pump
Dealer, but
Rakshasa twice and regenerate. He could also pump Rakshasa 3 times.
does he have the 3rd green mana to pump 3 times? I mean, the Urborg means that Plains
Right.
is actually relevant. Normally, the Plains would prevent you from...
It looks like he only has the 2 green sources.
But still, the fact that it can regenerate means you've got one creature's indestructible, the other one regenerates. He's not going to lose any creature combats here. All right.
He's content to just drop Flock to 6 life here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Remember, he has the ability to tap one of these by casting the
End
Hero's
step.
Downfall at the end step. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why he didn't pump a second time. Wanted to leave up the Hero's Downfall mana.
And also leaving up
Regeneration.
regeneration mana. Flock goes to 7 from a Dismal Backwater.
Man, if Sigrist can win this game with the start that he had, jeez.
This was as bad a start as we've seen. But you look. This is where you look at the hand that Flock has. He's got 2 Disdainful Strokes. That card is not good against Sigrist.
That's a great point. It's good against all the other Obzon decks, but not the aggro one. Not the aggro one.
And Flock is in that weird position. He's got a Prognostic Sphinx that's neither attacking or blocking, which is the worst place to be in all of Magic.
The Dismal Backwater got Flock up to 7, so Sigrist can't quite kill him this turn. Settle for putting him at 3.
I'm afraid Prognostic Sphinx is going to have to step up to the plate soon.
Gonna have to fight a
Gonna
Death
have
Dealer.
to get its wings dirty. Dig through time for even Flock. So he's got 3 cards in his yard that he can use. So that's going to cost him 5 mana to cast. That'll leave him 2 mana up.
What is he even digging to, though? There's no... I guess Silence of the Believers does deal with the Death Dealer. The fact that it exiles trumps the regeneration ability.
But I don't think he has enough mana to dig to it and cast it. Not this turn. Oh, actually, sorry, he has a land in hand, so he'll have 3 mana up at the end of...
Still not enough for Silence.
And now we are going to see Hero's Downfall.
Which still can't be Disdainful Stroke. He hasn't cast a 4-mana spell the whole game, has he?
And there's another Hero's Downfall in hand for Mike Sigrist. So one of the Prognostic Sphinx gets hexproof, but it's tapped.
Both his creatures are lethal.
Here's the other Hero's Downfall, the dead card in this matchup.
Only almost dead.
It's comatose, right? It's a comatose card in this matchup.
Not dead yet.
Okay, so that gives Ivan some room for his, some additional mana for his
Sigurds has the pause to
deep dig through time. I love that look on his face. Like, okay. So, yep, dig through time, pays 3 mana, exiles his library, says, okay, deck, what have you got for me? What burly protectors await me in the top 7 cards of my library?
There's a silence. But the Fleece Mane's lethal. Fleece Mane is not only indestructible, it's also hexproof. It's kind of a problem. Yvonne scoops him up.
He's like, will you attack with both your creatures? You will, huh? Okay.
All right, fine. You got me.
Wow. That was amazing. Mike Sigurds takes game 1. I had a chance to talk to both of these guys about their sideboard plans.
Awesome.
And so, they both had some pretty strong opinions. Let's hear what they each had to say about how they were going to prepare for game 2 of this matchup. Very big sideboard with lots of singles and doubles and 3 clever impersonators. What's the plan here for game 2?
Well, the plan is trade 1 for 1 as long as I can, and be hopeful that I can get into late game and then eventually win the match. And for that, I'll sideboard in Silence the Believers, Thoughtseize, and for the Bubblight, and I'll side out 2 Darwin Sorrow and 1 Disdainful Stroke, because counter spells are not very good against his version of Abzan. He has like Global Curve, so that's not great for me, and yeah, that's pretty much the plan. Maybe I'll think about clever impersonators, but they're probably not good versus this Abzan. They're good against normal Abzan because they have like bigger cards, some planeswalkers and such, but his version is like cheaper creatures and not good to copy.
Okay. Do you like your matchup better or worse after sideboarding?
I think it's about the same. It will not change much.
Okay. Well, good luck the rest of the match. Thank you. All right, Mike, we got your sideboard on the wall behind us. Tell me what you're going to be doing after game 1 here to shore up this matchup.
Well, I have a lot of dead cards against his deck. Like, here's Downfall and Ulcerate. They don't really do much, so I want to bring in any of the threats that I can and try to just deploy a threat. So I have Whip, Wingmate Rocks, and Ajani that'll come in to apply more pressure to him. I will bring in a Despise to get his Sphinxes, and I believe he'll be bringing in the 6/7 Pearl Lake Ancient, I believe it's called. And Sphinx is a really important card in the matchup, so I want to make sure I can take care of it before it gets down.
How do you feel? Does your matchup improve after sideboarding, or does it get?
Yeah, the dead cards are the biggest liability game 1. If I draw too many of them, then he can 1-for-1 me down the chain, and we'll just run out of gas, and he can take over from there with a Sphinx. So I want to make sure that post board I shore that up.
Awesome. All right. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you. All right. Well, there you have it. Mike Sigurds says, I've got dead cards game 1, but those dead cards actually. Like we said, comatose cards, right? They had some, there was still a little bit of life in them. He was able to tap the Prognostic Sphinxes and get through for lethal. But, he likes his matchup much more after sideboard. How do you feel about this, the way this plays out after these guys get to work on their deck, Randy?
I think control is dead. I don't think these blue-black decks are very good. I haven't seen them win yet. I mean, I think they won a match on camera yesterday.
Oh, I forgot about the curse of the feature match area for control.
They went literally 0-7 in the feature match area. And then, Owen won a feature match yesterday, but he also lost playing for top 8 in the last round. So, it did not have a good performance on camera at all. Every time I look at it, it just looks too slow and too clunky. It's a testament to Flock that he managed to get here. He's obviously a great player, and that whole team, Cabin Crew, have we talked about them enough? They just keep putting up top 8s. Clearly one of the better teams in the game right now. Anyway, yeah, and not only do I think the blue-black deck is kind of mediocre, but, the matchup is also bad.
All right, well, these players are looking at their hands here for game 2. And the decision is on even Flock. He says, nope, can't do it. Winces, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, Cabin Crew may have put 2 in the top 8, but they may not have any in the semis.
Now, Mike
Strofsky's already lost.
Sigrist is also going back.
Oh, 6 apiece.
Yeah, 6
Which
apiece.
which favors the beatdown deck. I mean, beatdown versus control.
Sure.
If you're both going to mulligan, it's just the beatdown deck
Right.
is
Well, I mean,
better off.
It's conceivable that Mike Sigrist could win a game on 2 or 3 mana. It is absolutely not possible for even Flock to do that.
Totally true. Could also see our 3rd consecutive Obzon deck moving into the semis.
Wow. So
Yeah.
if you're
Guild came to
wondering
play.
what the face of Standard was going to look like after this event, it's going to have a giant rhino horn on it
Exactly.
and a pair of rock wings.
Yeah, although does Sigrist doesn't play the rock, right?
He
So
has
he's
the
got
rock.
Siege
He has
Rhino.
the rock in his sideboard.
Yeah, all right.
He has the rock in his sideboard. He brought them in this match in place of the Hero's Downfalls, but
Yeah,
you know.
it's clearly the Rhino's the poster child. Or
Yeah,
poster
absolutely.
animal. Yeah, Wingmate is in all 3 of these, so not all of the Obzon decks, not even all the Obzon mid-range decks in the field were running the Wingmate rock. That was one that people had different takes on. And you saw the 2 mid-range decks, one of them had 2 rocks, one of them had 4 rocks, and now here Siggy's got rocks in the board.
Right. When I interviewed Willie Adel about the deck, Willie Adel designed
That was a great interview.
the deck for Tiago. He said, look, Wingmate Rock is the answer mid-range players have been looking for Planeswalkers.
Yeah, Tiago's is the version with 4 main deck rocks.
He's like, it is so hard for a Planeswalker to just live through a Wingmate Rock and friend.
Sure. Yeah, and the Sorin, speaking of Planeswalkers, the Sorin that is in these Absalon mid-range decks is also spectacular. Although, again, Sorin is actually also in Sigrist's list.
All right. The decision is once again on Even Flock. Is this a 6-card hand he wants to play with? He's playing for his tournament life here. He's down a game. Oh, he's capped. They both capped. Polluted Delta, it looks like, for Flock. There you get a look at Flock's statistics.
Yeah, he's
just
up
under
over
30. Over 200 points now.
Closing in on 100 grand.
Closing in on 100 grand, yeah. He's 1 for 1 on his top 8s in terms of winning.
2 top 8s now on his resume.
Not shown there, world team champion.
Sure. That's 61.6% win percentage on the Pro Tour is really nice too.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player.
That's closing in on 400 matches too. That's a giant sample size.
There you get a look at Mike Sigrist. He's actually only a couple years older than Even Flock. 64 career pro points, just over $10,000. This is his first top 8. Has 3 Grand Prix top 8s, and of course that big win in Washington D.C. over Yuya Watanabe. So kind of a slow developing board here. Not as much action as we saw last time, but there you go.
Turn to
Rakasha,
Death Dealer.
Dealer.
It's pretty much exactly what Siggy wants to do.
Card Flock is very nervous about again. And you kind of saw why. I mean, that card
does a lot of damage.
It really blanked Prognostic Sphinx when Flock was on his heels in that match. But Flock does have some answers this time.
Oh, looks like he did bring in that Clever Impersonator. He didn't sound sure he was going to do that in the interview. And Hero's Downfall takes away the Death Dealer. And he has to do that main phase, of course, because Death Dealer has regeneration.
Yeah.
Don't want to let him untap.
Herald of Torment comes down. Nothing to bestow upon, but
this is
3/3 flyer.
This is how you can tell you're playing an aggro deck rather than a mid-range deck. Herald of Torment's job is to beat down. Flying, hugely relevant, important mechanic in this field, too.
And both players now have a Herald of Torment.
Funny.
Clever Impersonator comes down.
Oh, that's funny. Siggy doesn't really have much incentive to trade them off. Does he attack here? Does he just wait? I mean, he would attack to trigger raid on Wingmate Rock.
Yes, but that's a turn away.
Right. I mean, he can play. I assume he's going to play Sorin this turn. So he's going to go ahead and attack in.
And yep, they trade. Breaks a fetch land, looks at Windswept Heath. Drops to 17 life.
Assume this is going to be Sorin and make a vampire.
Yeah, that sounds about right. How did these guys actually sideboard? Did they give up all their secrets in the interviews? Or
Sigrist is -4 Heroes Downfall, -1 Ulcerate, so took out the dead cards you were talking about. Up at Demise, a Whip, 2 Wingmates, and an Ajani. That's pretty much exactly what he said on the video. Flock went -4 Disdainful Strokes. I think sitting on those 2 Disdainful Strokes in Game 1 showed him, he doesn't want to shave one. They're just all terrible because so much of Mike's deck is below 4 mana. And then took out the 2 Drowns, +1 Thoughtseize, +1 Silence, +3 Clever Impersonators, +1 Bioblight.
Sure. But with Whip and 2 Wingmate Rocks and an Ajani coming in,
Yeah,
suddenly
it's funny.
those Disdainful Strokes might have been a little better.
They got a lot better after sideboarding, but yeah, Flock was just, they were miserable for him in Game 1, so he turned him into Clever Impersonators.
There you see Sorin, Solemn Visitor. And he's going to just tick that down and make a 2/2 Black Vampire token.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much Sorin was going to get played. I mean, Sarkhan got all the buzz as the Planeswalker out of cons. But I think there's more Sorins in the top 8 for sure. I think Sorin has just had a bigger impact on the tournament. The lifelink ability is so powerful when you're in a race, especially versus the Jeskai deck. And then the fact that he can also just spit out creatures and they deal with the Sorin, but he's got a left of 2/2 flyer in play. This is a really good, solid Planeswalker.
Prognostic Sphinx comes down. You see even Flock tapping his Polluted Delta for black thanks to his Urborg.
Yep.
Doesn't have to sacrifice it.
And now Siggy would like to trigger the raid ability of Wingmate Rock, but now he's got an Ajani. He goes lifelink with Sorin. It's still only 3 power, so
Right, but he's
Prognostic Sphinx can eat the vampire, but this will trigger the raid ability.
Yeah,
of
that's
Wingmate
exactly
Rock.
what he's doing here.
I mean, he could, in theory, have played an Ajani and put counters onto the vampire, but he wants to get the Wingmates down first.
But even Flock takes it.
Huh.
Not willing to put his Sphinx
what
at
is
risk. And then there's Wingmate Rock and Wingman Rock.
Wingman Rock?
Wingman
I hadn't
Rock.
heard that one.
And then look
Speaking of Cons of Tarkir cards, this is a good one. This is not just the Bomb Rare in your sealed deck pool.
well, it is.
I mean, it is. It is probably the single best card to open in sealed deck. It's single color and insanely powerful. But I mean, it's a player. You're going to be playing against this guy in Constructed for a while.
I remember opening that card in a draft, one of the first drafts I did, and we're just like reading it and reading it. And like, how is this a real card?
Yeah, I had one in the first draft I ever did. We snuck onto the computers at the Community Cup pre-release. Pretty awesome.
So even Flock scries a card away. What is he? He's holding a Silence the Believers. And he's about a mana away from being able to take out 2 creatures with it.
Yeah, next turn he can get 2 guys if he spends 7 mana.
Silence the Believers is a card I thought I would see more of this weekend, but looks really good here. It lets him, really.
It's not as good as Perilous Vault.
No?
Perilous Vault would have been better here. I mean, Siggy obviously would have played the game differently if he was playing against a deck that had Perilous Vaults, but still. Now, Siggy's got to decide whether he wants to run out an Ajani.
Yeah, yes, he does.
Decides yes. And Yvonne can't do anything about it.
So either way, he's going to be ticking Ajani up. You have to assume he's putting counters on his creatures.
Yeah, he goes for all of them on the vampire. Turns it into a 5/5.
This one. Okay. Thanks.
So much life gain.
Yeah, triggers 3 life from the Wingmate Rock, and now there's, what, 11 power worth of life link. Sorry, 13 power worth of life linkers coming over as well. Not that Yvonne Flock's really worried about Mike's life total. I mean, once he gets control of the game, he's probably going to win it.
If he gets
control of the game. Hypothetically, should he somehow get control of the game. There's even a Siege Rhino, too. I don't know how Flock gets out of this.
He may just have to burn his Silence the Believers. I don't know if he can wait.
I mean, it's not a lethal attack, but...
Yeah. You got 23.
I have 22. I took 1 to cast them.
I mean, Sphinx blocks one of the rocks, right?
Yes.
That's a bounce. And then you take 9?
4, 10. Yeah, 10.
Oh, 10. Sure.
At 7, you gain 14.
You gain 14. But again, like you said, yeah, the life totals don't really matter for the control deck very much.
Right.
So he's going to scry. He's holding a Siege Rhino, so even has to be very careful with his life total here. All right,
Hero's
so
Downfall.
Hero's Downfall. He's got to land.
He doesn't have time for Hero's Downfall this turn. It seems
No.
like he's got to go land, silence the believers with Strive to kill 2 things.
Yes.
Prognostic Sphinx can then block the leftover Wingmate Rock.
Right, the
Presumably the token.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to live because Johnny will probably distribute some counters. I mean, Mike, when he's distributing counters, is going to have to be thinking about what that 7 mana could represent. Yeah, I mean, Flock has to hope that silence with Strive, killing 2 things, can help him stabilize. I'm not sure that it doesn't deal with either of the planeswalkers.
There's just an entire segment of the Magic population that is just sobbing right now. You know, the people who are, please, please show us a control deck that's going to do well. So he attacks with Prognostic Sphinx.
Okay. He knows that even his best line here, the Strive, paying the Strive on the Silence of Believers isn't good enough to actually win him the game. He's probably, and his Sphinx would probably be chump blocking because of the Johnny counters. So, yeah. He's going to start digging for answers and trying to soften off the Planeswalkers. He's willing to take 1 hit from 1 creature here.
But depending on how Siggy distributes these counters.
Can he get him, though?
He's
they're all going to get...
He's got the Siege Rhino.
Oh, he's got the
to
Siege
finish him
Rhino.
off.
You're right. The Siege Rhino is going to finish him off here.
So any creature that hits is at least 4 damage.
5 with Sorin.
Yeah, 5 with Sorin. There you go.
Yeah.
So basically, Flock's plan
Flock
is
didn't do anything
don't.
wrong.
No.
Yeah,
of
Flock has
course,
to
absolutely.
assume Ziggy's out of gas, do what he can, kill 2 creatures. He's willing to take this hit from this rock down to 2, but yeah, Siggy sees it. He sees it. What are you at? 2?
Sorry? Yes, I'm at 2. And you gain...
Okay. Okay.
There you go. Wow, Mike Sigrist.
Yeah, Ob's on aggro. He's like, I don't have time. I'm not going to durdle around with these Sylvan Caryatids and these Courses of Krufix. I've got Rakshasa Death Dealers.
Yes, sir.
I've got Heir of the Wild. I've got Fleecemane Lion. And I'm just going to come over and bash you. Bash you every turn.
He's not done bashing yet. He is through to the semifinals.
Wow, that was a very, very, we did a segment yesterday called Spell or Counter Spell.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is, do you want to play a creature deck, an aggro deck, a deck that's going to, or do you want to play a control deck? And that was a very compelling case for Spell. Just gonna say, Spell is looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a low ebb for Counterspell, I think, in Standard.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Well, I'm really curious to hear what the guys at the desk have to say about this. Let's send it back to them as we get ready for me, one of the matches I've been looking forward to most, the final quarterfinal match between Li Shitian and Sean McLaren. But in the meantime, let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much to Brian David Marshall and to Randy Buehler there. Well, I've been joined by Louis Scott Vargas and Zach Hill. We're going to get into our 4th quarterfinal in just a little bit. But first, what about a post-mortem on the Sigrist matchup that you've just seen? 2-0 to Sigrist. The control deck's gone. Can't bear it. But why don't we go over to the easy chairs, because in the company of Marshall Sutcliffe, we have Mr. Sam Pardee.
All right, so I've got Sam Pardee with me. Sam, thanks for taking a moment to chat with us here.
Thanks for having me.
So Mike Sigrist through to the semifinals, getting by that matchup. Did that go how you thought it would?
Yeah, it was pretty much how we expected. Game 1 looked a little rough at the beginning. We had the 2 heroes downfall, which Siggy was calling twiddle earlier because it just can tap a Prognostic Sphinx. But then the 2 drops, even when they show up late, they can just take over the game because they all have such powerful activated
So which
abilities.
of the two drops are you, or which two drops are you mentioning?
The Fleece Mane Lion and the Rakshasa Death Dealer both are really hard for the blue-black deck to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen him dump tons of mana into that Rakshasa Death Dealer and just get in for huge chunks.
Exactly, and once the Fleece Mane's monstrous, they don't have any way to deal with it. They just have to be blocking with a Sphinx or they're taking 4.
Right, which is not bad for you anyway, because
Yeah.
they're not scrying, they're not killing you. et cetera.
Exactly.
Now, one of the interesting interactions that we saw as well was one line that could be taken with Sorin, Solemn Visitor. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so in testing, we noticed that if you ultimate Sorin, which is the edict your opponent during their upkeep every turn, so they have to sacrifice a creature, the blue-black deck basically cannot win. They could maybe cast like all 4 of their Sphinxes in one turn, but that's pretty unlikely. Obviously, it takes 20 mana.
Right.
And it's just not going to happen. And so yeah, we noticed that even though normally you wouldn't think that effect is good against a control deck, in this matchup it's actually pretty strong.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so counterintuitive because you'd think, well, they're not running that many creatures. I don't really want that. But if they're not running that many creatures, it might just make it that
Yeah,
much
as it
better.
turns out, if they don't have any creatures, they can't win.
Right. All right, so Mike Sigrist is on. First of all, how happy are you for him? And then also, I want to hear a little bit about what his demeanor was like going into the quarters.
I mean, definitely ecstatic for him. You know, we all just, if we said if one of us could make the top 8, that's a successful Pro Tour. So here we go. Now you just got to win it.
So this is for the team for face-to-face
Absolutely,
games.
yeah.
Now, what about Mike's demeanor coming in? Was he super nervous? I mean, this is his first Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, he's been playing the game for a long time, so he was a little bit nervous.
He is a long-time player, Mike
He is
Sigrist.
a grizzled veteran, I believe. I've heard.
Yes.
He was a little bit nervous, but mostly pretty happy, pretty excited. He's generally kind of a nervous guy. Like he wanted to get here at 8:15 every morning before, even before he was 8:0. He wanted to be at the site at 8:15. So
he was
that
that
didn't really
guy in your
change.
group
Yeah, so
trying to
that
get the
basically
rest
was
of
the
you?
same as it was, today.
So he stuck with the one. Now, looking forward to the semifinal match for Mike. He doesn't know who he's playing yet,
Right.
but Sean McLaren and Li Shitian will be battling it out in our last quarterfinal to decide who he goes. Do you guys have a bit of a rooting interest, personalities aside, but in which deck he'd rather face?
I think we'd rather play against the combo deck. We played against it a lot in testing, and we have a fast clock, Thoughtseize as disruption, and then post-board we have a race, which is an additional good disruptive spell. So you can just kill them quickly. Their mana base deals them a lot of damage, and it makes the matchup pretty good, I think.
Right, because remember, this is the Abzan aggro deck. You guys are very assertive with this 3-color combo, as opposed to the mid-range decks that we've seen. What led you down the road of saying, let's be aggressive here?
Well, we felt like the mid-range Courser Caryatid version was like a pretty known quantity, and that a lot of people will be playing it, and it's pretty hard to get an edge. You can play like the Dune Blast that you see Ari Lax playing, but we kind of wanted to just get them dead. And we felt like also in this version, the games where you don't draw your Caryatid, or in the other version when you don't draw Caryatid, your deck's not very good. In this version, you have a lot more 2-drops, and they're good late. Death Dealer is a great turn 6 play.
Right. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that too. Now, what about if he does end up playing against Sean? I'm sure you guys did plenty of testing against this Jeskai deck as well.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup to prepare for because you don't really know. Sean's deck has, he has these aggressive cards like Rabble Master and Mantis Rider in the main deck, and then in the sideboard he could be bringing in End Hostilities and trying to control the game. He could be staying aggressive, so we have to, you have to figure out where he's going to fall on that spectrum.
So there's a lot of jockeying post-board about which direction he's going to go and how you want to
Yeah,
react.
Exactly, because we have to kind of figure out how we want to react to that.
Yeah, it's always that guessing game, right?
Yep.
And then when it comes to choosing a more aggressive build for this Abzan deck, for people at home, when you look at a mid-range deck, you like to think that post-board, the mid-range deck can kind of pivot to a more assertive role or maybe a little bit more controlling role. Do you still have that flexibility with the aggressive version?
Yeah, I think you do. You can cut your Heralds for Bile Blights and Drown in Sorrow, and the nice thing about Fleece Mane Lion being an insane card is that it's a 3/3. It doesn't die to Drown in Sorrow, so you can have these more controlling cards like that in your deck, and then you can just start to use the Abzan Charm to draw 2 cards, and and if you're drawing all removal, you just keep the game going longer until you find a threat that kills them.
By the way, I have to ask you about how good Abzan Charm's been, because we've seen Siege Rhino be, I asked Siggy when I had him in the chairs, I said, what's the best card in your deck? He said, Rhino.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the reason to play the deck. But I gotta say, Abzan Charm has been really impressive on camera throughout the weekend. Talk to us a little bit about how good that card is.
It's also another reason to be aggressive because you can just keep attacking with your creatures, and even if you don't have a charm in your hand, they can't really block because you can give your guy +2/+2, and that's kind of a blowout.
Yes.
So we were saying, like, even just this card existing makes the deck, makes the aggressive slant a little more powerful.
And we saw that in the last match when Siggy was able to attack with a 2 toughness creature into a prognostic sphinx.
Yeah, exactly.
And no blocks.
Yeah, I mean, if he blocks there and we have the charm, our guy's a 5/4, eats your Sphinx, and he has to spend a removal spell on it. It's great for us.
All right, Sam, thanks for taking the time to give us a little bit of behind the scenes of what's going on with Mike Sigrist, as he is our 3rd of 4 semifinalists. Let's send it back to the desk where Rich Hagan awaits.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and to Sam for giving us his insight into the Sigrist plan moving forward into the semis. Why don't we take a look at the bracket then? 3 of 4 quarterfinals are done, and we began the morning with Ari Lax winning 2-0 over Yuya Watanabe, and then Thiago Saporito, the 21-year-old Brazilian, over the 19-year-old Andre Strasky. That was 2-1, and now our 3rd quarterfinal in the books. Mike Sigrist advances there over Even Flock. The blue-black control deck didn't make it. Flock correctly identified that it was going to be weak on Sunday. So now we turn our attention to our 4th and final quarterfinal. It's Sean McLaren against Li Shichan of Hong Kong. So why don't we start by taking a look at the Hong Kong master, Li Shichan. He is going to be playing a Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck. There you see him, the number 16 ranked player in the world from Hong Kong, Team MTG Mint, in his late 20s, closing in on 50,000 earnings. That will go past that today. He is, of course, a Platinum Pro, his 3rd Pro Tour top 8 in just 19. That is utter world-class stats, 1 in every 6 or so. Great return. And his trophy cabinet contains the Grand Prix Birmingham 2008 edition. All right, well, it turns out we've got someone quite useful to talk about his combo Ascendancy deck, because Louis Scott Vargas, you played this deck, so why don't we take a look at Lee's list, and you can walk us through it nice and slowly, please.
All right, well, the most important card on the list is what it's named after. Having Jeskai Ascendancy in play is a must. And then besides that, you need a mana creature in play. Sylvan Caryatid is the best one of these because it's the least likely to die to your opponent's cards.
Because it's hexproof.
Right. And then you also have Kiro's Follower and Rattleclaw Mystic as substitutes. You need around 10 or 11 of these, and Lee's playing 11. Once you have those 2 cards in play, any spell you play generates 1 mana per mana creature you have in play, and gives you a free loot, draw 1, discard 1.
Okay.
So then let's say you were to cast a Dragon Mantle. Dragon Mantle essentially becomes 0 mana, draw 2, discard 1. Tormenting Voice, 1 mana, draw 3, discard 3, or rather draw 3, discard 2. And what that does is that fuels your graveyard, lets you see more cards, lets you cast a Dig Through Time, which then lets you, besides looting and only costing 1 essentially, lets you then look at the top 7, draw 2. The main goal is to ultimately end up casting Retraction Helix on one of your mana creatures, which means you can tap it to bounce any permanent at will.
Okay.
And then continually replay a 0 mana artifact, which he's got Briber's Purse in the deck. And so then once you have that, Briber's Purse, it lets you generate infinite loots, lets you draw and discard through your whole deck.
Mm-hmm.
You can then Twin Flame to get extra copies of mana creatures out.
Okay.
Essentially, you want to eventually find the Nissa Worldwaker, animate one of your lands, and then continually bouncing Briber's Purse or Dragon Mantle and replaying these cards makes the land infinite, arbitrarily large, and you attack with trample.
Arbitrarily large, and finally we hit them. Now, at this level, you're going to disappoint me here, I'm sure you are. We're not actually going to see it happen, or are we? Are we going to just see people scooping up their permanents when they understand what is about to occur?
Until Lee actually plays the kill, I would not expect McLaren to scoop. I mean, you're on the top 8 of a Pro Tour, there's no time constraints, let him have it.
So we may see quite a lot of, go on then, show me some more.
Exactly.
Right, I want to get in a little more to a skill set that is kind of lost a lot in Standard over the last few years, that of putting together a combo deck. You're part of a phenomenal team, but what is the skill set of the risk, in a way, of putting all your eggs, as it were, into the basket of combo and saying, what are the dangers of being an inbred test group where you're trying to find ways to beat the combo, you're trying to work out who else has got the combo as a list, or whether you have a better list than everyone else? What is the process with combo?
First, you have to have a combo that's worth going for. And in this case, it's a 3 to 4 card combo, but it's really a 2-card combo. It's really Sylvan Caryatid, Jeskai Ascendancy. Once you start at that base, the deck works very, very well. It doesn't need all the rest of the cards. Once you find a combo worth going for, you have to find how consistent is it to assemble it. Cards like Commune with the Gods and Dig Through Time are kind of what makes this deck work. And then once that happens, you kind of see how it does against everything else. The goldfishing it, playing against no opponent, is the best way to test it. You just need to see what average turn it kills on. If that turn is fast enough, then the deck might be good enough.
All right, so we think we have an idea of what's going on with Jeskai Ascendancy combo. We know that Jeskai's going to win this match. The question is whether Jeskai wins. So let's turn our attention to Sean McLaren, a Pro Tour champion in the last year. There you see him, 26 years old, 56,000 lifetime earnings, the Platinum Pro, 70 lifetime Pro points, and this is his 10th Pro Tour and already his second top 8. Like even Flock, who is now out, he won his first Pro Tour top 8. So he's undefeated on Sunday right now. Zach, why don't we take a look at Sean McLaren's list? This is what he is bringing to battle.
One of the important things to remember is this is exactly the kind of list that Sean McLaren likes to play. It's a blue-white-red deck that has, control elements. We see 4 copies of Dig Through Time to supplement a core that a lot of different people are playing. And yet the deck can have very aggressive starts with cards like Manus Rider, cards like Goblin Rabblemaster. Once those deal just a few points of damage, cards like Lightning Strike, Magma Jet, and of course Jeskai Charm and Stoke the Flames can put the game away very quickly. The cards that matter the most, I think, for this matchup are cards that not everybody has access to in this archetype. Anger of the Gods is tremendous here. It's one of the few ways to interact with Sylvan Caryatid, a card that Luis said mattered so much. And not only do you have 2 copies of that, you have 4 Dig Through Time to go find it. You also have Banishing Light in the main deck, which allows you to deal with Jeskai Ascendancy directly. Now, of course, if you're just doing this, your opponent can sit around and draw more cards and try to draw into more copies. But your Goblin Rabblemaster and your Manus Rider are putting enough pressure on him to be able to end the game once you cast those disruptive spells. So I think what McLaren's going to try to do is play a clock early on and try to find one of his ways to attack Li Shichan's mana creatures so that the combo doesn't come online soon enough to matter.
Luis, if you're sitting on the Li Shichan side of this matchup, how concerned are you by the speed of McLaren's potential clock?
The card you least want to see is Goblin Rabblemaster, because by itself it kills you in around 3 turns. Manus Rider you can ignore a little bit, but Rabblemaster, that's the one you got to worry about.
All right. Again, if you're in Lee's chair, are you favored, and if so, why?
I think game 1 Lee is slightly favored. His Goldfish, his kill condition is a little bit faster than McLaren's, and McLaren does not really have much disruption besides Anger of the Gods, as Zach pointed out. Post-board, it gets pretty ugly. I think McLaren's got a pretty significant edge post-board.
All right, well, why don't we take a look? The players are down in the feature match area. It's time for the 4th quarterfinal. Will it be Li Shichan of Hong Kong? Will it be Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion Sean McLaren? It's time to find out in our 4th quarterfinal.
Thanks a lot, Rich. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. Control players, I know you're sad. If you're looking for someone to root for, there's still a combo deck out there. Li Shichan, it's the last quarterfinal. Let's send it down to the floor. Let's see who's going to win. Jeskai wins with Sean McLaren or Li Shichan playing Jeskai Ascendancy combo. Hello and welcome to the final quarterfinal of Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are about to watch Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren playing in his 2nd Pro Tour top 8 with Jeskai wins, playing against Li Shichan, playing in his 3rd Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, he's got one per season the last 3 years.
This is the first time I think we're seeing him Sunday playing with Jeskai Ascendancy combo. Who do you like in this matchup, Randy? And what are the big things we got to look out for?
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with what LSV said, that I think Li Shichan is supposed to be favored in game 1, but he mulliganed, and this draw is not all that good. He's got the kill card in his hand, which is not what you want when you're playing a combo deck, and he's got no mana creatures. And, oh, by the way, no Jeskai's Ascendancy either. So kind of a weak draw here. Sean's draw on the other side is pretty good. He's got a Magma Jet to kill any potential mana creature. I mean, carried.
Non-carried mana creature.
Exactly. And he's got turn 3 Mantis Rider lined up. So whatever I may have thought before I saw the hands, I'm now on Team McLaren.
So the ticking clock will be on a McLaren side of the table here.
Yeah, not quite a Rabble Master, but I mean, Mantis Rider, especially followed up by a second Mantis Rider, can win the game relatively quickly. Now, we saw Li Shitian yesterday. Top of his deck loved him when he was playing for top 8 in the last round.
Oh my gosh, that was so amazing to watch. Yeah, I mean, he's just like kind of like almost like peering over the top of the table as he rips cards off the deck.
Yeah, so I mean, it's only the last point of life that matters. I mean, the combo deck can go off kind of out of nowhere, and if Lee's able to put together the cards that he needs, there's not a lot that Sean can do to disrupt him other than killing his mana creatures.
Right, Anger of the Gods is sorcery, you can't...
Right, once the combo's going off, it probably means it's going to keep going. Now, the combo can fizzle. This is not the most resilient combo deck in the history of combo decks. Certainly the standard version of this deck can be a little clunky.
I have to admit, I feel like the version of the deck we saw Guillaume Matignon discuss in the deck tech felt a little cleaner than this one.
That's the one that LSV played in the main event as well.
Yeah, this feels a little Rube Goldberg-y at times. You know, like
bit.
you have to like roll the bowling ball down the plank, you have to light the match to burn the rope, and then
yeah, I mean, Tormenting Voice, great card here to try to stitch this draw together. You know, that's his turn 2 play. He can discard 1, he can draw a couple. This also adds fuel to the fire for the dig through time that's in his hand. I mean, this is Li Shitian's plan here. Tormenting Voice is actually pretty solid here.
So he discards Dragon Mantle, and he gets to draw 2 cards. He already now has a Retraction Helix in hand, but can he find a mana creature?
And an Ascendancy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the draws where all 4 Ascendancies are in the bottom half of your deck, you basically can't win those games. I mean, there's 20% of the games with this deck that are essentially unwinnable because you can't access Jeskai's Ascendancy.
End of the turn, you see Sean McLaren just fire off the Magma Jet at Li Shitian.
Sure.
Says, you know what, I can be a burn deck. I'm going to burn you, but I'm also going to start looking for the right cards. I'm going to start scrying at the top of my deck.
It's almost like he knows what 18 divided by 3 is versus 20 divided by 3. Yeah. Hey, you talk about the clunky nature of Li Shiqian's deck. He admits, if you read his player profile, it's actually quite an interesting story where he didn't get to playtest quite as much as he might have liked. You know, did a lot of sort of theoretical building, you know, and built the deck in his head, which is something you were saying Sean McLaren does a lot of as well.
Sean McLaren was talking to me about his, you know, all these different players had big teams working. Mantis Rider comes down, bashes in for 3, drops Li Shiqian to 14. He said, you know, that he basically tested his quarterfinals and semifinals by visualizing how those matches would play out. He didn't actually play any games.
He's a playtest in my head guy?
He's a playtest in my head guy. He likened it to a basketball player visualizing the shot as he releases it from his hand.
Interesting.
He's an interesting guy.
Oh, yeah. And still a lone wolf.
Yes.
Has no team. He won the Pro Tour. I'm sure any number of teams would love to have added him to their roster. He's not interested. The thing that works for him is hanging out on Magic Online, getting a ton of reps there, you know, testing with his brother some, and testing in his head.
So Gadiel Slifer famously said that at Grand Prix Columbus that he made the top 8 of. I play tested in my head. So Kiara's followers come down for Li Shiqian. Not quite the mana creature you're looking for.
Against a deck with as much burn as McLaren has? No, not so much. The Sylvan Caryatid is really the safe one. And now McLaren has to decide basically whether he wants to kill the follower or add to his clock with a second Mantis Rider. I would think kill the follower. Especially, does he have... He's only got 1 source of red mana, so he can't actually throw a lightning strike at Li Shiqian's face while also killing the follower.
So first things first, drop you to 10. Yeah, this looks like this has the looks a lot like a Magma Jet. Yeah. So kill the Kiara's follower. Look at the top 2 cards. It looks like one of those is a Sarkhan. Pushes them both.
What is Lee thinking about here?
Another land off the top for Lee.
He's well within the ability to dig through time here, right? With if he plays a land.
Sure. Yeah, it would cost 4. There's 4 cards in his yard.
Yeah.
He can play a land. He can say go. He can dig end step. He's going to take what? A hit from the Mantis Rider down to 7.
But that's very much
Unlikely.
within burn range.
Well, it's tough with Sean's
one red source.
Sean did not play a land on turn 4.
Right.
And he's only got 1 red source, so 7 is probably safe. I mean, I think Li Shiqian has another turn. The problem is he needs his mana creature to lose summoning sickness.
Right.
He can't play a mana creature on the turn he goes off. He kind of needs to have it already in play. And also he has to find an ascendancy.
Right. And needs a white source for an ascendancy.
Yeah, yeah, sure, he can cast Dig Through Time, but I don't know. Well, I guess if Sean has blanks in hand, then he's got 2 turns, right? He can take a hit. He can take 2 hits from Mantis Rider, hypothetically. Now, we know that, I guess, yeah, with another Mantis Rider and a Lightning Strike in Sean's hand, Li Shiqian actually only has 1 turn. Still, I don't think he has any other line. I think he's playing it correctly. He mulliganed into an awkward draw. Tormenting Voice didn't fix everything. McLaren had the burn for the follower. I mean, Luis described this as a 2-card combo deck, right? And the 2 cards being Jeskai Ascendancy, Sealed, and Caryatid. Lee hasn't seen either one of them.
Right, you saw he was actually thinking about discarding the Retraction Helix at one point when he cast Tormenting Voice, because he was like, well, that's not really going to do me any good without the key pieces. There's the second Mantis Rider. Li Shiqian is going to go to 4.
Yeah, Sean McLaren says check.
He's going to
I got you next turn.
He's going to drop him to 3 with this fetch land, which means if Sean gets to untap, Sean has the win. He's got the Lightning Strike in hand. Here comes Dig Through Time. I don't believe it's possible.
Does Twin Flame give haste?
There's a couple of Caryatids. He takes them both.
Yeah, he can hypothetically give haste to a mana creature by Twin Flaming it, but I don't think he's got enough mana to do all of that.
No, that's going to be it. That game goes to Sean McLaren. This is the worst game he feels in the set for him.
Yeah, no, Sean McLaren, I know. I ran into him last night, and he said that the single deck he was most afraid of when he was preparing for this Pro Tour was Jeskai's Ascendancy combo. So he tweaked his main deck numbers for this matchup, and he definitely tweaked his sideboard for this matchup.
Yeah. So in fact, both of these players have very significant sideboard plans. I got a chance to talk to both of them. Let's hear what they had to say about how they're going to approach Game 2 of this match. All right, Sean, tell me what your plan is here. Which of these cards are coming in after Game 1 in the matchup, and what are you taking out to make room for them?
Well, definitely the 3 Dissolves. I think that's the key card for this matchup. It's going to be great against both plans. If he wants to bring in the Savage Knuckleblades and the Pelucrinoses, it'll be able to counter those. If he wants to focus on the Jeskai Ascendancy combo, it'll counter that as well. I think he'll bring in the Savage Knuckleblades and the Pelucrinoses, but Dissolve's going to be good against everything. As well, Anger of the Gods wipes out all the mana guys. Erase, that's what they're there for. It's for killing Jeskai Ascendancy. And as well, Phyrexian Revoker, that's what that's there for. It's for naming Sylvan Caryatid specifically to shut it off, since it's hard to kill otherwise. And Negate as well. Just going to play the long game, grind him out, make sure he doesn't combo off, make sure he doesn't resolve a Savage Knuckleblade or Pelucrinos that can somehow race me. Going to take out my slower cards like Banishing Light, possibly some Rabble Masters, since they don't really want to tap out for them early and risk dying or letting them resolve a Savage Knuckleblade.
All right, well, you told me that you built your sideboard with this deck in mind. We'll see how it goes. Good luck the rest of the way, Sean.
Thanks.
All right, Lee, you have a sideboard that lets you go a couple different directions here.
Yes.
What's the plan going to be for game 2?
I think I will transforming the deck to a Timia Argo, a monster style of deck. So it is a 15 sideboard matchup. I will put in every single card in my deck.
All of
my
them?
Sideboard. Yeah, I think so. If I brought out all my combo pieces, and yeah, because his Sean stat is 2 control, so I think I just brought in all creatures to try to attack and burn him out in the end.
And how do you feel the matchup changes for you after game 1? Is it better or worse?
Game 1 I think is 6-4 me in favor. Game 2 is like 1-9 or 2-8 for me. I don't think I can combo off in after sideboard.
Okay, so which is why you're looking to punch him in the face with a Savage Knuckle Blade.
Yeah, I try my best.
Okay, all right. Good luck, Lee. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So there you have it. 15 cards coming in from the sideboard for Sean McLaren. Savage Knuckleblades, Pelucranos, Swan Song, Lightning Strike, Arc Lightning.
It's pretty awesome.
I'm just taking out my combo. I don't care. I hope to strand an Erase in his hand or, some card that's just not going to do anything.
Love it.
While Sean McLaren is like, look, he might go that way, he might not go this way. Dissolve's going to be good no matter what.
Right. But he probably will have some dead erases for game 2. I think once he sees a Knuckleblade or a Pelucranos, then you get into that fun thing where game 3, where both players shuffle in all 15 sideboard cards and then sort of go through their 75 to take out secret ones. To make sure you get the right ones, though. We saw a sideboarding mishap earlier today. Ari Lox intended to sideboard Dune Blast into his deck and accidentally sideboarded in Mass Calcify instead.
Oh, no!
Yeah, against the Seeker of the Way Mantis Rider deck. He won anyway. Revealed to the world with a Courser, but he's running pretty good right now.
Mass Mortify.
Mass Mortify, there you go.
There you get a look at Sean McLaren. Dreamscape playtester. There you get a look at Li Shitian of the 3 Pro Tour top 8s. How do you feel about this kind of sideboard strategy? Do you enjoy
Transformational sideboards?
Yeah, just going, I'm just going to do this different thing. It's a little rougher when your opponent knows it's coming or knows it could be coming.
Yeah, it's not as good in the top 8. It's the kind of thing you can totally blindside people with in the Swiss of the tournament. So it's very powerful. And in fact, one of the reasons I think the Jeskai decks have done so well, I mean, they haven't, the Jeskai wins decks, right? They have transformational sideboards of their own. I mean, the fact that you can go end hostilities in your kind of creature, what looks like a creature beatdown deck, but then it transforms into end hostilities, Anger of the Gods, Dissolve, Keranos, negate. It gives you a lot of edge in the Swiss. It's not as exciting in the top 8, but still pretty interesting.
I gotta tell you, it does not look like Lee sided out.
What?
His combo fully. I see Commune with Nature. I see Jeskai Ascendancy. I do see the Swan Songs.
Wow.
We're gonna have to get a full list of what he did here. It sounds like he may have
changed his mind.
Partial.
Crazy.
I mean, Jeskai Ascendancy is still good when you're beating down with creatures, right?
I suppose that's true.
Giving your Savage Knuckleblade and your Pelucranos +1/+1 until the end of turn seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, you didn't ask him what he was taking out. You just told him what he
Well,
was bringing in.
he said he was taking out the combo.
Right. Well, apparently this isn't the combo. This is just the good card.
I definitely saw people testing Jeskai Ascendancy aggro decks for this event. I mean, it is
tokens,
not just a combo card.
I agree. People were like Hordling Outburst, Raise the Alarm, spells that make creatures and make things bigger.
Yep. There you see Commune with Nature.
Takes the Kiora's follower.
Yeah. Commune with God, sorry. And there we get a look at what his hand is. 2 Swan Songs, the Kiora's follower, the Jeskai Ascendancy, and Pelucranos. What's Sean working with, though? Stoke the Flames, Mantis Rider, Seeker of the Way, a lot of land.
The 1 copy of Seeker of the Way. He's more controlish than most of the Jeskai lists. I mean, that's a card that people have different numbers of, but I mean, a lot of people went up to fully 4 Seekers. He's one of the few I saw with less than 4, and he's only got the 1. He's also got the 2 main deck, Anger of the Gods, so kind of makes sense.
And those Anger of the Gods are in his main deck for this.
Out of Fear of Ascendancy combo. You're absolutely right.
He's like, I think that this is going to be a very real deck.
I don't want to sleep on it, and I don't want to lose to it. And much like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, when you visualize it, he envisioned it, and here it is in his way in the quarterfinals.
Much like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
So Li Shitian going into the tank here a little bit on his scry. Ultimately decides to push it to the bottom and play Kira's follower. Now Sean McLaren, he's like, what's it going to be? Is there going to be a Pelucranos at the end of this? Is there going to be an Ascendancy? Do I have to, what am I doing here?
See, he still doesn't know.
He's like, I'll just play a Mantis Rider and attack.
14?
Lee decides not to take the trade with the Seeker of the Way.
It's a pretty schizophrenic draw from McLaren with that anger sitting there. Kills all 3 of his own creatures.
Also a somewhat schizophrenic draw for Li Shitian.
Pelucranos and Jesgai's Ascendancy. The Pelucranos Swan Song plan. Counter their thing, shoot down the flyer. I don't think that's a combo.
Counter my own Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah, Swan Song's pretty good at defending a combo. It seems less good if he's on the Savage Knuckleblade Pelucranos plan.
And there's Pelucranos. With
Hi,
another
remember me?
hiding right behind him. Almost vigilant Pelucranos with
Kiara's follower to one
with
tap.
Kiara's follower, yeah.
Here we go with the sideboard plan. Li Shitian did in fact bring in all 15 cards. What he took out was 4 Retraction Helix, 4 Dragon Mantle, 2 Twin Flame, 2 Briber's Purse, 3 Tormenting Voice.
So he just couldn't get enough cards out.
I mean, that's often the problem. It's hard to transform your entire deck.
Right. And Ascendancy, like we said, is still good with creatures.
Yeah, basically he kept Ascendancies instead of keeping Tormenting Voice, which does make sense.
Sean McLaren brought in the Dissolves, Anger of the Gods, Negate, Phyrexian Revoker, and 2 Erase, taking out Rabble Master, Banishing Light, a Stoke the Flames, a Strike, and
Sarkon.
And the 2 Sarkons, yeah.
Those Mantis Riders are doing a good job of flying over Pelucranos here. Li Shitian is down to 7. Mantis Riders are threatening
Mantis
to drop
Riders
him to 1 next turn.
It's such a beating. It's just such a weird card in that it seems innocent enough until you actually play against it.
It does. It's only a 3/3. Can't hit that hard,
It's
right?
not Lightning Angel.
Dies to Lightning Strike.
Yeah.
No, it in fact hits extremely hard. And there is a Stoke the Flames hiding behind it. So 1 more Mantis Rider hit and Stoke the Flames becomes a lethal threat. Li Shitian has Swan Song. In theory, I guess he can counter a Stoke the Flames, but then he's just facing 3 flyers on the next turn. Like Pelucranos, this is not like a Green Devotion list where Pelucranos can mow everybody down.
Right. He's thinking. Trying to figure out some plan, some line that'll get him out of this and let him find a way to win. I don't...
Nah, I don't see it.
I don't see it here.
Just not the matchup Li Shitian wanted. I think his matchup, this deck lines up pretty well against the Obzon mid-range decks. Like anybody who's just sitting behind a Courser and a Caryatid and trying to extract value and play 4-mana stuff and 5-mana stuff, you can race them. I mean, the Ascendancy combo wins way faster than any of the mid-range decks, but the aggressive draw from Jeskai, you have to draw everything. He didn't draw well in game 1, and his transformation didn't work out great in game 2.
And and again, worth noting, Sean McLaren just said, "I'm not going to lose to this deck."
Yes.
Right. He made a decision. He's like, what adjustments do I need to make? When you look at his numbers and they look different than some of the other Jeskai Wins decks, it's because he said, I am not going to lose to Jeskai Ascendancy. It's a deck I am nervous about. So speaking of Jeskai Ascendancy, Li Shitian has just played it.
Doesn't give his creatures flying, though.
Boy, that would be really good. They couldn't fit another line of text on there.
We could replace untap with flying, maybe. Might change things a little.
Response to Ascendancy.
So in response to Ascendancy, Sean McLaren cracks a fetch land.
So he's got to be a little nervous about the combo here, right? Li Shitian is representing the combo. I've got a mana creature. I've got an Ascendancy. I've got an untapped mana. If Li Shitian were to play, say, a Retraction Helix here, he could start going off, hypothetically. I don't know what advantage he actually gains given his hand for representing the combo. Maybe he scares Sean into not killing him somehow.
I mean, he certainly is going to just eat a removal spell.
Oh, wow. He got the Stoke the Flames pointed at Kiora's follower. That's a nice play from Li Shitian. He is it's a total bluff, but he is representing the ability to combo off, and Sean McLaren doesn't know which cards are left in Lee's deck, so he points Stoke the Flame at that Kiora's follower.
Right, so Stoke the Flames, he pays the 2 red by tapping his 2 Mantis Riders, pays colorless with a Seeker of the Way, and then the 1 island pays the rest of the way. So we see 2 different types of cost reduction spells in this matchup. Convoke on one side and Delve on the other.
Done.
Wow. That was a great play. Lee bought himself a turn. I mean, I don't think it's going to win him the game, but he's going to survive a turn based solely on that bluff.
Sean McLaren looks at top of his library with a temple. Says, doesn't even get the Seeker of the Way going. Says,
There's a Polukranos in the way.
Yeah, he's. And he's sitting back on a counterspell here.
Yeah,
he's got a dissolve in hand.
Sean's got this. 2 great players, though. 5 top 8s between them so far. I feel like we may see some more from both of these guys.
Yeah. But both of these players will be at
Worlds,
the World Championship.
Yes, absolutely.
And maybe Li Shitian can extract a little revenge, but he is not going to get satisfaction here today.
Doesn't look like it.
Passes the turn. He's at 1. Go to my attack step. Extend the hand. Sean McLaren, step 1 in getting 2 Pro Tour titles is completed.
Yeah.
Number 8 ranked player in the world, looking to move up.
Too drunk for you.
Hey everybody, Brian Dave Marshall here with Randy Buehler. We just watched Sean McLaren take down his quarterfinal. That's the end of the quarterfinals.
Quick morning.
Yeah, very very quick. What do you think? Who's the big winner of our 4 winners? What does this mean? Like, we had said if Li Shitian had won that, it almost looked like his path to the finals was just cleared.
Now, he would have run into Sigris with the Obzon aggro deck.
Right.
Like, I think that Li Shitian was really favored against the Obzon mid-range decks, but Sigris would have been a tough semifinal opponent for him now. Instead, we get Sigris versus McLaren, which...
I like Sigris here.
I think McLaren is pretty ready for that. I don't know. I mean, to wait Sean McLaren, that's going to be a fun matchup. That'll be really interesting to see that. And then we get the Obzon mid-range sort of pseudo mirror on the other side, where I think Ari Lax's Planeswalkers might be better than the the couple of fleece mains and the couple extra rocks. So I'm on. I think I'm on Ari Lax versus Sean McLaren. How's that sound for a Pro Tour final?
I would be, any permutation of these guys, I'm pretty happy to see.
That's true.
We're going to send it back to the desk. We're going to get ready to turn things over and come back with the semifinal coverage after a little break.
Hey, and welcome to the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Zach Hill. And wow, we're shaping up to be a pretty sweet semifinals here. We now have all of our semifinalists in place. Quarterfinals are over, Zach. Why don't we take a look at how the quarterfinal brackets move forward into the semis, and then we'll get your thoughts on each of those as we go. So the first one, Ari Lax and Yuya Watanabe. Ari, with his mid-range Abzan deck, gets by Yuya and the Jeskai Wins deck.
Yeah, and a lot of what we thought would happen was exactly what would happen. He was able to capitalize on the play and capitalize on his big threats, especially those Siege Rhinos, really take over the game. I mean, Ari, I think, really a phenomenal list, a bigger list of Abzan mid-range than almost anything else we've seen.
He did go big.
Yeah, he had Elspeth, which is a card that not everybody is playing. He was really able to capitalize on that in game one, sided it out, lowered his curve, brought in more answers for game two, and had exactly what he needed to win the match.
Yeah, we saw cards like a Johnny Mentor of Heroes power him through the Swiss portion, and his big version of the Abzan deck gets him through. Let's take a look at our second quarterfinal. That was Tiago Saporito with a fantastic draw against Andre in the first game. You and I were in the booth for that, followed by an equally fantastic draw from Andre in the second game to even things up. But at the end of the day, Tiago had more threats than Andre had answers in the third game and was able to get by.
Yeah, it was all about the Rhinos and the Wingmate Rocks. Andre has 4 copies of Hushwing Griff in the main deck to try and deal with that, but he didn't see one the entire match.
No, never even had one in his hand.
Yeah, and so when you don't draw the thing that you're using to try and beat that from your opponent, it's going to take over the game.
That's right.
Exactly what happened.
We also happened to see Tiago draw a lot of Siege Rhinos and Wingmate Rocks in that match. Moving up the list here, we had next was Mike Sigrist and Ivan Floch. Coming off of win here, is going to have to settle for a quarterfinal finish here as Sigrist moves on to the semifinals. Now, this was also an Abzan deck, but a much different build.
Yeah, if you think of Ari's as kind of the most expensive, highest end version of the deck, Mike's was really a lot lower with much lower mana cost, cards like Rashasa, Death Dealer, Fleece Mane Lion, no Courser of Krufix, no Sylvan Caryatid, some of the same cards, but really a very different deck. That was exactly what he needed to attack even Floch. Floch, 4 main deck copies of Disdainful Stroke in the deck, normally very good against Abzan, a good bet for cards like Elspeth, cards like Siege Rhino, cards like Wingmate Rock, but we saw Sigrist just sneak right under those counter magic and was able to take the games pretty decisively.
Yeah, I was chatting with a couple of his teammates out in the waiting area there, and they said, look, his 2-drops are great. They're great on turn 2, and they're great on turn 8.
Yeah,
you can just play them whenever, and that was, of course, Rakshasa, Death Dealer, and Fleece Mane Lion. Getting the job done for Sigrist, who is going to face Sean McLaren. He gets by Li Shitian. Now, this matchup was interesting as well. We had Sean McLaren with the Jeskai Wins deck playing against Li Shitian on the Jeskai Ascendancy combo list.
Yeah, what I expected to happen, sort of like Luis was saying, was that Lee would be able to take game one. I mean, Sean only had a few ways of interacting, but what actually happened was that Lee wasn't able to put together a mana creature, and so Sean was able to take over the game. I really like Sean's build. Mm-hmm. We've seen him do this with a lot of decks, of kind of add a control element to a traditionally aggressive style of deck. In particular, Dig Through Time is something he has access to, and I don't think it's accidental that he's the Jeskai Wins deck to be able to advance to the semifinals. He didn't have to overcome Abzan. He was able to beat the combo deck. Now we're going to see what his matchup is like against Sigrist, who had one of the best performances on day one and ultimately in the Swiss.
So what stands out to you the most about what we have now in our semifinal matchups? We've got Jeskai Wins, we've got Abzan aggro, we've got Abzan mid-range, and what's our last one?
That's another Abzan deck.
Right, so another Abzan mid-range. So I guess I kind of answered my own question about what stands out, didn't I? 3 Obzon decks?
Yeah, all the Obzon decks advancing, but these really, I really do believe it's a mistake to view these as kind of 3 copies of the same deck.
Right.
Obviously, I think Sigrist is the biggest departure, but we see Ari making some very, very different choices too from Tiago. So I think what we're gonna have to find out is what strengths and weaknesses do each of these builds bring to the table? And will the enhanced card advantage of McLaren's build of this deck be able to sustain him where the other Jeskai Wins decks fell to Obzon?
That's going to be the interesting stuff. But before we get to the semifinals, we have a bit of a treat for you here. You may or may not know, but this is actually the week where we inducted this year's Hall of Fame members into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. This is a really exciting time for people that love following Magic because we get to honor some of the game's best. And that happened at a dinner and induction ceremony that took place this Wednesday. And we've got a video for you right now so that you can experience it just like the people that were there.
Our new inductees. Welcome to Honolulu and the 2014 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame induction ceremony. First time we're doing anything like this, I'm really excited about it. I'm Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall, and I'll be your MC this evening. It's really great to see so many other Hall of Famers here, came out today, took time out of their schedules. We have people in this room spanning 10 years of Hall of Fame classes, from the first class with Alan Comer and John Finkel to last year's class. All 3 members here today, William Jensen, Ben Stark, and Luis Scott Vargas. These guys were all inducted last year at Pro Tour Theros in Dublin, which was a pretty big Pro Tour for this Hall of Fame class today. Each and every one of the inductees here made the top 8 at Pro Tour Theros in Dublin. It was their collective 12th, 13th, and 14th such finishes, which helped them put a little distance between themselves and the rest of the pack on the ballot last year. So it was a really big event. I'm hoping we can see some more Hall of Famers make a little headway this year. You guys know who you are. Second year in a row, every member of this Hall of Fame class is a Pro Tour champion, which is remarkable in and of itself. But what I find really remarkable about this class is that all 3 of these players chose this very different way of playing Magic to win their Pro Tour, and in general over the course of their Magic careers chose this very different path. I can just name some very specific cards, and it'll conjure up decks and the players we're talking about here today. The reasons all of these Hall of Famers are, famous, right? I could say Bogart and Hellkite, Revelark, Arbor Colossus, Sundering Titan, Polukratos, these mid-range and combo-y cards. Or I could say Savannah Lions, Goblin Guide, Steppe Lynx, Coral Barrier. If you were here in 2009, you know what I'm talking about. And of course, Cryptic Command. Cryptic Command. Mystical Teachings for another Cryptic Command. Flashback, Mystical Teachings, or Cryptic Command. I could just keep doing this or you could concede. Ladies and gentlemen, I will leave it up to you to figure out which cards go to which player while we meet our newest members of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Francis Guillaume Wafatapa played in a handful of Pro Tours at the start of his career before making a name for himself when a deck he helped design took down a Pro Tour title.
Guillaume Wafatapa first came to prominence as the designer of Pierre Canali's Pro Tour winning deck at Pro Tour Columbus 2005, and after that he also established himself as one of the best deck designers in the world, especially when it comes to control decks.
Just 2 seasons later, he would post a 12th place finish at Pro Tour Honolulu and become a regular on the tour.
This was after the era of the draw go control deck had really kind of passed, and I think a lot of people didn't think that you could build a deck like that. But Wafo took a list, I think he got like 10th place at a Pro Tour with it, of just super classic blue-red control, just a million counter spells, electrolyzes, removal, and just Moloku and Kiga to end the game.
5 Pro Tour top 8s would ensue, almost always with Wafotapa playing an inexorable control deck of his own fiendish design.
Control players around the world are looking and say, oh, what is he going to play at this tournament? If I was Wafotapa, what would I play?
Yeah. He won Pro Tour Yokohama playing a deck built around mystical teachings.
I always find it interesting when a particular player and a particular card just get sort of connected to each other. Because when we make cards, I mean, we're just making cool things, we think we'll do neat things, and it's fun to watch someone sort of take ownership of it. You know, and mystical teaching, like Wafotapa, really, like, they're associated with one another.
He soon established himself as the person everyone turned to in order to learn about playing control.
I call Guillaume the patron saint of control, and let's be honest, be a fan for a minute, Rich. He's my hero. He plays blue better than anyone ever. And blue's the best color in Magic, which everyone knows, right?
While he is often the last match playing in a room, that is due to the path he has chosen, and not the precision with which he navigates.
One of the Pro Tours in the Time Spiral block where he got hit with an Extirpate, which is a split-second spell, and he just, the spell was cast, he just threw his hand down on the table. It was, normally he is, you know, so cerebral and taking his time and everything, but he just knew, I can't do anything here. Just split-second spell, I can do nothing. And it just showed like a level of understanding how all of the cards are going to work and where he should be putting his energy. You take that and you play it out over a career, and it's just been fantastic for him.
He is quiet and reserved, both in the game and away from the table.
What is always so striking about Guillaume is how much he talks. We were having lunch in the break during the top 8 in Pro Tour Feroz in Dublin. I just like say, Guillaume, you look so excited. And he would just respond with his, just like that. That was his comment.
Wafotapa is a man of few words. He chooses them as carefully as he chooses each card for his deck.
You may think Guillaume is best known for playing control decks, but I always think of him as the guy who really loves foils. After he won Pro Tour Yokohama, he went straight over to the dealer booth right after he got his trophy and bought more cards to foil out his decks. That shows true dedication.
Ladies and gentlemen, Francis Guillaume Wafotapa could not be here today as he's still playing a control mirror for Pro Tour M15 and had some unavoidable commitments with school as well. He asked us to read a couple words in his absence. 1996. It's the year I started playing Magic. Since then, I've spent so much time playing it, talking about it, or simply thinking about it. Being inducted into the Hall of Fame is an honor that is somewhat intimidating because it's filled with names that I've looked up to since my teenage years. That being said, I will try my best, and I would like to thank all the players that helped me get there, and without whom this would not have been possible. We accept this ring on Guillaume's behalf. So now that you figured out who was playing the cryptic commands in the little introduction, let's see if we can figure out who our aggro player was. The United States' Paul Rietzel started out playing as a small child in the big pond of the Your Move game scene of the late 1990s. He made his Pro Tour debut at Osaka in 2002 and made his first dent in 2004 when he finished in the top 16 of Pro Tour Kobe. He spent a couple of seasons away from the tour until returning to make the top 8 of Pro Tour Honolulu in 2009.
Paul has this awesome combination of skill, quick wit, but then sportsmanship that I think make for kind of the ideal Pro Tour competitor.
He has been a fixture on the Pro Tour ever since, having to balance playing with a full-time job. He has a total of 4 top 8s, often putting his opponents under pressure with cheap aggressive creatures.
Paul can actually play all sorts of decks. I have seen him play control decks, and he plays them well. He top 16 at Pro Tour playing bug control, but he prefers aggressive decks. That's his, skill suit, and he really does play them very, very well. He's very, crisp and clean and technical.
His win at Pro Tour Amsterdam with his trademark aggro deck came against some pretty stiff competition.
In a stacked top 8, which included people like Kai Budde, eventual player of the year Brett Nelson, but in that stacked top 8, he came out ahead with his specialty, an aggro deck, white weenie, really Paul's Rietzel's signature.
Win or lose, Rietzel is recognized for being one of the game's great sportsmen who plays the game with grace and good humor.
He could very easily have 2 Pro Tour victories. He had some cards that were really tough for me to deal with, and he never drew them. And I think I was very fortunate to beat him.
Nothing illustrates Rietzel's passion for the game better than playing in the top 8 of Pro Tour Paris while competing down the stretch of a Grand Prix at the same time.
We were running at the same time a Pro Tour and a GP, and Paul was just like in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. He was still playing the GP, and he was going back and forth between the top 8 and the Pro Tour. And just like saying, that was interesting.
I've quite literally traveled the world with Paul, so a lot of you probably think, oh, Paul, he's a great player, he's a great sportsman. For me, it's like he doesn't snore, he likes to book the hotel room in advance. These are the things that I have found very valuable.
He is always willing to make sure his teammates are ready to go along for the ride with him, even when his teammates are not as sure about playing as he is.
I was like, I'll think about it, but probably not. A few days later, I just get an email with a hotel confirmation that has my name listed on it, and then I get like a registration confirmation from the tournament organizer saying I had been registered for the Grand Prix. So he kind of like didn't allow me to not go, and here I am. So, I'm thankful for having a friend like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, Paul Rietzel.
Wow, thank you. Guillaume actually asked me to give a speech as well, so I'm going to give that today. No, I'm just kidding. I don't claim to speak for him. This is obviously quite an honor, and I really appreciate everyone being here today. My family, my mom and my dad are here, my girlfriend Kat, obviously Dave, and Matt and Jane, you were able to come as well. And I'm so thankful that this honor has been bestowed upon me, and I just want to talk a little about my grandfather, my Opa, who passed away this year, who really instilled in me my love for games and the way that I approach having fun. We used to play like Settlers of Catan or Hearts or various card games. His favorite game was Scott. I never developed an affinity for it, but he was always, he was never the guy who said, you know what, I'm going to bed. You know what I mean? The games are over tonight. This is done. He put you to bed. He was the one who said, I'm playing you under the table tonight. And he taught me a lot about how to treat every moment like it's your last, and I've always kind of approached the game that way and approached Magic that way, and I have no regrets and wouldn't trade kind of anything in. So I hope that I made him proud. I hope that he's happy wherever he is now, and I want to obviously thank everybody again for coming, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
So that's aggro, that's control. That basically leaves us the combo mid-range category, which are both pretty much in the range of our last inductee. Let's see who that is. Before Makihito Mihara burst upon the world stage, he was a force to be reckoned with in Japan at nationals and other large local tournaments.
A lot of people in Japan knew about him before he broke out on the world stage because he had 5 consecutive top 8 appearances in nationals and the finals, which was the old big end-of-the-year tournament in Japan, kind of like their own mini pro tour.
When he made the top 8 of Worlds in 2006, after a couple seasons on and off the tour, his was not the headline that was being drafted in the back room.
And then we're watching the game, and I'm like, I think someone didn't tell Mihara that Gabe's supposed to win, and like it was really interesting watching. Like he just never gave up. Like you would watch matchups where like he can't win this. Nope, he wins it.
Mihara has remained a force at the highest level of the game ever since.
Mihara used that as a springboard onto the world stage, and his world championship was just the beginning. Truly one of the all-time greats.
He has been in the top 8 of a Pro Tour 4 more times since his triumph in Paris.
When I was receiving the ballot, and then just I can make my research, I look at the stats, and then I look at Mihara, say, insane, just like down. It took me probably about 2 seconds.
He also led the Japanese national team to victory at the World Championships in 2011.
And to have won both Worlds and the World Team Championship, and that puts him on a very short list that includes people like John Finkel. You have to be not only a great individual player, but also a great teacher.
Mihara can always be counted on to have an exciting deck that is uniquely his own.
The thing that I will always remember Makahito Mihara for is his 64-card Scapeshift deck. That was a deck where he realized he needed 7 mountains to combo out with the card Scapeshift, but he still needed enough islands in the deck to cast stuff like Cryptic Command. And he figured out that the only way to squeeze all of that into the deck was to just play more than 60 cards. So he knows when it is correct to go against conventional wisdom.
He is a champion of combo and mid-range decks that often feature large creatures and powerful game-breaking spells.
When you hear about Mihara casting a turn 2 triple summoning trap into Kikijiki, Restoration Angel, Eternal Witness in the modern Pro Tour, you're like, what is Mihara playing? What's he doing? And it's always awesome to find out.
Mihara's ability to build rogue decks and succeed with them is even more impressive when you consider that he balances that against a full-time job and a family. Things that are often thought of as exclusive from a Magic career.
He works for Japanese company and only plays some kind of premier event, Pro Tour and GPs. But he makes really good things, PT top 8 and GPs, so nice.
三原さんはマジックがとても強いんですけど、それだけじゃなくて仕事もちゃんとやってますし、奥さんもいらっしゃるんですよね。そんな中で結果をしっかり残し続けるっていうのは僕も今社会人になってこれから目標にしていきたいなと思ってます。
Ladies and gentlemen, from Japan, Makahito Mihara.
伝統になれてとても光栄です。伝統に投票してくださり皆さんに感謝します。私はフルタイムのマジックプレイヤーではないので、また露出も記事とか書いてないけど露出も少ないので、正直昔は伝統になれると思っていませんでした。今こうしてこの場に立って伝統になれたことを実感しています。マジックは素晴らしいゲームです。僕のようなフルタイムのマジックプレイヤーでもなくても、チャンスがあること、チャンスはあります。で、こうして仕事を続けたい、結婚していてもマジックが続けられますし、あとまた私の方ですけど、来年にはもう子供ができて父親になります。で、これからも家庭もマジックも頑張っていきたいと思っています。Thank you very much.
This really is my favorite part of everything I get to do with Magic the Gathering. I've now presided over the induction of 39 members of the Hall of Fame, and I look forward to seeing these 3 champions sitting in this audience next year as we go into the 2nd decade of Hall of Fame inductions. Thank you so much to everyone for taking time out of your busy schedules to make this a special night for the inductees and for the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. So. Dinner's going to be served in a couple minutes. Your featured draft table is table 4. If the reporters at table 2 could get their clipboards, and the report over there, we'll get everything started in a few minutes. Thanks.
And welcome back to the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe, Zach Hill, and we've also got Randy Buehler. Now, Randy, not only are you in the Hall of Fame yourself, but you were also at that dinner. Can you give us a little firsthand, what was the ambiance like there?
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, if it's the first year there's been that sort of Wednesday night induction ceremony, all of the Hall of Famers were invited, sort of super awesome night. It felt great. I mean, everybody's just kind of in town for the Pro Tour, but you get this chance to sort of hang out and reflect. It was just
It
great
looked
time.
awesome. I was so jealous. People were posting pictures. Here's my table. And I'm like, it's just like awesome, 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 awesome. Everybody's just
Yeah,
like,
I had
these
Finkel
great-
passing to me, and the seat was passing to him.
Did you guys food draft?
We did
No
not
food draft. All right, so back to business here, though. This Pro Tour is not over yet, and we've got 2 semifinal matches coming up for you in the next few minutes here. But before, we want to kind of set that up for you. So what I've done is both of the players that are playing are on an Obzon mid-range type deck list, and we're going to be taking a look at that list. The first one is Ari Lax. And Zach, I've put you in his seat. I've said, you're Ari, and you're going to have to explain to us what the deck list looks like. Let's take a look at Ari first, though, just to get a feel for who Ari is as a player, 24 years old, as you can see, still a young man, but with 147 lifetime pro points and adding a lot to that here. He's got quite a little career under his belt. Zach, talk to us a little bit about his version of the Obzon mid-range deck.
Yeah, so his version, again, as we've been kind of calling it, is the high end of the mid-range deck. It plays more expensive spells. It plays, more controlling cards. I think what's important about this matchup is going to be the Elspeth Suns Champion, a card that was dominant last year, continues its dominance this year going into this top 8. And a Johnny Mentor of Heroes, a card that everyone kind of knew in the abstract was powerful, but didn't really find a home. He also has a little bit more mana acceleration than we've seen from some of the other decks, with 2 Elvish Mystic to support his Sylvan Caryatids. That helps him get to those more expensive spells sooner. The final thing I'll just mention is this 4 copies of Thoughtseize. Not everybody's playing 4 of those. Not everybody's playing them in the main deck. And Utter End, which is an important answer to a card that really had its breakout weekend this weekend in Perilous Vault. One of the few answers in the format to that card.
Interesting. So this list, though, I think in your mind, what I've gotten from you is that you feel like this is the big version. This is the one that can go over the top.
Right, exactly. I mean, and Elspeth, Wingmate Rock are 2 examples of that. Now, another deck in the top 8, Tiago's list, has actually 4 copies of Rock that does a nice job of getting around Elspeth specifically. So even though Elspeth more expensive, doesn't necessarily match up well against that card.
We'll talk about how that matchup works.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is I think that Ari has to Thoughtseize away.
Well, I meant Wingmate Rock versus Elspeth.
Oh, Wingmate
you just
Rock
said, well,
versus
it's just
Elspeth.
good against it, but tell us why.
Right. So one of Elspeth's, the way that Elspeth clears the board is it destroys all the creatures with 4 power or greater. Now, Wingmate Rock has 3 power.
Gets nicely in under that.
It's nicely in under that. And you might say, okay, well, Elspeth also makes tokens, but Wingmate Rock has flying too, so can attack over those. So the key is going to be for Ari to be able to use his discard to neutralize those rocks and use Elspeth to take care of everything else.
All right, now let's take a look at his competitor in the first semifinal. This is Tiago Saporito from Brazil. 21 years old, not as much experience as Ari at the high levels. This is his first Pro Tour top 8, along with Ari Lax, I might add. And this is his 4th Pro Tour played as well. So, a relatively inexperienced player here in Tiago, but he's looked pretty calm in the feature match area. And he's taken a little bit of a different look at the Obzon mid-range deck, Randy.
Yeah, a little bit different. I think Zach's characterization of Ari as the sort of bigger deck is fair. 4 Fleece Mane Lions are the biggest difference Tiago has. He's also got an Anafenza. So, he can go 2-drop Fleece Mane into Anafenza at 3 in theory. Just sort of a better curve of creatures, a more aggressive curve of creatures. He's also, now what he loses in order to do that is he's only got the 1 main deck Thoughtseize, and he doesn't have nearly as many Planeswalkers as Ari has. Now, what he does have, though, and this is where I think this, slow versus fast might break down a little bit, is he's the one with the 4 Wingmate Rocks. And I think Wingmate Rock lines up really well, especially against Planeswalkers. So those Wingmate Rocks may give him sort of trump versus the extra Planeswalkers from Ari's deck, if they manage to survive all those Thoughtseizes anyway.
Yeah, I see a couple of interesting differences between the lists as well. One of them I see in the main here for Tiago is 1 Whip of Erebos, which is a particularly powerful card that he has access to that Ari doesn't. Talk to us a little about Whip, Zach.
I mean, definitely if you're Ari, I think you're terrified of Whip of Erebos. Whip getting back Rock, Whip getting back Siege Rhino. Yeah, incredibly powerful plays. Now, a lot of Ari's removal, Obzon Charm and Utter End, actually exiles creatures. So that might be able to neutralize the effect of the Whip, but the lifelink matters too. I mean, if you're in any sort of race situation, Sorin plus Whip is a lot of, you can gain a lot of life in very big chunks. So, I mean, it's definitely a card that I think is going to matter. On the other end, cards like Drown in Sorrow from Tiago's side are going to be almost blank in this matchup.
It's only a one of, but I think you're right that Ari's removal setup is better. The fact that the other end can take out the whip itself is also kind of nice. So.
Yeah. Right. Now, what about mana acceleration? We see Sylvan Caryatids on both sides, but I see that that Ari Lax has 2 Elvish Mystics in his list and 0 for Tiago. Is that the kind of thing where if we do see a Mystic from Ari, it's going to change the way the whole game plays out, or are those not as consequential in this matchup, Randy?
Turn 1 Mystic is great. I mean, if you see a Mystic from Ari on turn 1, that's really good for him. That's absolutely good for him. Ari also gets to play first in this matchup, having been a higher seed in the Swiss, which is a particularly nice edge for Ari.
Okay, now...
If he plays first and gets a Mystic, yeah, he's probably winning.
He's way ahead, yeah. Now, what about card advantage? What about grindy? You know, we're talking about Wingmate Rock as a way to generate card advantage. What else is there?
Yeah, I mean, Abzan Charm we talked about is a removal spell. Ari's got 4 copies of it. It allows him to pay 2 life and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Tiago's got 3.
Right. So, you know, it's a difference of margins. I think, you know, Ari's going to be able to pressure Abzan Charm with his Thought Seizes a little bit more. I just think that card's really important in this matchup because it can kill everything. It can draw cards, which is important not only to gain card advantage, but to actually just make sure you have the lands to cast all your spells, and then the ability to grow your creatures in combat. In a mirror match, where a lot of your creatures are the same thing, that means 1+1/+1 counter can make all the difference. Right. So, you know, you've got to make sure not to get in a combat where you're like, okay, I'm going to block a bunch of times and trade, only to get blown out by an Abzan Charm.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a lot about the way the cards match up, but I actually think the players are really important here too. I mean, especially when you've got a mirror match and you're playing with a lot of the same cards, when they're grindy mid-range cards, you know, there's a real opportunity here for one player to just outplay the other guy.
Yes.
You know, I don't think that this matchup is going to come down to like, oh, you know, he had the Mystic into the Courser or whatever. I think this is going to come down to who was able to jockey for position. You know, who was able to set up those trades where, okay, these 2 cards trade and these 2 cards trade, but I come out up a creature or up a couple of +1/+1 counters on my guy, or my Planeswalker survives. I mean, I think you'll see those trades, those sort of grindy, it plays out over the course of a couple of turns kinds of trades, and I mean, I think the better player is going to win there.
You know, that's one thing interesting, talking about the cards and how they match up with this, is we've seen Siege Rhino be very powerful against the opposition, but a Siege Rhino versus a Siege Rhino, they wash out on the damage and they can't really attack into each other that well maybe without like an Abzan Charm or something, but just as far as that goes, they equal each other out. You know, we've seen them be huge swings in the direction of the player playing the Siege Rhino every single time, and here, as long as they're met Rhino for Rhino, they're not really doing much.
Yeah, it's hard to get ahead without a card like Abzan Charm to put it over the top.
Or a Johnny.
Or a Johnny, yeah, that's an excellent point too. Those counters from a Johnny can
Ari's
add
got
up.
2.
Yeah, Ari has an extra Abzan Charm and 2 Johnnies.
And also, I think just the information from the 4 copies of Thoughtseize could be really important, because knowing whether your opponent's bluffing an Abzan Charm versus really having it, knowing whether your opponent has a removal spell when you're trying to commit, I mean, that's really, really important. And having access to the information you gain from Thoughtseize, in addition to, of course, being able to take the best threat, allows you to make better decisions, which allows your skill to manifest in the way the game actually plays out.
So that would lean things a little bit towards Ari Lax's levels. He's got the full 4 Thoughtseize in your mind.
I mean, that would be my guess. I mean,
Sure.
I think
I'm not
Randy's...
asking you to pin it down here. I'm just saying, are we leaning a little here?
I'm going to advocate for Ari. I like his deck. I think Elspeth is by far the most important card in the matchup, either Elspeth or Wingmate Rock, which to Randy's point, Tiago has more of. But I'm going to go with my experience, which is that Elspeth is the way to win mid-range mirror matches. And I think Ari's having access to that card is going to prove decisive in this match.
Now, what about Elspeth from your perspective? If you're in Tiago's seat, how big of a problem is Elspeth?
It's not good news when Elspeth comes down.
Right.
I don't think it's as bad as it was a year ago. I mean, I think the existence of Wingmate Rocks, like we've been talking about, and you know the fact that he's got 4 copies of Hero's Downfall. I mean, you can answer an Elspeth, and the 1/1 tokens aren't what's going to decide a game like this. There's too many, you know, Coursers and Caryatids and stuff lying around for the game to come down to that. So sure, Ari's Elspeths are good, and that's really, it's almost like the Elspeths versus the Lions attacking, like the Fleecemane Lions. That's really the most obvious place you can see the difference in tempo that these 2 decks want to play at.
Now, what about Fleecemane Lion here? I mean, this is clearly something that these 2 players valued much differently, as Tiago went for the full 4 and there's 0 for Ari Lax. What is the thought process that goes into I'm a Fleecemane Lion deck versus I'm other stuff instead for Ari?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to what's the field that you're expecting. You know, do you want to be aggressive or do you want to be sort of a little more grindy? And I think that, you know, obviously it worked out for both of them.
Yes.
Like, they got here. They got not only to the top 8, but now to the top 4. So I'm sure they're both quite content with the way that they built those decks. I think in this matchup, I'd rather be on the Elspeth side of things. But I mean, Fleecemane Lion can come out. It's hard to answer if it goes monstrous, right? If it goes indestructible, it becomes tricky. I mean, you basically have to lean on a Siege Rhino being able to block and no +1/+1 counters showing up on the Fleecemane. I think it's another place, though, where that edge, if Tiago was really going to exploit that edge, would be on the games where he's on the play, which he's not in game 1.
Right. Now, what about Courser of Crufix? This is a card that is a known quantity at this point. Everybody knows it's great. We've seen it around. It's been in the Pro Tour feature match area plenty during its life cycle already. But, I mean, this is in many ways one of the core cards for the deck, and we're going to see it here. How important is it going to be for the matchup?
I think it's massively important. I think Ari's access to Elvish Mystic to get it out sooner is even more important. But this is going to be a matchup that relies upon, drawing more threats than your opponent. Obviously, if you have access to Courser, that means that you're going to be drawing far more threats because the lands that you would draw are you're just going to get to put onto the battlefield and get to your threats sooner. I mean, the thing is, both players have access to the same number of Coursers, roughly the same amount of removal spells, and you don't want to burn a removal spell on a Courser if you don't have to. That said, it being on the battlefield, the longer the game goes, the more advantage it's going to give you. I think this is one of those situations where the life is going to matter more than the cards, but you definitely want to be the player with Courser of Crufix.
What about you, Randy? I mean, it looks like, you were talking about the player with the most skill at sort of wringing every little bit of value out of every card is going to end up with the advantage at the end, and Courser's got to be part of that plan.
Yeah, no, I think it's the cards mattering more than the life, actually. I think that it is one of those situations where sometimes it's right to use a removal spell on a Courser and sometimes it's not. And that, understanding which game you're playing and sort of what the best way is to deploy. If you leave Courser in play for a long time and you play this long top deck battle, the fact that the guy with Courser can, crack his fetch lands when he doesn't want to draw that card and play the extra lands off the top, if you get a Courser edge, that can be enough to sort of eke out those small advantages and sort of maneuver those mid-game trades into your favor. But I mean, sometimes the game is just, giant monsters bashing into each other, and it doesn't last long enough for that advantage to actually matter. Yeah. So being able to tell sort of which of those games you're in and deploy your removal spells appropriately is definitely a place where skill can be brought to bear on this.
Yeah,
matchup.
so did you mean that? Did you say that wrong, or did you mean what you said?
I must have said that wrong.
Yeah, okay. Because I heard you say life, and I'm like,
no.
Yeah, you meant the cards.
The card advantage matters way more than the life.
Yeah,
no, absolutely. Yeah, and the thing is, like, Courser is not going to even be able to block very well because of the Abzan charm. I mean, what's going to matter is just, being able to control your draws with those sack lands and with Windswept.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I had to go back to you on that one because I'm like, I don't think that's what he meant to say there. Now, what about for those Abzan charms? When you think about how they're going to best be used to leverage value in these scenarios, are you assuming that they're going to get counters on to make Siege Rhinos get through, maybe even those Coursers get through? Do you think we're going to just be drawing raw cards off them, or is it to pick off key threats that your opponent's resolved?
I've been talking about the counters element of the card a lot. I think it's the threat of that matters a lot more than your ability to actually cast that. I don't think either player is going to walk into a situation where they get blown out with Abzan Charm.
So it's actually untapped mana.
Exactly.
And cards in hand that are going to get a lot of value here.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think the first and foremost, the thing the card does is if your draw is not great, if you don't have enough threats, you have too many land, you don't have enough land, you're going to use it to draw cards and just even out your draws. And I think that's one of those things that's going to be really important, but not highly visible. I think the removal spell aspect, though, is incredibly important, and I think it's more important for Ari because he has to lean more on his planeswalkers, which he then needs to protect. So I think that, I mean, it's definitely one of the most important cards in the matchup. I can see it being useful for a variety of reasons. So much of that just depends on exactly what's going on a board state at a given point in time.
Okay, Randy, thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, Abzan Shard being one of the key removal spells is part of the reason why I like 4 Wingmate Rocks better than 2. I mean, Ringmate Rock, you probably are going to be able to trigger the raid. You probably are getting 2 different 3-power flyers. Okay, Abzan Charm can take down half of it. Hero's Downfall can take down half of it. But, you can't Bile Blight those guys away. I mean, it's just a straight up 2-for-1 whenever Tiago gets to play one of those Wingmate Rocks with raid.
All right, so the players are in the feature match area, but they've also both taken a mulligan. So you guys get to chat with us for a couple more minutes before we do finally send it down. But I want to start moving towards the end here, and I want to get just a feel for predictions from you two. I get the feeling like you like Ari Lax's deck a little bit better in this matchup. Is that true, Zach?
Yes, that's true. Again, I'm going to go with Elspeth. I think it's very important. I think Ajani is very important. And really, I just think it's vital not to forget about, because it's a boring conversation to have when we're talking about just how good Thoughtseize is, because we want to talk about all these threats that matter and all these different scenarios that can happen on the board.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize just means that's not going to happen in the first place. You're not going to have the card.
And if you've played much Standard any recently, you're pretty used to this whole Thoughtseize thing by now too.
Right, but Thoughtseize is been declared one of the best spells in Standard for a reason. I think it's going to have a just absolutely vital impact on this match.
Prediction?
There are 3 Thoughtseizes in Tiago's sideboard. It's not like he's only got one. He's only got one in the main.
Right.
And there's 2 Elspeths in his sideboard. It's not like, so I mean, after sideboarding, the decks will probably wind up even closer than they are. And I like the rocks in Tiago's deck, the Wingmate rocks, that's extra 2, but I'm not a huge fan. I don't think Fleecemane Lion is where you want to be in this matchup. So I do like Ari a little bit better, especially given that he gets to be on the play.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for the go over the top plays, because the way I see this match playing out is so many similar cards in the 2, 3, and 4 mana slots that kind of just equal each other out. And yes, you can use removal spells to maybe gain some tempo and start to try to get ahead, but I'm going to be looking for a Johnny to come down and say, my team's all bigger than yours now, and I have a really big threat over here. I mean, Ari told me earlier in the weekend, he actually ultimated a Johnny. Like he was at 111 life. He's like, yeah, that bought me enough turns to find when I need it, And he's clearly willing to use the tools however he needs to get the job done. Cards like Elspeth, like you mentioned as well, to get that big hit. I'm going to be looking for those from.
Yeah, Sorin could be a big deal too. I mean,
yes.
Both players have a couple copies of Sorin. That's a Planeswalker that can definitely swing this matchup. Certainly, if you get in any kind of race scenario, that lifelink ability is insane, and just the ability to throw out 2/2 flyers, sometimes that matters. I got to throw in one more. While we're talking about Planeswalkers, Ari not only has 3 Planeswalkers in his main deck, he's got a Liliana Vess in his sideboard too.
Yes, and I heard him talk about that, and it was so funny because he's like, it's basically a game ender because
he loves it.
He said you go get Rhino.
Yeah, or you go get End Hostilities when that's the matchup that you're playing.
Totally.
Right? Being able to just pick your draw phase when you're in these mid-range sort of top deck battles, you're not top decking, you're tutoring.
Yeah, that is insane. All right. We're ready. Let's head down to the feature match area for the first of 2 semifinals. Here from Hawaii at Pro Tour Cons of Tarkir, we have Rich Hagan, BDM, and LSV in the booth to bring that action to you now.
All right, everybody, it is semi-final time. I'm with the 2 wise men here in the booth. So let's see. Let's start with a nice, easy one because it's our first semi-final. BDM, I'll start with you. What clan do you think's going to win our first semi-final?
I think it's going to be the Abzan clan.
Okay, Luis, agree?
Yeah, I would say looking at the decks left, it seems like the only logical pick.
It's consensus in the booth. Let's see what happens. Semi-final 1 time right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the semi-finals of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir from Honolulu. Rich Hagan in the booth sitting alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. Our matchup sees Brazilian 21-year-old Thiago Saporito. There you see him. He is playing an Abzan mid-range deck, and his opponent here also in his first Pro Tour top 8 is the US player Ari Lax. Abzan mid-range once again. BDM, what's in store for us in semi-final 1?
We're going to see Siege Rhinos, we're going to see Wingmate Rocks, and we're going to see Coursers of Crufix. And looking at their hands, that's pretty much the schedule of events, right, Luis?
Yeah, and if things go according to plan, Ari's plan, we're going to see a lot of Planeswalkers. If they go according to Thiago's plan, we're going to see more Wingmate Rocks.
Right. So the Planeswalkers and the Wingmate Rocks are the big differences here. More Wingmate Rocks in Thiago's deck.
Yeah, and even though Thiago has Fleecemane Lions, whereas Ari has more expensive spells, Siege Rhinos and Coursers do such a good job of gumming up the ground that I think it's the expensive spells that are generally going to decide the game, though either player is capable of a fast draw. I mean, a turn 3 Siege Rhino, if your opponent doesn't have a Caryatid, that does a pretty good job of ending the game.
Right.
So remember that both players mulligan to 6 to open up. Thiago, though, is well on his way in terms of mana because he has a Sylvan Caryatid in play. Plus Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth has come down, and there you get the first look at Saporito's hand.
And we actually saw kind of off-curve play for both players. Ari missed his third land drop, so this is a turn 4 courser, and Tiago didn't have a Sylvan Caryatid until his turn 3.
Right.
I know I said that during
So neither player is really on their optimal draw, but that actually leads to the kind of best games. It's awesome when both players have great draws or very medium draws. It's less good when you have a great draw paired up against a bad draw. So this should be an interesting battle just because both players are kind of getting to the point where they can actually start casting spells here.
And Saporito's spells are pretty exciting, all of them. You've got an Abzan Charm, you've got Courser of Krufix, Siege Rhino, really arguably the MVP of the weekend, Whip of Erebos, and the big bad Wingmate Rock up at the top. There's Lax's hand. What do we got going on there, BDM?
We've got more Siege Rhinos. We've got a Johnny Mentor of Heroes, Wingmate Rock, and Sorin Solemn Visitor. So, 2 Planeswalkers, card that, this is how Ari Lax's deck differentiates itself maybe from some of the other Abzan decks.
Yeah, and the cards that Ari has available, besides the Ajani, are all in Tiago's deck as well. And as you see, like the Siege Rhinos facing off. So I think you're going to see, this is a mirror in kind of like the general sense.
Right. And it was interesting. I talked to Willie Adel, who designed Tiago's deck. And for him, the most important card in this matchup is the Wingmate Rock.
Oh, for sure. It's the 5-drop that if you play it first, you're at a huge advantage. It also does a pretty good job of trumping Elspeth. Elspeth can't kill it with a minus. The tokens can't block it.
Right.
And I think actually Wingmate Rock is why our builds of Abzan lean towards playing Wingmates over Elspeth. So we just think Elspeth has lost a lot of the value she used to have in the format.
Yeah, off air this morning, Luis, you were discussing with Randy that Wingmate Rock to you is almost a Planeswalker, in a way.
Yeah, basically it does the same thing as a Planeswalker. It puts multiple bodies into play, it's resistant to removal, and ends the game very quickly.
Siege Rhino number 2 for Tiago Saporito.
And pretty importantly for Ari, Tiago didn't draw a 5th untapped mana source here to slam his own Wingmate Rock. He would be able to attack with the Rhino and Wingmate, except he wasn't able to cast it, which means Ari had an opportunity to do the same, except Ari also missed his 5th land. Of course, Tiago next turn is going to be able to cast the Wingmate, but the attack is less good because Siege Rhinos attacking into double Siege Rhinos actually favors the defender. A double block of Siege Rhino on attacking Siege Rhino doesn't go anywhere for the attacker.
Classic Magic. Blocking, that's the advantage.
But that's what's going to happen.
So Tiago now having to decide, does he want... Basically, he would sacrifice a Siege Rhino and deal 4 damage to Ari in exchange for getting an extra 3/4 flyer, which could well be worth it here.
Well, he does have Abzan Charm. He does have Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, the good thing about that, though, for Ari is it's not a blowout. If you double block a Siege Rhino and you get Hero's Downfall, it's just exactly the same as getting your Rhino Hero's Downfall to begin with. And the same with Abzan Charm. Yes, you end up with counters on the Siege Rhino, but Ari has a Hero's Downfall coming, so he's not too worried about that.
So there is the double block, Siege Rhino and Siege Rhino on Siege Rhino.
I kind of favored just slamming Wingmate, I think. You hit Ari on the 13.
Let your guy die and...
Yeah, the Siege Rhinos, even if you keep it alive, it's not actually getting through the other Siege Rhinos. Just putting 6 power worth of flyers out, it basically makes it so Ari either has to be able to cast his own Wingmate or just has to spend a turn downfalling half a Wingmate Rock. And Ari isn't killing you either. So
that's the conclusion Tiago came to as well.
Yeah, I like this play by Tiago.
So all 5 mana, including the Caryatid, and there is the Wingmate Rock plus Chum.
Right, and Wingman Rock.
Wingman Rock, yeah, I heard that this morning and thought, yeah, you're very good. Abzan Charm on top of Ari Lax's deck.
So this really could be the hunker down we're going to be here for a while match we've been looking for through these quarterfinals leading up to now.
And incidentally, hunker down was the playtest name for Outlast.
Oh, funny.
That is what R&D called the Abzan mechanic.
So Ari's kind of in the same spot where he can attack now and then play his own Wingmate. He can also attack and maybe have a Hero's Downfall. This time the double block is very susceptible to Hero's Downfall or Abzan Charm, and Tiago knows Ari has a Hero's Downfall.
Right.
So I wouldn't expect to see double Wingmates blocking on Siege Rhino here. Though if the Courser comes in, which Ari briefly debated doing, that will get double blocked.
It's only going to send in 1 Rhino.
Yeah, basically just to trigger raid here.
I'll play my own Wingmate Rock to get the guy.
And of course, there's an Urborg in play, so Windswept Heath doesn't need to be sacrificed to generate mana.
Yeah, and Ari choosing to keep Abzan Charm on top, which makes sense. Also, Ari really wants to hit a 6 land, so now he can draw, see if his top card's a land. If it is not, then sack wins 50 to shuffle, which is even life neutral because of the Courser.
Yeah.
So even though they're playing a lot of the same cards here, even though like their curves have been very similar, Ari's got the advantage of having a Courser out, so he's getting slight card advantage and draw filtering as the time goes on, plus life gain. But Tiago's advantage is he's a turn ahead, so he's always going to be the person who gets to attack first with untapped mana. Because now Tiago could potentially, play a 6 land, be representing multiple removal spells. He could also even just like Hero's Downfall before attacking here.
What does Whip of Erebos do in this matchup?
Whip is pretty good. It doesn't help necessarily when you don't have good attacks. Like if Tiago was to just play a Whip pre-combat and attack with both his Wingmate Rocks and a Siege Mate or Siege Rhino, the Rhinos bounce off each other. Ari gets to double block and kill a Wingmate. In exchange, Tiago gets to gain a little bit of life. That's not a huge upside. So yeah, so I like this. I like casting Hero's Downfall, and then looks like casting Abzan Charm and just going in, just attacking with both your rocks.
In we go. So Ari falls from 14 through the air. Come the Wingmates.
Yep, my life total's going the wrong way. 8.
Life total's going the wrong way, says Ari. Down to 8.
So now Ari is significantly behind here to the 2 rocks.
Gain a life.
He's going to sacrifice his fetch land, try to look for another land.
Let me see.
It is funny how Wingmate interacts with Whip, where if you whip it pre-combat, you don't get the raid trigger, but you get to attack with it. Whereas if you whip it out post-combat, you don't get to attack with it, but you end up with a 3/4 rock at the end of it. So both sides are okay, but it's not like usually Whip plus enter the battlefield abilities are very good. In this case, it's you kind of get to choose which half you want.
It could be a little counterintuitive. So take a look at all the cards Ari has sort of piling up in his hand. It's the Abzan Charm, it's the Hero's Downfall, so the same set of tools that were available to Tiago last turn. He's got Sorin Solemn Visitor and a Johnny Mentor of Heroes.
Yeah, and let's remember that those have been there since the very start of the game, and Planeswalkers don't do anything for you in hand.
Ooh, that would be a good Planeswalker.
Yes.
So Ari was really hoping to hit a 6 land here to maybe just do the same thing Tiago did, double removal spell on the Wingmate. And if you notice, Tiago took the care to exile the actual Wingmate and Hero's Downfall the token, which doesn't actually matter as much for Ari, but can actually matter for the other way around because Tiago does have a Whip in his hand.
Right.
What Ari can also do is what I think he's doing is Sorin and just plus it and attack for 10.
Which doesn't sound like the worst sentence ever uttered.
No, it's a 20-point life swing there because both Rhinos become 5/5s. It makes it so Tiago can't really block. You're basically using Sorin to just gain a ton of life and deal a ton of damage.
Of course, that leaves open some attacks for Tiago.
Yeah, and if he chooses to, he could have his own Sorin emblem here with a Whip of Erebos providing lifelink to his whole team as well. Tiago could get real greedy here, though I don't think he should, which is play Courser, hope to flip a land to play the Whip, but it's just too important to hit it this turn.
So here's Whip. Everything has lifelink.
And Tiago's going to gain 3 off the Wingmate Rock trigger. I do like killing the Sorin here, potentially. Even though, Ari has another Sorin, it wastes Ari's mana, and Ari's mana is pretty constrained here. Looks like Tiago might just be smashing Ari, though.
Yeah, they're confirming life totals. Larks thinks it's going back up to 9, but Saporito, we believe, goes to 10 here.
Switch done. What, is this a 1? No, I was right in 10.
Yeah, so I think if Tiago's not killing Sorin...
you're going to 10 from the trigger. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
There we go.
It's mainly because of the Sorin on top of Ari's library, kind of, making them hesitant.
Sorry.
This isn't a game that's going to come down to cards, though. It's a game that's going to come down to actual just board presence. And I think making Ari waste his whole... Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. Because it was because of the life total dispute, we weren't sure where he was attacking.
Right.
I think forcing Ari to waste a turn is much more important than potentially letting him have an extra Sorin in hand.
There's an Elspeth.
More Planeswalkers that aren't in play.
I think we might have a Planeswalker in play very soon.
Sylvan Caryatid.
Sylvan is up next for Ari Lax.
Which almost certainly signifies he's going to use one of his 3-mana removal spells this turn. So that really makes sense. Deciding where he wants to kill.
So Abzan Chan sends away the principal wingmate rock using mode
Well,
number 1.
With whip, you want that exile, as Luis was saying earlier.
So Tiago, when the game gets late enough, he could look at sending in Siege Rhino, even though it can't accomplish anything, just to get it killed to whip it back. But
3 cards in my hand.
I don't think we're quite at that point. Ours is slightly too high of life total. Tiago does get to attack with his wingmate, and then he's got, still a handful of gas. He still has another courser, or rather his first courser, the second one to be on the, get played this game, and then downfall and a Siege Rhino. So he's, he's pretty well stocked. I mean, neither player is very close to running out of gas. Though I actually like Ari's position a little bit here. Whip isn't being outstanding. And once Ari concedes that Tiago's life total doesn't really matter, like Ari's not planning on killing him, Ari is actually ahead on Planeswalkers. I mean, he's got a bunch of powerful late-game cards in his hand, and the amount of total life gain by both players may have put this game to a point where board position actually doesn't matter. I mean, it looked like there's just huge life swings going back and forth, but once Siege Rhino stops attacking, other Siege Rhinos have to stop attacking. And then we get to a point where, the control cards you have access to are so much more important.
Does Tiago have a way to bust through? Are there cards that he can draw that just radically change the game in his favor?
I mean, he has more Wingmate Rocks. Like, Wingmate Rock is going to be hard for Ari to deal with. That's basically his biggest draw here. I mean, more Wingmate Rocks. Sorin, I guess, isn't bad, but yeah, I think if you were to ask for a card, it would be Wingmate Rock.
Right.
Just Sorin, just go tick it right up.
Up to 5.
Cursor play, 2 cards in hand.
Ultimate of the Abyss ability, essentially. That player sacrifices a creature during each opponent's upkeep.
Tiago, who was in single digits a turn or two ago, suddenly finds himself in double-digit life totals.
Yeah, both players have gained and dealt 40 damage this game or something. I kind of like the double block here to hopefully incite Ari to use that Hero's Downfall, then you get to cast your own Hero's Downfall, because you really don't want your Rock getting Hero's Downfall here, but it's possible that if you double block, Ari just kills the Courser and is satisfied with that, which you're a little less happy about. And of course, single blocking doesn't really work because of the Sorin +1. Tiago could also just Hero's Downfall the Siege Rhino, but if you're going to do that, I don't think there's a drawback to double blocking. And then if Ari passes, you just downfall his guy.
So Lax waiting patiently for the patient Tiago Saporito.
Yeah, Saporito's clearly just running through many of the same lines that Luis just laid out. And it looks like he's thinking about pushing that Courser in the way. Nope. Ultimately says, I'll make more life. I can just get this right back.
Is that correct? Well, you are 27 for the attack?
Boy, Sorin looks just really good.
Yeah, Sorin, I mean, the key interaction here is that it makes your Siege Rhino 5/5 to fight against 4/5 Siege Rhinos.
Yeah.
And that's what is, becoming more problematic.
Sorin
So
has been defeated.
Tiago does not look optimistic that he would be able to attack Sorin successfully, so he's just going to downfall it instead.
I mean, you could also see that same interaction with like Wingmate Rock, where it's going to, interact, where your Wingmate Rocks are attacking as 4s into their 3/4s.
Yeah, definitely.
So Sandstep Citadel comes into play. There's more land on top for Tiago.
Tiago does have a decent attack here, though he's got to have an expectation of, that Hero's Downfall coming out of Ari's hand at some point. Ari's life total isn't really even that threatened by the Wingmate Rock token, but I think he does want to start playing Planeswalkers, and you don't really want to get him attacked for 3 every turn.
Bring it, says Ari.
Kill the bird.
Well, that was quick.
19 to 18.
Ari not particularly concerned about getting drained for 4 by Siege Rhino. I mean, like we said, his life total is pretty well stocked, and he's got a pretty good hand for things going long.
Okay.
Siege Rhino, here we are again.
21? Or, yeah, that's right. 19.
Another sequel to
16
Under
to 20.
Siege here, as we've got, something like the 4th or 5th Rhino played. I guess if none of them died, this is just the actual 4th Rhino. We've got...
So someone on Twitter described the Rhino as the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I saw that. That is
Go up
accurate.
to 17. Scry, leave that one on top of my library.
And I certainly appreciate Ari's pace of play here. He knows the
Hellbound?
matchup well, and he's,
I believe is the term.
feels like he's made all his decisions before he's had a chance to do them, so that as soon as that comes up, he just immediately snaps it off.
A Johnny Mentor of Heroes.
So, Planeswalker time. Eventually, that's been glued in his hand since the opening. And here is a Johnny Mentor of Heroes. Well, we've seen... I wonder how much live game we've seen already and whether 100 is on the card.
You know I still want to see someone gain 100 life in the top 8.
Achievement unlocked.
Yes.
It's the plan. I don't think it's his plan, though.
So Ari makes his Siege Rhinos an impenetrable wall here.
Yeah, he's just turtling up.
And which is perfect because he's got an Elspeth, and it looks like, you know, Ari's plan to win here is to just play Elspeth. Certainly not minus it, just keep plussing it until he can use the ultimate, and that would end the game. Except the Hero's Downfall may change that.
22.
So no remotely possible attacks this turn for Saporito.
No, he doesn't even, like, his Whip of Erebos is...
It just gets a Siege Rhino.
He can get the Siege Rhino back, but that really will just drain Ari from, down to 14 and put himself to 25. Plus, I guess he gets to gain 4 by attacking, but that's just not an effective use of resources.
Oh boy. There's an Utter End on top.
And Corsair Johnny having a little combo here where, once Ari looks at his top card and sees that it's good, he does not want to use the impulse ability of a Johnny to look at his top 4.
1.
Yes.
And here comes Elspeth.
All right.
We're going to need some tokens.
5.
The lady herself, there you see her, 3 1/1 soldiers. They don't fly to start with. Middle ability, well, let's get rid of big things.
Here comes the Siege Rhino.
Big Siege Rhino.
So Tiago can double block the Siege Rhino if he wants. Again, that is vulnerable to the Abzan charm. He knows that it's in Ari's hand.
Yeah.
Might be worth trying to go through that at some point, but then getting one of your Siege Rhinos exiled means even with the whip, you're not really in great shape there.
So both of these players are just down to their top decks.
Yeah, and both of them know what's coming a turn in advance, and both of them have ways to shuffle if need be. Like Ari has a Johnny, and Tiago has a Windswept Heath kind of sitting there. So they're going to have a decent amount of filtering, but they're still just drawing 1 card a turn. I mean, they can use Abzan Charm to draw 2, but it's such a valuable card that that's not, necessarily the best either.
Sort of drawing 1 card a turn. Like, again, with these Planeswalkers in play for Ari Lax, he's just, at an incredible permanent advantage.
4/5 Rhino. That is the whipped one.
I mean, he's drawing a card and 3 soldiers
Right.
every turn, potentially.
Okay. You go.
Yeah, and Ari's Planeswalker is, of course, outnumbering Tiago pretty severely here. And even though a Johnny's going to be tough to beat, I don't know if Tiago has really much of a choice but to downfall the Elspeth, since that's the one that will eventually just straight up end the game.
5 toughness, Sylvan Caryatid, a pretty good foil to reanimated Siege Rhinos.
You reveal land.
So Tiago
one of my Planeswalkers.
stopping Ari in his draw step so you can see Ari's next card because of Corsair, but not let Ari activate a Planeswalker yet.
Interesting little thing, I don't know whether you heard there at home, Ari asked, kill one of my Planeswalkers? I spent a lot of time watching Ari at Grand Prix Orlando last weekend, and he constantly talks to his opponent about the plays that he thinks they're about to make. It's a very curious thing that would certainly give me pause on the other side of the table. It's like, why are you asking me if I'm about to kill one of your Planeswalkers?
Yeah, you can certainly suggest things to your opponent by sort of confidently saying, oh, this is what you're going to do. But I mean, I think it also just, at this level, maybe just seems obvious to both players.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ari is running any mind games or anything. I don't think it's strategic. I think it's just his personality.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just confirming, really, that they're both in the same world where his Planeswalker's about to die, which is what he thinks will happen.
Did you draw for 2? Yeah, I drew the Utter End that was on top of my deck previously.
Oh, by the way, I drew the Utter End.
Elvish Mystic.
And now an Elvish Mystic, which is one of the less exciting cards in Ari's deck at turn 23 or whatever we're at now.
Ari using, Johnny to find an Elspeth, which is kind of the super team there.
Yeah.
And while he's at it, he might as well keep attacking with a 6/7 Rhino. It's not like he has to worry about getting attacked back.
So I mean, Ari's deck really is more like Abzan Super Friends here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have, again, he doesn't have Fleece Mains, he has Planeswalkers instead. And that's a pretty dramatic, I mean, swapping the bottom of the curve for the top of the curve is a pretty dramatic change in how the deck actually plays out.
Is it inevitable now? Are we into the death throes of game one?
I would be surprised if Tiago could come back from this. Again, Tiago has to draw a very good sequence of cards in order to beat all these Planeswalkers because he's multiple cards behind.
Yeah, sure.
Even the 4th Siege Rhino is not going to be enough, so he chooses to shuffle it away.
It feels like the 6th or 7th, but I guess that's between them.
Right, we were using morph counters that were labeled first through.
You were going to do that for Siege Rhino?
Yeah, we could have gotten up to about our 7th or 8th Siege Rhino there.
Yeah.
More than maybe morphs we've gotten to in any one game.
I wouldn't be surprised because Siege Rhinos kind of, when they're on both sides, they slow the game down. When they're on just one side, they tend to speed it up pretty quickly. But again, the difficulty of attacking Rhino into other Rhinos means that Siege Rhinos tend to, kind of make the game grind to a halt.
I love the interaction of Ari's deck, though. The Sorin Solemn Visitor with Siege Rhino just seems like a really just great route to take for this deck, where especially if you feel like you're going to be in a world of... I feel like if you're going to be in a world of Siege Rhinos for the next year in Standard.
Yeah, and Sorin's actually one of the cards that's in common between all of the Abzan decks left in the top 4 here, where you even have, like, from the spectrum of Sigrist's, aggressive deck to Ari's controlling deck, with Tiago kind of in the middle, all 3 of them have Sorin.
Are you prepared, BDM, to declare Sorin the winner of the Planeswalker Challenge this weekend? Over Sarkhan?
From the new set?
From KTK, yes.
Yeah, I think so. I was going to say Elspeth still has something to say about it, but...
Time to be done, and Ari Lax. Both players, slowish starts. In the end, Ari Lax had the Planeswalkers. They sat in his hand for a very long time, but once they were on the battlefield, that was his edge.
Right, well, both players are just playing 1-for-1 removal, one creature. Ari had the cards that just were a recurring source of advantage for him.
Yeah, and because Ari was able to stabilize against all the, the Wingmate Rock and the Siege Rhino with a couple Sorin +1s to gain a bunch of life, the game dragged out long enough to where neither player could attack, but Ari was ticking up Planeswalkers.
Well, both these players now sideboard for Game 2 and possibly a Game 3. Certainly Brazilian fans will hope so. Here is Ari Lax's sideboard. So he has an End Hostilities, 1 Dune Blast, 1 Mass Calcify, 3 Drown in Sorrow, 3 Bile Blight, couple of Murderous Cut, an Unravel the Ether, 1 Liliana Vess, and 2 Nissa Worldwaker. So, Luis, give us a sense of where this might head for Game 2.
The most appealing card is certainly Dune Blast.
Yeah, that's what I'm
in a stalled board like that, it kills all your opponent's creatures and kills everything but your biggest creature, which is pretty nice, especially when a lot of the permanents you have in play are Planeswalkers. Right. So, those obviously don't get touched. I suspect we will not see Mass Calcify make a second appearance here, as it does not, touch Tiago's Wingmate Rocks or Siege Rhinos.
Mass Mortify, as we were calling it, when you reveal you accidentally sided it in with
exactly.
Courser of Crufix.
I could see End Hostilities, Murderous Cut, and Liliana also all being good. They're, Murderous Cut is a pretty good combo with Planeswalkers because you can almost tap out for a Planeswalker and then play a 1-mana Murderous Cut. I don't know if Ari needs more 1-for-1 removal, and I don't know how much he wants to rely on like a Wrath plan, though it does seem pretty good. I don't love Nissa because the lands don't match up well against Siege Rhino, and Nissa itself gets attacked. So I would be a little bit more surprised if you brought that in, but I haven't tested this specific matchup.
That's a little scary because when you say, oh yeah, the lands don't match up well because they're only 4/4s, which was the subtext of that. That's terrifying. Liliana Vess, of course, the middle ability, go and find a Siege Rhino, followed by go and find another Siege Rhino. That's been putting several games away this weekend. But on the other side of the table, arguably even more important for Tiago Saporito of Brazil, because he is 1 game down. So why don't we take a look at the Brazilian sideboard, what he has to work with. Now, he decided that 1 End Hostilities was not enough. He really wanted it to be over, so he has 4 of those, 3 Thoughtseize. There we see 1 copy of the Mythic Rare Unoffensive the Foremost, the Human Soldier, Agent of Erebos, a single copy of Erase, 1 Utter End, which we saw Ari have last game, 1 Back to Nature, 2 Elspeth, so he gets to potentially fight a bit of a Planeswalker war, and 1 Stain the Mind from M15. So, BDM, what are you looking at there?
I kind of like Stain the Mind, actually.
I knew you were going to say that. And I was going to make fun of you even if you didn't.
Yes. So. I mean, if he feels like it's a really bad matchup that he doesn't have a lot of answers for, though, that card just might be what he needs.
I would be surprised if he sided it in. That's just paying 5 mana for a spell that doesn't affect the board and only may affect their hand. I don't think is something you can afford. I mean, every turn there in the first 7 or 8 turns is so valuable. And by the time it's later and the board stalled out, well, Elspeth would already be in play, assuming that's the card you were looking to name.
It doesn't have to cost 5, though. He could tap 3 Siege Rhinos and make it only cost 2.
That is true.
All right, what else might we see, Luis, here?
I mean, Utter End for sure is going to come in as well as the Elspeth. Those seem perfectly well suited to that sort of game. Anafenza does not seem good against other opposing Siege Rhinos or even Planeswalkers. Thought Seizes do seem good as well. And then End Hostilities could be part of a sideboard plan, except Ari has more Planeswalkers, so I don't know if that actually just plays into what Ari wants to do with too much. I mean,
Ari seems like he'd be pretty happy. He's like, okay, you're going to clear the board, and then I get to make 3 tokens with Elspeth.
Exactly. So I suspect End Hostilities is not good enough, though if Tiago, again, has tried this sideboard plan, it's the sort of thing that, having not tried it, I wouldn't do it. But if you've tested it, I mean, odd sideboard plans have worked in the past, but not ones that involve Stay in the Mind.
So, the staples of the format, your Elspeth Suns champions, Thought Seizes may be in, Utter End for sure, maybe the End Hostilities, watch out for whether those come in or not, and don't hold your breath on Stain the Mind. Sure. That's the summary on that one.
I'm assuming Stain the Mind isn't there, actually. It's just a combo breaker.
Yeah, it's only for Ascendancy. I mean, Tiago, he got this deck list from Willie. Willie's very aware that we're all playing Ascendancy, so not saying that Willie, leaked that information. I'm just saying people who know that other people are testing Ascendancy are more likely to overstate how good Ascendancy is, or at least be aware of it. So that's what Erase, Stain the Mind, and Back to Nature and Thoughtseize are basically for.
We did a bit of a primer together early in the day, Luis, on the Ascendancy combo. To what extent, when you have a combo together, do you actually sit down essentially with Gatherer and go, name every card in the format that could be bad for us if someone knew that all they wanted to do was beat this deck?
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, we did some testing against Stay in the Mind. We tested against Phyrexian Revoker is another very good one because it's a way to essentially kill Sylvan Caryatid without actually targeting it.
Mm-hmm.
So we are prepared for those cards, and we had to test against them.
So there you see one half of this semi-final lineup. It's Tiago Saborizo. Ari Lax has stepped away for a moment or two. In general, Luis, how was the weekend for you? You're here, so not as good as you hoped, I understand. But what was the shape of your weekend, and how did the team do testing-wise?
Well, most importantly, I finished in 184th place, and then Paul Chion finished in 185th place. So that has been the best thing to come out of the weekend.
So it's good to know that you're still better.
Exactly.
Empirical evidence.
But other than that, I mean, this wasn't the weekend we had hoped for. We kind of tried to, made a move by playing the Ascendancy deck. I think if the deck ended up being great, it would have been really, really good. Whereas a lot of us played Jeskai, which Ben Stark top 16 with, and Shahar top 50 with, and that's the sort of deck that is going to be good. Is going to be decent at least. It's never going to be insane, but it's always going to be decent. And Ascendancy, its range was from not good enough to way too good.
Right.
So we kind of took a shot there, and it didn't quite work out the way we had hoped.
Do you feel like maybe you're playing safer decks for the past few Pro Tours, and you just wanted something that was a bigger swing?
No, I've played this kind of deck the last couple of Pro Tours, actually. If you look at last year, I played Valakut, I played Mono Red. So I've been playing these kind of non-interactive decks that could just really spike, and maybe that's not good. Maybe I should be playing more interactive decks. Though the best deck I think we had last year was the kind of now Sultai control deck in Block, where Josh Utter-Leyton made top 8 with, and or actually top 4. And that's the sort of deck that maybe I should be playing more of. That's what the Jeskai Wins deck is. It's a very interactive deck that doesn't have any outrageous win percentages, but it gives you a lot of room to play Magic. I've kind of been leaning towards decks that, if they're good, they're very good, but don't give me a ton of room to maneuver.
Now, is part of that because of real-world commitments, if you like, that in fact, perhaps you don't trust your own edge over the rest of the best in the world in a way that you might have done, let's say, in Core Blade era 2011. Is it a slightly different you that is playing at Pro Tours these days?
Not really. I mean, we still met and tested for over a week and prepared beforehand. So it was more like this is kind of more what Magic is like nowadays. Like, you don't get Psychotog anymore. You don't get Mystical Teachings where, me, Paul, and Paulo all made top 8 with the same deck, because it was just insane for the format. I haven't seen any deck in the last couple Pro Tours that really can claim more than a 60% true win percentage, which is fine. I mean, that is how these things have worked, but it does mean that you don't really have any expectations of, doing amazing with a broken deck that no one knows about. People are very good at tuning and finding decks these days.
No more flying to Europe to play 1 week of Memory Jar before it's banned.
Exactly. That's just the sort of thing that the cards are not designed to do.
Right. So let me ask you a quick question while we wait for Ari to come back. How do you feel like if you were going to play an Ascendancy combo deck after this event, which version do you like? Do you like the version you guys played or the version that Li Shijian had coming into the top 8?
I think that the version we played is a little more resilient to hate just because we have 4 Dig Through Time and 2 Treasure Cruise. And so the post-board games, you get to draw a lot more cards, which actually is important because when you're fighting against hate. That being said, I don't know if I can recommend an Ascendancy deck if people are prepared for it. If you are playing at someone like Sean McLaren who has Negate and Erase and Dissolve post-board, it's just not going to go well.
Sure.
So there you see the players. Arilax back in the building, but not looking at his 7 yet, because that 7 is what Thiago Saporito is looking at. Caryatid Silvestre. Yeah, still hexproof in any language. Plenty of land. 5 land, Charm, Caryatid.
You keeping?
He's going to keep. So now Ari looks at his 7 for game 2.
I'm not.
I am not. Away it goes. Well, while they shuffle up, game 1 eventually turned out to be about Planeswalkers very much, and the lady herself, Elspeth, Sun's champion. And now we have the opportunity, potentially in game 2, to see those on both sides of the table. I'm sure I've seen a Pro Tour like that somewhere before. Why don't we take a look at Elspeth, Sun's champion for you, and just take a look at one of the fabulous Planeswalkers that are just outstanding as we head to game 2. There you see her. 3 soldiers, that's the +1, which is mostly the default. Then the middle ability, everything huge dies. And eventually, if I'm going to kill you, well, I'm going to turn my 1/1 ground guys into 3/3 flyers.
Well, you know what? Looking at boards full of Siege Rhinos, Elspeth just looks, possibly as good as she's looked in a while here.
Yeah, Elspeth is pretty decent against Siege Rhino, but it's kind of unfortunate that if your opponent has a Siege Rhino and a Courser, and you don't have anything to defend Elspeth, the minus ability doesn't work because you kill the Rhino, but then the Courser kills your Elspeth. And the plus ability actually doesn't work that well against Siege Rhino. It gets trampled over. So there are definitely boards where you can get a huge swing out of playing it and killing 2 Siege Rhinos, but it's not as simple as Elspeth against Pelucranos, where she basically just wins.
Just let me unwrap my Christmas presents, Luis. I'm picturing 3 Siege Rhinos dying to it.
Well, Elspeth has been around for a while. You can't claim that this is a new thing.
So basically, you're saying this is the best she's ever looked. Now she's dead. Okay.
Well, I mean, she is still an incredibly powerful card.
Right.
At no point while she's legal and standard is anyone going to be like, oh, Elspeth, no one plays that.
Right.
Who plays that?
Right. Well, is there any color that's not playing creatures? Well, looks like we're underway, actually.
Yep. So let's get back to the action, and we will open up with a bit of scry action for Thiago.
So when we saw that Thiago kept a 5-land hand, we couldn't quite see the last spell, and it was like, if it's Caryatid, 5 lands and a random spell, Obzon Charm's actually the first thing I guessed, because there aren't very many other 1-spell hands you would keep.
So straight away we will fetch up.
And that's pointing to the
two.
ability for Obzon Charm to dig.
Right. In this particular case, it's early in the game when Ari has nothing else in play. It's using Obzon Charm to draw 2.
It looks like the End Hostilities did come in there, looking at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how many came in. I mean, it is certainly a card you don't have to board in all 4 of. I mean, you could board in 1 or 2 just to, as a way to get out of a bad situation. But I'd be much happier on Ari's side boarding in Dune Blast. Now that's the card you want for the mirror. It'd be interesting to see if Thiago plays Fleece Mainline or Caryatid. My guess is Fleece Mainline here, just because he's got no 4-drop and he's on the play, so getting to attack with line, especially against someone who mulliganed, it could actually lead to a pretty quick win. If Ari doesn't have a removal spell and you get to monstrous the line and maybe even cast an Obzon Charm on it and make it a 7/7, or a 6/6 rather, you could end the game in just a couple swings.
Well, let's take a look at the cards that Arilax has in hand.
That's right.
You see he's got 4 lands, the Johnny Mentor of Heroes and a Wingmate Rock, so he's a little bit away from having something to do.
I think if Tiago was able to, give Ari 3 lands and 2 spells, this is about what it would look like. I mean,
if he could Jester's Mask him?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Jester's Mask, but I didn't know how current that would be.
Not very.
No.
Yeah. But because now Tiago gets to attack, gets to play Sylvan Carrington, and he gets to threaten to monstrous the lion next turn.
Ari could do with something roundabout now like this off the top. Courser of Crufix reveals a land on the top.
It's not going to fix all his problems, though. I mean, it's a good card to draw, but it does not actually get him to 5 any sooner, so I think he'd almost rather have had a Caryatid. Though it does enable the raid on Wingmate Rock.
Here comes Thoughtseize.
It'd be interesting to see if Tiago just takes the opportunity to monstrous the line here now that Ari's tapped out. Ari doesn't have that many 4-drops that are insane. Just making sure that happens, I think, is really important.
Yeah, and that's
so
what he does.
There we are. So the counter goes on. 3/3 becomes 4/4 and indestructible.
And Hexproof, so can't even get exiled by Abzan Charm or Utter End. It's basically immune to everything.
And that Utter End is what has appeared on top of Ari Lax's deck via the Courser.
Fleecemane Line is also one of the reasons that you'd want to board an End Hostilities. Is End Hostilities Fleecemane Line is like a build your own Dune Blast. Takes a little bit longer, but it still does the trick.
So Saporito in good shape early in game 2. He needs to be because he's 1-0 down. Lax will fall to 10.
Wow.
And now here's the Thoughtseize. So Tiago will know what we know, that Lax has a Wingmate Rock and a Johnny Mentor of Heroes.
Wingmate Rock.
Yes. Yep, that Wingmate Rock is what is not about to appear on the battlefield.
Yeah, my guess is that Wingmate Rock is the best card to take, especially since a Johnny doesn't really impact the board. I mean, if Ari makes the Courser bigger, Abzan Charm takes care of it. If Ari just starts looking for cards, I mean, Fleecemane Line is chowing down here.
So it sounds like we have an answer to how Tiago sideboarded. He took out 2 Caryatids, took out Anafenza, took out Draenazar, took out 2 Bile-Blight to bring in just that 1 End Hostilities we saw, 2 Thoughtseize, 1 Utter End, and 2 Elspeth.
And it looks like 1 Stain the Mind, too?
Yeah, it's right there.
I can't help myself. But yes, it's just got the 1 Misers and Hostilities there for, got to keep Ari on his toes.
Right, and Ari took out a Sorin, took out 2 of his Thoughtseizes, took out an Utter End and 2 Elvish Mystics to bring in Bile-Blight, 1 End Hostilities, 1 Dune Blast, 2 Murderous Cut, and Liliana Vess.
Yeah, I think that using Murderous Cut to protect your Planeswalker sounds like a pretty strong sequence of plays here for Ari.
So Ari has Wingmate Rock on top of his deck, and we have the first appearance, or, well, waiting in the wings appearance of Siege Rhino on the top of Saporito's deck, who will untap and put that Rhino into hand, and we will see what is on top. Well, it's land this time around.
I'm a little surprised Ari boarded out Utter End, just because if he sees that Saporito's boarding in Elspeth's, I mean, I would think you might want an answer to it. I guess he's worried about having too much high end. Once you're boarding in Dune Blast and in Hostilities and Liliana Vess, I mean, I guess you're going to too often get in a spot where you're only casting 1 spell per turn, which is often not enough. But I do like boarding out Elvish Mystic and Thoughtseize. I really don't like Thoughtseize in this kind of matchup. You empty your hand by turn 5 or 6 a lot of the time and are just playing off the top. And those aren't the kind of games where I think Thoughtseize is good.
So if you draw the Thoughtseize on, say, turn 4, suddenly it's just mediocre.
I think it's a lot better for Tiago because Ari has more expensive high-impact cards that are going to clog his hand. Tiago gets to play it to the board a lot sooner. And Tiago has cards like Fleecemane Line, which really reward you for knowing when you can go for it.
Game 1 was very much about an even board state that gradually and inexorably edged towards Ari Lax. This time around, there's a lot more going on for Tiago early in the game. So, Luis, what does Ari Lax need to do here to make sure he can get to the point where stability can lead to a win?
He basically just needs to draw a bunch of siege Rhinos, because that's one of the things that can stop Fleecemane Line. And Elspeth would be good, too. Wingmate Rock, not quite going to do it. And Bad End Hostilities is looking pretty good with that Fleecemane, even though I agree with Tiago that he doesn't want a ton of them in his deck.
So there's Rhino for Tiago.
It's going to drop Ari to 4 here.
And Ari pretty much locked into having to cast a removal spell on his turn.
So there it is. Get rid of the Rhino, but
if he doesn't gain life here, he's just that, but he's going to get that from the land off the courser. He's going to go to 5.
And he's going to get to presumably play a wingmate rock this turn. It's funny, and Hostilities, I think, is much better in Ari's deck than Tiago, but Tiago likes seeing it on top, and Ari does not, especially since Ari knows that even though a wingmate rock could come out, in Hostilities makes the wingmate rock actually not a good plan. So I actually like this a little better.
Back we go.
Tiago, of course, just going to instantly win here with Abzan Charm.
Boom. Thank you very much. Let's play game 3. So it is 1-1, and we will have a decider in this Abzan mid-range battle after a very long, very grindy game 1. Definitely, no doubt who the aggressor was in game 2. It was Tiago Saporito. There you see him on the far side of your screens. And he will now be on the draw in the deciding game. So that's the first question, Luis. How big a deal is being on the play?
Well, it looked like in the quarters, every single person who was on the play won the match. So I'm not going to say that proves...
All the top seeds won their quarterfinal match.
I'm not going to say that proves anything. That's just 4 matches. But also in testing, this... seems like the standard format where being on the play is the most important in the last couple of years. I mean, it's always been big, but here it's particularly big.
So let me ask you guys about a card, Fleece Mane Lion, which was not a big card when people were talking about at pre-release time, has become like this mainstay of multiple Pro Tour decks over the last year. It's become really dominant. We're seeing it again here getting as far right now as the semifinals.
Yeah, we've got a good shot of Fleece Mane Lion winning this Pro Tour. We've got 2 Fleece Mane Lion decks in contention still. And, I mean, part of the fact that it's just a 2-mana 3/3, which at its base is very good. Watchwolf saw a ton of play.
See, that's what I love. I think that's one of the edges that a lot of older players have over newer players, is that when you try and evaluate cards, if you hear yourself say, it starts as a Watchwolf and then gets better, well, that's a real kind of flag that you should be paying attention to things like this.
Yeah, I feel like you should be able to do that analysis without the Watchwolf comparison. It's just like it's a 3/3 for 2 that becomes 4/4 indestructible.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, once it becomes monstrous, there's basically nothing that can remove it from the battlefield, besides some very bizarre, occurrences.
Yeah, where you sacrifice your highest guy.
Crackling
that
Doom
works.
does it. You could also double Bile Blight your own Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a stretch, but super.
Yeah, that's not really doing anybody any good there.
Well, we lost some Caryatids in this tournament to opponents going Caryatid, Bile Blight, my own Caryatid as a way to stop the Ascendancy combo.
I believe Ari Lax was talking about doing that play.
Yeah, he absolutely was. Glad to see that Trample was ultimately removed from that. That would have been savage. So Fleece Mane Lion equalizes for Tiago Saporito of Brazil. And now one of these two will advance. And who will they meet in the final? Well, that's semi-final 2. And waiting patiently off camera for us is the Abzan aggro deck of Mike Sigrist of the United States up against blue, white, red Jeskai Wins, Sean McLaren, looking for 2nd Pro Tour title in a year. Crazy.
Who do you like in that matchup, Luis?
I think I have to go with Sigrist. I mean, I think it's pretty close, but Sigrist, the Abzan deck is really built with Jeskai in mind. So I would have to imagine that he feels pretty confident in the matchup.
I like, every time I've watched him play with that deck, I really like the way it plays out. It doesn't, dirtle around with the mana accelerators. It just gets right down to the business of bashing.
Yeah, I mean, McLaren does have main deck Anger of the Gods. I mean, that is a card. So I don't think that we're looking at a blowout in either direction here. But, I think Sigrist has a slight edge.
But right now, it's the last game of the tournament for somebody. Ari Lax nearest the camera, and his Brazilian 21-year-old opponent, Tiago Saporito. Great interview, I thought, this morning with Willie Adel, BDM. So nice. Magic is fundamentally, when you get down to it, and there's the one player in the chair, it is a solitary game a lot of the time. So to hear someone talk about building a community, building a legacy for a nation of Magic players, I thought was really, really great.
Yeah, talking to Willie a little more extensively about that subject off camera. He said, like, look, I have a family now. I'm in my mid-30s. He's like, I don't know that I can continue to play the game at this level with this intensity. And you know, and sort of the implication also that Paulo is, you know, getting older and, you know, maybe isn't as not to say he's driven, but, you know, with the Hall of Fame can sort of maybe he's like, who's that next Brazilian player going to be? And it's very important to him that he cultivates a next generation that fills the role that Carlos, Willie, and Paulo have filled for the last, you know, decade, maybe decade and a couple extra years since, you know, Brazil burst onto the Magic scene.
Nice handshake between the two players there. They know that the next 10, 15, 20 minutes is going to be potentially life-changing for one of them. And remember, this in some ways is the biggest Pro Tour of the year, because when you become Platinum by winning the Pro Tour, you are not only Platinum for the rest of the season, but all of the following season. So you are looking at the best part of 2 years from now of guaranteed fabulous accommodations being flown around the world to play this game on the biggest stage. It is a huge next few hours.
You know, it's funny also for all of Ari's success that he's had over the last couple of years playing Magic, you know, a couple top 16s, you know, some strong finishes, doing well at the Grand Prix. Platinum has eluded him his entire career.
I feel slightly responsible here.
Wow.
I'm responsible for one of his top 16s not being a top 8 and for him missing Platinum. Back when I used to win matches, a lot of them were apparently against Ari in big spots, and we joked about it after his round one.
I asked him what the key to his to getting into the top 8 was, and he says not having to play a win-in against a Channel Fireball member.
Yeah, I guess he's lost to me, Webb, and Raptor kind of in these crucial rounds.
So here we go. It's time for Game 3. We begin with Citadels aplenty. Sandstep Citadel comes down. Caves of Koilos is land number 2 for Ari Lax. Both players have kept, which is great. Here comes Thoughtseize, which means that we and you and they will know what is going on in Lax's hand. And there you see it. There's a Corsair of Krufrix, there is an Elspeth Suns champion, there is Siege Rhino, and there is Wingmate Rock to go along with Windswept Heath and Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth.
Yeah, Ari's got a pretty solid hand. It was just missing the Sylvan Caryatid. That was the one card he needed to kind of make this an A+ hand instead of a pretty solid B+ hand. It has all the spells you want. It has the 3, 4, 5, and 6 even. So this is a very solid hand.
So do you go early, low in the curve and take the 3 out, or do you want to, get that Siege Rhino out of the way?
It's really going to depend on Tiago's hand, since I think taking the Corsair, if you don't have a way to deal with it, is probably the best, because it just stalls Ari for an entire turn. But depending on what sort of removal spells Tiago has, I could see it basically being any of the cards.
He took the Corsair. So what do you think that says about what's in Tiago's hand while we wait for that to get
kind of revealed? It looks like another Thoughtseize for sure, but it would indicate that Tiago either doesn't have a 3-mana removal spell or is not interested in using it.
Yeah.
Away goes Siege Rhino.
Oh. Ari with the little flourish there.
Yeah.
Guess what I'm going to play? Ta-da.
Yeah. In his head, he's just going, justice.
I'm going to go to...
And he's also going, you're not running me over anytime soon like you just did to make this happen.
Go.
So Tiago draws a Corsair, in fact. Corsair of Krufrix.
Okay, let's take a look at what's in Tiago's hand here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Well, he has the big end. He has 3 and 4 with Corsair and Siege Rhino, but then a pair of Wingmate Rocks.
Yeah, this is all the settings here to be a kind of game like the first one, where no one gets run over, and both players play a lot of things to the board. I mean, Tiago looks like he's got multiple Corsairs and Wingmate Rocks. Play pretty good defense. Ari, of course, has the Wingmate Rock and the Elspeth ready to go, and between the Caryatid and the Corsair, he's going to be able to cast them.
But if this game bogs down, that has to favor Ari because of the Planeswalkers, right?
Yeah, just like the first game. I mean,
and the Dune Blast now, with that sort of like ticking.
A Johnny Mentor of Heroes is on top for Ari Lax.
And Tiago's actually in a spot where if the card under his Thoughtseize is not a land, he's going to miss a land drop, and that's really not where you want to be.
So here we go. It is a land.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big reveal for Tiago. I think he's got a pretty good option here.
Yep, the 1-mana Confluence in his list.
which is blunted by the fact that Ari has an Urborg out, so it's also a swamp / mana confluence. He can tap it for black without any repercussions. So I'd imagine that the play here is Courser, Confluence, Thoughtseize, because you really don't want Elspeth to come out next turn, or Wingmate Rock, actually, so you have to decide which one is going to be harder to beat. I think Tiago's a little behind here. Ari's going to be the first one to land like a really high-impact spell.
There's Arbzan Charm on the top for Saporito.
So given that information, I actually like taking the Elspeth more here, because, I mean, you don't know if Ari's going to be able to cast it next turn. That is definitely true.
Yes, he's like, you see your Urborg over there? That's helping me out.
But if you leave Ari with Wingmate Rock, he can't really attack with Courser into 2 Coursers. He just gets double blocked. So he either gets to play a Rock without Raid, which you can charm, or throw away a Courser to make 2 Rocks, which, you know, it's not the end of the world, because Tiago gets to potentially make his own Rock, too. Of course, if you take the Wingmate Rock, hoping Ari doesn't hit a land, and Ari hits a land and slams Elspeth, Tiago doesn't have a great answer to that. He's got his own Wingmate Rock, but...
That's a couple turns away from attacking.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, it's really close here. This is, I mean, I don't want to waffle too much, but there's just very valid reasons to take either card here, and it really depends on kind of the card under the top card. We know the top card of each player's deck, but the second card is actually really important information.
Is this the sort of moment...
just under the top deck.
Is this the sort of moment, Luis, where you look back with the trophy and say, this was where I won the Pro Tour? And is it the sort of moment where you limp out of the feature match area in 10 minutes' time going, yeah, that's where I lost the Pro Tour?
Well, you definitely do. The unsatisfying part being that no matter which you take, the cards that come up next with, you know, on top of each player's deck can make it right or wrong. I mean, which then means it's a judgment call. It doesn't mean there's a strict right or wrong play, I don't believe. So the judgment calls are the ones you just have to decide and hope that it, you know, the top card is land or not land, as the case may be. Because, you know, if Tiago knew whether he could cast Wingmate Rock, this would be a very different decision. If he knew whether Ari could cast Elspeth, that'd be a very different decision.
Right.
No matter what, Ari is going to get to cast, you know, an expensive card next turn because he has access to 3 of them.
And
he decides to take the Elspeth.
Yeah, and he was being asked to decide to make that play.
Yeah, because you still have to make plays.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that play. I think that's the better play here.
Here comes a Johnny Mentor of Heroes and a... Nope.
Maybe a second glance at that Abzan Charm, deciding whether or not he wants to maybe make the Courser big, but he could also just use a Johnny to look at his top cards if he wanted.
Looks like we're getting straight into counter mode. 3 go on.
Wow.
The Caryatid.
There's another land.
So it wasn't the untapped land Tiago wanted, but now at least he gets to cast Wingmate Rock. Or rather, he cannot cast Wingmate Rock. So this is, you know, I think he's probably grateful that he did not make a play based on being able to cast Wingmate, given that he's not able to cast it this turn.
And also, let's observe that we have an End Hostilities sitting on top
for
our
definitely.
relax. All this free information, it gets very complicated.
And so Tiago can actually make a pretty threatening play of attacking a Johnny with both, and then if Ari blocks, making his Courser into a 4/6 with Abzan Charm.
Which Courser though? Do you want to kill the?
I would definitely do the one that gets blocked because you want to make it so Ari can't
attack and turn on his Wingmate Rock.
And Hostilities is going to be very good here though. It's going to kill the Caryatid. That's not irrelevant, but you are putting Ari potentially in a spot where he's not able to cast his 5s if he has to wrath away his mana producer.
So plus a Johnny in my top 4.
Plus a Johnny to reveal the top 4. There's a Courser, there's an Abzan Charm there, there's a Plains, and an Elspeth, Sun's Champion. Yeah.
So Ari, I mean, Elspeth's the card you want the most, but I don't know if you can afford to take it, given the fact that you might need to cast End Hostilities pretty soon here. Although, you know, I suppose Ari actually is not locked into casting End Hostilities in any way. I mean, a 3/6 Caryatid can just block forever.
And he takes the Courser of Grufix.
And plays it.
Yeah. 21.
Oh.
Ji-un Blast.
That's a card, especially given that Ari has Windswept Heath and a Johnny to potentially shuffle his top cards next turn. He can just leave Dune Blast there, and he's got, you know, basically 3 looks at finding a 7th land if he even needs to cast it immediately.
Hero's Downfall will go into hand for Tiago Saporito. Whip of Erebos will be in wait.
Cool. I like nothing.
With no cards in graveyard.
Yep. Of relevance. Yep.
This is the biggest Caryatid I've ever seen. Well, I guess minus the arbitrarily large ones that Ascendancy Conflict generates, but there you don't usually represent it with a die.
Permanently large. Okay. Hero's Downfall for Ajani.
Sure. He's dead. 3 cards in hand? Yes.
So it's 3 cards apiece. Board state, basically even.
And Tiago has, at this point, full information. Between the Thought Seizes and the Courser, he knows everything Ari's working with. Doesn't necessarily mean he can beat it, but at least he's aware of it.
And just to remind you at home, End Hostilities, Wingmate Rock, and Doom Blast are those cards.
So Ari's in an interesting spot. He can't really cast Wingmate Rock. He doesn't really need to cast End Hostilities or Dune Blast. I think he can just sit here with a Courser.
Okay, now that's interesting on top of Tiago Saporito's deck. The card that won Ari game number 2, or game number 1 rather, Elspeth Sun's Champion. Here's the whip for Tiago.
I like that play. I think you really don't want to play another creature into a potential Dune Blast or End Hostilities, but given Elspeth on top, you do want to just add something to the board. I'm less in love with the attack because you're using it just to gain 4 life, but Tiago's life total is not really under attack. Now Ari gets to attack with Courser and play Wingmate Rock. He's not necessarily going to do that, but it gives him the option to, which I think could be a little risky. I mean, because Tiago at that point would then have to deal with the Wingmate. So I suppose if Ari plays Wingmate Rock, Tiago's plays to attack back with the 4/6 Courser, play his own Wingmate Rock after maybe trading for either one of the Rock tokens or getting 4 in. I guess a Caryatid could also block there as well. But adding more creatures to both sides of the board is okay, except Ari then has 2 Wraths, which start getting a little bit higher value.
Double Wingmate Rock for Tiago in hand at this point, along with the Siege Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, Tiago's got some action, so it's Ari. Both players are doing pretty well. Ari also kind of wants to get rid of those Coursers. I mean, Tiago's eventually going to hit a 6th land pretty much no matter what this game, just because the game is going to take a number of turns more. But I think that not, having the Coursers out is just, you just don't want your opponent getting free cards.
We saw an opening game of half a dozen Siege Rhinos. They've mostly been missing in games 2 and 3. We're back in the world of Courser of Crufix right now. 2 for Tiago Saporito, 1 for Ari Lax on the right, plus the near bedmate, one might say, of the Courser in Sylvan Caryatid. Those 2 locked in step through many deck lists through this weekend and previously.
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely decks that play Caryatid but not Courser, but I don't know if there's any Courser decks that don't play Caryatid. It's just such a natural combo.
That makes my turn easy. Go.
Caryatid on top now for Saporito.
That was a big sweat for Tiago there. If he hit a land, he could cast Elspeth, and that would be pretty good for him because Ari doesn't have, an incredibly great answer to it.
Right.
But now that he missed that turn, Thoughtseize is going to come and take Elspeth out of his hand. This is the most likely sequence of events. Also, Sylvan Caryatid being on top is about the worst card imaginable, just because it's a land that takes a turn to generate mana, but isn't also a spell, so you're not actually drawing anything super relevant, especially with all these Wraths floating around.
So
it looks like a double attack here, right?
It looked like he was considering it, but the problem is Ari can just double block the small Courser if he attacks with both, which I don't think ends too well.
So it's just the 4/6 that comes in, block with the Caryatid, gain life.
You're going to Siege Rhino?
And as we've seen before, Ari asks the question, and yes, that is correct, Ari, here's a Siege Rhino.
So Ari's Courser's doing a lot more work than Tiago's. It turns out having 2 Coursers in play doesn't actually relevantly change, change things between having 1. So Ari's kind of in full-on control mode here. This is looking like it's going to head kind of the same direction as Game 1, where Whip of Erebos, more of an anti-aggro card than an anti-control card.
Right. Doesn't seem amazing in this matchup.
there's so many turns you pass where you just don't have a good attack.
Yeah, and you know, getting back a Siege Rhino to deal 7 and gain 3 or in gain 7 actually just doesn't do anything. I mean, both players are at 25 life.
When we were heading towards this kind of position in game 1, you said that Wingmate Rock was what Tiago would be looking towards. Is that still as valuable this time around, or is the fact that Ari's sitting there with his Heroes Doubtfuls and End Hostilities and Dune Blast, does that kind of close that avenue off for Saporito?
Yeah, I mean, now that it's post-board and Ari has, you know, like you said, End Hostilities and Dune Blast, it just means that now Ari's got a bunch of cards that can one-for-one deal with Wingmate.
Okay, Dune Blast is getting cast right now, actually.
So let's see what he does with that. He points.
He's just going to keep his
Keep the
giant
Caryatid.
Caryatid.
And we have Planeswalker on top.
I've actually just been in the habit of like
As he turns his Planeswalker face down from the top of his deck, Ari just says, yeah, I've been in the habit of just having everything face up all the time.
And Tiago's now in the unenviable position of perhaps having to just cast a Wingmate Rock to you know, start getting raid triggers, though, again, he knows about End Hostilities, so that's not a particularly effective long-term plan either.
Wingmate Rock to turn on his next Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, because he's way too many mana short of, you know, whipping something back and attacking
Oh, yeah,
Wingmate.
that's never going to happen.
He could play Caryatid, but he's taking his whole turn to play a 2-drop, and he's leaving him with 5/5/6 in hand, even though he knows he's more than likely getting Thought Seized.
His only option is really to go to the area. He's got nothing that's getting through that Caryatid.
Yeah, and no real expectation of it dying unless he can force Ari to cast End Hostilities, which again will take an Air Force.
So life totals combined are 45, but advantage, we believe, firmly with Ari Lax at this stage. There is Wingmate Rock for Tiago Saporito. No raid, so no, what did you call it? Wingman Rock.
Wingman Rock, yeah.
That's the one.
Okay. Here's a Planeswalker.
So my guess is Ari is just going to start looking for value here. He can just +1 Liliana, and then potentially and then Thoughtseize. He could also tutor something up. I mean, that looks like what he's actually leaning towards. Though you then lose Liliana to the Wingmate Rock. I'd be really tempted just to take Liliana up and then Thoughtseize, and then next turn you could maybe minus it if you're going to cast End Hostilities.
It looks like he's maybe take. Yep, he does.
Yeah, I like that line a lot better. I mean, you know you're getting Sylvan Caryatid. That's the downside, I suppose, but it keeps Liliana around. If you're going to play Liliana there, I think having her survive another turn is pretty good.
So here's the Thoughtseize. So Lax sees Wingmate Rock, and off you go, Elspeth. She's meant to fight for me, not for you.
And even Whip can't really threaten Liliana here without a Wingmate Rock in the graveyard because that Caryatid still can just sit there and block.
He's drawn another Wingmate Rock.
A little, well, he drew it looks like an Urborg.
Okay.
Which is a few turns too late. It would have been an excellent draw when he had Elspeth in hand and was waiting for it to course her out a land. But instead, he's going to, you know, again, he can attack Liliana and play a second Wingmate Rock, but then he knows he's going to get End Hostility and then get, you know, maybe +1 Liliana. Yeah. I guess if he plays both cards, Liliana's, you know, more apt to minus. But either way, he's not really in a position where he's able to kind of gain an advantage here. And Whip of Erebos is just not going to do the trick. Ari still at a healthy 18 life.
Yeah.
Hear a big sigh from Ari there.
You gain 3 life, go up to 28. No, you didn't win. No, 20. 25. Yes.
There you get a look at all the tools available in Ari's hand, Hero's Downfall, End Hostilities, and his own Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, and even though that Wingmate doesn't look like it's coming out all too soon, End Hostilities is more than, you know, carrying this whole game.
And we're on 2 cards for Tiago. He plays a Wingmate Rock.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just feels like he doesn't have a choice. He knows he's gonna get wrapped here.
First things first. I'm gonna make the obvious play. Destroy all creatures, tapping out like a moron, for lack of a better way to put it. I will then minus Liliana Vess and search my library for a card.
It looks like Utter End is being brought to the front by
Yeah,
Lax there.
he wants to get rid of that whip.
Yep, he's going to eliminate Tiago's last interesting card.
Right, he's going to lose his Liliana here to some attack from the whip.
Yeah, that is more than likely going to occur.
I think he's okay with this. Well, maybe not. I mean, he's actually sitting on the hero's downfall.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if Ari wants to keep Liliana around, he has the option to do so. And it actually is pretty good because if Tiago uses the whip, he's probably not playing the card in his hand if he drew a spell.
Right.
In which case, killing the creature, letting Liliana survive, untap, make Tiago discard a card, that's a pretty good sequence of plays. And it looks like Ari might have a Murderous Cut in hand as well.
Oh my gosh.
So Saporito in quite a lot of trouble at 29 life.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Right? I mean,
you can look at life totals in some games and determine like kind of who's ahead. In this case, it's just very deceptive.
Here we go. Gonna activate the whip.
Whip back Courser, try to get a little bit of value. I mean, I like it. Your excess damage is kind of wasted on Liliana anyway.
Courser or Prefix? Sure.
On top is a land.
Value has been had.
Still, Ari getting to see Tiago's next card's got to be pretty comforting to Ari, assuming it's not something insane. Like, he now knows that Tiago's not going to do anything all that impressive next turn.
Why does Tiago not have a wingmate right now? And we could have been 30. Rock. Very sad.
And
that was the Murderous Cut.
He's cutting Tiago's hopes and dreams short here since, looks like we're getting into inevitability range.
He says, discard a card. Okay. He's like, Abzan Charm, draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully for Tiago's sake, he's discarding Temple of Silence and that the other card is a spell.
Yeah.
He is. Utter End takes out the whip.
Just dismantling any path to escape this for Tiago.
Yeah, and suddenly we're in the realm of 0 non-land permanents for Tiago Saporito. He's had an amazing run at just 21, his first Pro Tour, top 8, protege of Willie Adel, and poster boy for the Brazilian New Wave. But it looks like he is heading out the door here in semi-final 1.
We will see him again at the World Magic Cup, though.
Yep, and even if this game's reaching what looks like the utter end, he's going to be able to at least get Liliana off the board, though. Still in a lot of trouble.
Thoughtseize takes
down
away.
Siege Rhino, yeah.
Nope. I mean, after the dust has cleared, Ari's got a 3/4 flyer and a Hero's Downfall to nothing, but Tiago has enough turns that if Tiago draws 3 spells in a row and Ari draws 3 lands in a row, we could actually see this game turn around.
Pass the turn from Tiago.
Wife.
First attack.
25. Oh, you took 2. Yep, didn't mark that.
Of course, in this case, Ari's the one drawing spells. He drew an Abzan Charm, which is one of the better cards you could draw. I mean, Elspeth would, I think, be the best, but still, drawing Abzan Charm is pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like Fleecemane Lion was the draw for Saporito. Yep, there it is. He also has an End Hostilities. So we've got the combo.
So this time we're going to see a charm for Lax being draw 2 cards. End of turn.
So now this is the dance of I can't put mana into my Fleecemane Lion. I can't tap out under my Hero's Downfall mana.
Right.
Yeah, though I think if I'm in Tiago's spot, I'm just monstrosing it. I mean, yes, if Ari has a removal spell, that's unfortunate, but you can't afford just to keep 5 mana up here. Well, or you can.
Or you can't, but you did.
Well, yeah, that's the other option. I mean, I understand why Tiago's making the play, and it does make sense, but I think that you just kind of have to bank on... well, I guess if he actually... Sorry, he knows the downfall's in Ari's hand, so never mind. It is better for him to keep the mana up. I think having not knowing a downfall is there, you have to just tap out, but given that you already know it's there, then at that point, you're just walking into it.
In we come. land. Still 2 cards for Saporito.
Yeah. Tiago's only 2 lands short of double monstrosing here.
Well, unfortunately for him, Lax has double Hero's Downfall now.
Well, that's gonna be bad, but at least you get a 2 for 1. Famous last words. At least I got a 2 for 1.
Isn't that the equivalent of saying I lost but I won 1 game?
Yeah.
So here is Sorin Solemn Visitor. And it's going to be vampire time.
A Fleeceman Lion is going to get a card out of Ari no matter what happens now. Either a Hero's Downfall, or a Vampire chump block, or a Sorin, or a Caryatid chump block. I think the Caryatid block is the most likely of those scenarios, unless Tiago attempts to Monstrous, but one way or another, Fleeceman Lion demands some sort of tribute.
Maybe he doesn't have the Hero's Downfall still in his hand. Maybe it's in his yard.
Yeah. And it looks like Tiago is sitting on his own downfall and kind of just ignoring the Wingmate Rock hits because he is at so much life when they all began.
Yeah. Says, let's get rid of Sorin.
And then here's Monstrous, and here's the response. Go away. Saporito back into what's on top of the deck. Well, Thoughtseize is, so that gets rid of the other Hero's Downfall.
We're actually in a straight-up top deck war now.
And Hostilities. Wow. Here we go.
My hand.
Wow.
That's the reaction everyone always has internally when they top deck Elspeth in that spot. Ari chooses to display it externally.
3 soldiers from an empty board. That empty board was there for a blink of an eye, and the lady comes down and gets to work for Ari Lax. Tiago Saporito, I highly recommend some kind of removal for that Planeswalker really soon.
If Tiago draws a Downfall or an Utter End immediately and kills Elspeth, then he's just down to 3 tokens, which is not the end of the world. 6 tokens is probably going to be too much.
In more tokens, Ari playing super fast now. He knows that the end is potentially very, very near.
Elspeth on 6 now.
Tiago helpfully ups Elspeth.
Go.
Pass the turn, needs to be good. It's a Corsair.
We're going to see good or bad news very soon here.
On top is a land.
12.
So in it goes. What's on top now? It's another land. Tiago looks at his 1 card in hand.
Which we know is a Windswept Heath.
We do. And there's the handshake. And there you go. Ari Lax is through to the final of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Tiago Saporito fought, and just for a moment there, and it was BDM, just a moment, the board was clear and it looked like there was a window opening up.
Yeah, credit to Saporito for finding a way back into that game to get it to a neutral state where both players were empty-handed and had an empty board.
Yeah, I mean, he took a game that he was losing very badly to a game where everything was clear for about 15 seconds. Maybe less.
And then
one clap of the hands later, there was Elspeth.
Yeah, you know, I actually love, there's been a lot of sort of chat in social media about players being demonstrative, whether that's Li Chan leaping out of his chair when he makes the top 8, or Ari go, yes, there's my Elspeth. And I think sometimes people just forget what extreme emotion is going on behind this super calm, everything in control, I'm considering my 9 options. Sometimes you just slam the Elspeth, right? I think I kind of like that.
I would certainly slam the Elspeth.
You're going to find a dissenting voice here. I'm not a big fan, but I'm not going to tell people what they should and shouldn't do. I'm just saying I personally would not do that just because as excited as I am internally, like I said, I know what it's like to be on the other side of that, and you having your opponent, do all that might make, you're going to lose anyway. It might make you feel not great about losing.
What's the etiquette there, though? So let's say you have the incredible top deck, you win the game, So you remain calm, you shake your opponent's hand, you get to the other side of the barrier, there's Josh, there's Ocho.
Yeah,
That's when you jump up
sure.
and down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe I'm drawing a meaningless distinction here. So again, I'm just reporting my point of view and kind of the players that I've played with. But, at the table, I like to just be calm until it's time to unleash the inner excitement, which everyone has.
You guys are a bunch of soulless automatons. I want to see more emotion in the feature match area.
All right. Well, we will see some more emotion and more players in action. We will see Mike Sigrist and Sean McLaren in semi-final 2. But for now, let's head you back to the news desk and Marshall and the guys.
Thank you, Rich. Marshall Sutcliffe here. I've got Randy Buehler down on the end. I've got Zach Hill with me as well. And interesting stuff down in the feature match area. Rich was just talking about how the emotion, the look of the players kind of belies the emotion that lives underneath. And while you and I were waiting, you guys and I were waiting to get to the camera over here, we heard Ari Lax kind of, from over the curtain there. So, he is definitely super excited, even if he looked a little dumbfounded after having won.
Well, what I saw, he made the top deck, and first of all, can we say what an awesome city this is for top decks? Sunshine, pineapples, and top decks keep coming here, right?
This is it.
Like, his hands are literally shaking as he's putting the Elspeth tokens out. Like, I think that the excitement, you saw the hand clap as soon as he top decked the Elspeth, the emotion was there, literally shaking hands because he knew he probably had it, and then he definitely had it, and then the realization hits.
Yes.
Right. And you're just like, wow, oh my God, I did it.
Pro Tour finalist, Ari Lax, at least. Might even go further than that. Let's take a look at how he got there and how our bracket played out to get here from the quarters to the semis. And remember, we have one more semifinal to go here. But as you can see, our semifinals were set at Thiago Saporito versus Ari Lax. And Ari Lax puts himself into that finals chair. Well, he will await the winner of our second semifinal. That is Sean McLaren versus Mike Sigrist.
The thing that I'm thinking about Ari's finish here is that he overcame, really the two big decks of the tournament in Jeskai Wins and Abzan Midrange. So, part of me thinks, okay, did Ari just have the read on the format, knew it was going to be there and design his deck to beat it? If all you look at is what happened in the top 8, it's exactly what happened.
Yes, and he's a great player.
Right.
And he knew the matchups inside and out. I've been really impressed watching him play all weekend long. He's a step ahead. And you joke about it. Some of his players, sometimes it can sound sort of annoying on the other side when he's predicting what plays you're going to make. But it demonstrates an understanding of this format that's really impressive.
That's a really good point. Yeah, it sort of comes second nature to him almost to be like, oh, of course that's what you have. But it's like, okay, well, you have to play several hundred games to know that's exactly what's going on. Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's really mastered this format.
Yeah. Why don't we take a look at the deck list for our next semifinal match? So we've got Sean McLaren for starters. So let's take a look at Sean. We know him. He's a Pro Tour champion already, 26 years old from Canada. This is his second Pro Tour top 8, and he's looking to make it 2 for 2 here today. And he is playing, Zach, Jeskai Wins. And he's got a little bit of his own twist on the deck as well. Kind of an interesting build.
Yeah, he does. Sean doing the thing that he does a lot, which is take a blue-white-red aggro deck and just add controlling elements to it until it's sort of a mishmash of several strategies. He's, I was talking to Marshall earlier and said, okay, so if I came up to you and said, I've got the deck to play for this Pro Tour, let me just tell you the first 10 cards. All right, I've got 4 Goblin Rabble Master, I've got 4 Manus Rider.
Yeah, I'm in.
And 2 Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, wait a minute, how did this happen?
But that's what happens when you tailor this enough. You play each and every matchup and you realize, okay, if the board's clear, I'm going to play one of these ridiculous threats, start taking my opponent's life total down. If he's got a really aggressive start, I'm just going to clear the board. And then, he's got 4 copies of Dig Through Time, in so many ways the breakout card of this Pro Tour. Not a card we've seen from the other Jeskai Wins decks in the top 8, and I really do think that might be the key to winning the matchup that he's seeing himself facing now.
He found Dig Through Time. Yuya didn't want it. What's the difference there?
I think that it's Sean showing some of his sort of control tendencies. Like the blue-white-red deck he won his Pro Tour with is a lot more control-ish. It's almost like he maybe started from that control mentality, can I build my Pro Tour deck in Standard? And he's like, wow, it turns out you're supposed to play Mantis Riders and Goblin Rabble Masters, all right. But I really think those Anger of the Gods are going to be gigantic here. They gave him an edge in the last matchup. They're a lot of the reason why he actually was able to sort of deal with the Jeskai's Ascendancy combo menace, and they're going to be spectacular in this matchup too. I mean, you told me I'm on the Mike Sigrist side of this matchup. I do not want to see Anger of the Gods. That is the one card I do not want Sean to draw.
Yeah, interesting too. A lot of flexibility built into these deck lists, you know, especially the Jeskai ones. You know, we saw that Sean is running the full 8 Scrylands here. So if he finds himself in a position where maybe he doesn't want the Anger of the Gods, sometimes he's going to be able to be like, well, let's just get rid of that one. Same thing with Dig Through Time, right? You can look at a big chunk of cards at once, and if he sees those more conditional cards that maybe don't fit the board state or don't fit the matchup, he can ship those to the bottom.
Yeah, and that's true of Magma Jet too. And I think, you know, we've seen a lot of the players playing Jeskai sideboard out Magma Jet against Abzan. I still don't know if you want it games 2 and games 3, but it has a lot more targets against Sigrist build. It can hit both Rakshasa Death Dealer and Heir to the Wild. So, you know, a card that is most of the time blank in game 1, actually not too bad in this matchup, and that helps him get a little bit more of that card quality to dig to those Anger of the Gods that you were pointing out.
Yeah, you make a good point about Sigrist's deck. It's the same sort of wedge. It's an Abzan deck as we've been seeing, but this is a totally different build. Abzan aggro, no Sylvan Caryatids, no Coursers of Crufix, just none of that. Just monsters that can start beating down right away.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at Sigrist here, and we'll transition over to that list, Randy. But Sigrist, affectionately known as longtime Magic player Mike Sigrist. He's also a Grand Prix champion, though. We actually just tease him with that. But he has been playing forever. He's a silver pro, as you can see, and he won GP Washington, D.C., or just earlier this year. He's considered, you know, kind of the limited mastermind of team face-to-face games. I also had a chance to chat with a few of his teammates out in the floor there, and I just said, you know, how good is Siggy these days? Like, how great, you know, how is he good he's playing? And he said, he's awesome. Just a fantastic player. They said in Limited, they couldn't beat him in the house. He just 3-0'd everything all the time. And in Constructed, he's absolutely great too. So, you know, a really pretty bulletproof player. Now, Randy, you got started on that deck. He is playing Abzan as well, but like you said, this is an aggressive, assertive version. I heard his teammates say, we want to get them dead.
Yes.
They don't want to fuss around with, you know, mana ramping and cute little interactions. They're just like, get you.
Rakshasa Death Dealer. That's
Times
the 2
4.
drop. 4 copies of Rakshasa Death Dealer, but that's not good enough. There's also 4 Fleecemane Lions hanging out at the 2 spot, and 2 copies of Heir of the Wilds, which looks kind of innocuous, right? It's just a 1G 2/2, but Death Touch, if you think about who's blocking you in this format, being able to have a Death Touch creature that's attacking into a Caryatid, attacking into a Courser, they basically can't block that guy. Right. So it gives him this evasion ability. All of his creatures are difficult to block, they're difficult to deal with, and he just starts the clock faster than everybody else does.
That's right. All right, so we are ready to head down to the feature match area now for the second of 2 semifinals. This is going to determine our finalist who's going to get a chance to play Ari Lax for the trophy here in Hawaii. Let's head down to the feature match area where we have Rich Hagan, BDM, and LSV to bring you all of that action.
Well, it turns out that you successfully identified Abzan as the clan coming out of semi-final 1, but now it gets a little bit trickier. So, Brian David Marshall, will you go Abzan or will you go Jeskai?
You know, I'm going to go Abzan here.
All right. And how about you, Luis?
Despite wanting to choose the deck that has 4 dig through time, I'm going to have to say that I'm going to go with Abzan here as well. I mean, I think Sigrist built his deck to beat Jeskai.
Well, let's see whether when it really matters, Sigrist can get the job done. Sigrist, McLaren, semi-final 2, now. Hello everyone, welcome to you everywhere around the world. It is time for semi-final 2. Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall and Luis Scott Vargas in the booth with you, and we are about to see Sean McLaren of Canada. There you see him, the Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion, looking for a second Pro Tour title in 4 attempts. Crazy stuff standing in his way from the United States. There he is from Team Face-to-Face Games, Mike Sigrist. He paced the field. He was the last undefeated player in the building. And right now, he's down to the last 3.
let's see what happens. Brian David Marshall, what's the matchup? What can we expect?
Well, we have Jeskai wins in the hands of the Pro Tour champion, and we have an Abzan aggro deck that eschews playing Courser of Krufix and Selvin Caryatid in the hands of Mike Segris, the Grand Prix champion.
So already you see McLaren's cards in hand: Strand, Mountain, Temple, 3 land, and then 3 spells. No creatures, 2 of them, well, one's a virtual creature, I guess, Magma Jet and Stoke the Flames, plus Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
Yeah, I mean, Sean plays his deck almost very much like a burn deck.
Yeah, Sean has got a more controlling / burning deck than a lot of the other decks here. He's got less creatures, only 1 Secret of the Way, for example. Main deck Anger of the Gods, and then the full 4 dig through times, the max allowable. Unless you count Treasure Cruise, in which case he's playing 4 of a possible 8.
Do you think we'll see decks that go to the full 8?
The full 8, probably not, unless
But
you're talking about a combo
you'd like
deck.
to believe that was a real world.
Yes. But in general, I think that playing 4 dig through time is already quite the statement. I mean, Rich was asking before we started, like, hey, who do you think's more of the beatdown deck here? And it's like, well, it's not the deck with 4 dig through times.
Yeah.
So Thoughtseize is resolving here, and Sean McLaren chooses to break a fetch land and get Magma Jet Mike Segris so he can scry, look at the top 2 cards and not have that card pulled out of his hand.
Yeah, and if you look at McLaren's hand, I mean, besides the Magma Jet, Stoke, Sarkhan, and Dig Through Time all cost a lot of mana. So he wants to get rid of the cheapest card because he's afraid it would get Thoughtseized while setting up his draw. I mean, he really does want to hit a 3. Like, turn 3 is really important for the Jeskai deck.
All right, so now we get to see those cards. Of course, Dig Through Time right up there at 8, but not really. Mana cost very misleading in terms of the Delve cards. Stoke the Flames, see the Sarkhan there. So what does Segris go for? He goes for the Planeswalker. In this standard, we've already seen how important Planeswalkers are. Ari Lax getting through to the final on the back of Elspeth Sun's champion twice. And so Sean McLaren will have to make do without at least 1 copy of his Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
It's a pretty action-packed turn, too.
Yeah, and Sarkhan matches up very well against the double Anafenza that is in Sigris' hand. I mean, he's expecting the first one to get stoked, but he doesn't want the second one to get Sarkhan, because that's, getting devoured by a dragon is a lot worse than trading for a burn spell. And it looks like McLaren's got his 1 Seeker of the Way ready to come out and rumble.
Yeah, he has drawn it, and there it is.
So 2/2, Prowess, and the chance to up his life total.
Do we have an untapped 3rd land?
Does not appear so. It looks like Thoughtseize, Sandstep Citadel, or potentially Rakshasa Death Dealer plus Sandstep Citadel is the play here.
Do you want to try that again? Rakshasa Death Dealer plus Sandstep Citadel?
It's got a Phantom H in the second one there.
Fine.
It's like how you don't pronounce some letters. This one you do pronounce it even though it's not there.
Okay, fair. So 2 mana, here is the Death Dealer.
Yeah, we're just going to go with Death Dealer.
Let's do that.
It's a deal.
Rakshasa Lisp Maker.
Playtest name? So let's get back to the action. McLaren 19, Sigris 16.
And McLaren drew a very good card this turn. He drew a Goblin Rabble Master, so he actually has the one of the classic lines of play this deck is capable of, which is he can play Rabble Master, make a token before attacks, convoke and stoke the Death Dealer if he chooses to do so, which I like. I mean, that puts 2 creatures on the board versus nothing, and sets up next turn casting a dig, and so he's using his mana incredibly effectively.
Right, so he gets to play his 4th land. The Goblin Rabble Master becomes 2 creatures, so 4th land and 3 creatures equals Stoke the Flames. And that sounds like exactly what he's going to do.
Rabble Master time. Here comes token. Yep. Go away, Death Dealer, and I'm going to smash.
Okay. Yep.
1 card, but it's actually 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Although we know that there's a Thoughtseize in hand, so would you Thoughtseize him and take the dig through time here?
problem with that is if you Thoughtseize and play a tap land here, you're taking actually millions of damage. you're getting attacked next turn for like 10 damage or 8 damage. It looks like.
So instead, he has to play Anafenza.
Yeah, if you just Thoughtseize and take 8 plus the it's 10 with you when you count the Thoughtseize, like you're in a position where you just can't win. So you're just gonna have to live with the fact that a dig is happening.
Well, as it turns out, he may just be taking 1 million damage here. I saw a red card.
Yeah, I think it was a Temple of Epiphany, which, again, it doesn't change this attack. I mean, at this point, attacking with the Rabbit Master itself is profitable because it's now a 4/2 because of the other goblins.
So that's going to trade for Anafenza. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's Dig.
Digs now so that the Seeker of the Way becomes a 3/3 with lifelink.
And I think that dig is just going to be 8 points of burn, it looks like.
Because that's 2 Jeskai Charm right on the right. The first 2 cards off the top would have been Jeskai Charm, Jeskai Charm.
Well, there's actually a Mana Strider. Actually, given that Sigurd is probably going to tap out next turn, it's also very defensible to basically take... well, I mean, no matter what, he's taking a burn spell. It's a 3/3 haste flying burn spell, a 3 mana 4 damage burn spell, a Stoke the Flames, or Lightning Strike, or Magma Jet. I mean, McLaren's got his option of burn spells here. Basically, the only card I think that you can't take is Mystic Monastery.
So away 5 go, as they must.
5, again 3, 22. Is this guy exiled? Yeah.
Just confirming that the Goblin Rabble Master is exiled when it bites the dust.
And the ability of Anafenza, as you can see there. The bane of my Commander play sessions this weekend. Trying to play Sidisi against Anafenza. It doesn't match up well.
Land drawn for Mike Sigrist.
Now a Thoughtseize.
And he will see the 2 cards that Sean McLaren went for. Charm and Rider.
And this is the information in Sigrist's hand that he's got to be thinking about when he chooses which card he's going to remove. He's holding another Anafenza. He's got a Sorin Solemn Visitor and a Plains.
Yeah, and so he's going to play potentially either here, though Anafenza looks a little more appealing. I think his best chance of winning the game maybe is to try to set up Anafenza plus Sorin +1. But if he's leaving a Jeskai Charm and gets Anafenza put on top, that doesn't seem like it works. So yeah, I like casting with Sorin, given that you just took the Manus Rider.
So Sorin will have 2 counters.
So now McLaren has, one option, which is just to use Jeskai Charm to kill the vampire by putting it on top and attacking for 5, probably 2 at the Sorin. But he left a Magma Jet on top, so that's going to make this turn a little bit easier.
So there's Magma Jet to take out the vampire. Jeskai Charm you, smash, and thank you very much. And just like that, well, it turns out that who's the beatdown in game 1 at least was Sean McLaren with his dig through times. He just butchered his way through game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that Secret of the Way into Rabble Master, I mean, those 2 draws in sequence made the game go from what looked like a pretty close game, possibly in Secret's favor, Anafenza's pretty good, to just a complete blowout in McLaren's favor.
Well, in about 25 minutes less than the game 1 we saw in the first semi-final, we are headed for sideboards. So why don't we take a look at the sideboard of Sean McLaren, your Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion. And he has this to work with. 2 End Hostilities from cards of Tarkir. There you see the mythic Keranos, God of Storms, indestructible 6/5. 3 Dissolve, 2 Anger of the Gods, the Sweeper. 1 single Disdainful Stroke to get rid of big fat things. 2 Negates, a Phyrexian Revoker, which is a card Luis has already talked about in the booth here this afternoon, and a couple of Erase. So, Luis, where do we go here?
I think that McLaren's going to want to look at the sweepers here with End Hostilities and Anger of the Gods performing fairly well against what Sigrist is going to try to beat him down with. And Hostilities actually kills bestow creatures too. I mean, that's a often overlooked clause because it actually kills Herald of Torment completely dead, even if it's attached to something.
Somebody in the FFL must have been crushing with a bestow deck when they made this
The
card.
future league back
Yes.
at Wizards R&D.
I think what's very interesting about Sean McLaren's sideboard is how much of it is dedicated to what actually turned out to be his quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he thoroughly crushed Li Shijian.
Yeah, he has 11 cards in his sideboard that are there for that matchup specifically. And I'm wondering if you feel like, has that left him less prepared at all for other matchups? Or does this look like the cards that he chose are flexible enough?
Well, Erases and Revoker are pretty narrow. I would not expect those to be good in other matchups, really. I mean, maybe here and there they're okay. Right. But the dissolves and negates, those are just quite good, and especially since he's got 4 dig-through times. He's set up to board it up to a bunch of counterspells, wraths, and dig-through times. I mean, he actually just turns into straight blue-white-red control at that point.
Well, red-blue-white control, that sounds achingly familiar. Why don't we see what's on the other side of the table? Mike Sigrist, who finds himself 1-0 down. This is his board. A single Silence the Believers. He's also got a couple of arrays to work with. And then look at the removal. 3 Balblight, 3 Drown in Sorrow, a bit more discard action in terms of 2 Despise, a Singleton Whip of Erebos, which was not good in the first semi-final, but maybe very different here, 2 Wingmate Rock, and a Singleton Planeswalker. It's a Ajani, Mentor of Heroes. BDM, take a look at that lot.
Wingmate Rock looks like the kind of card that if he can, he's very aggressive in game 1, but maybe if he can slow the game down a little bit, bring in a little bit of spot removal and, stick a rock, that's exactly the kind of card that's going to let him climb back into a game.
Yeah, it's very good against Anger of the Gods, which McLaren actually has a 4 available to him.
Right.
So that is appealing about the rock. It's less good against end hostilities because you kind of, since it already requires a creature in play, you're really overextending into it. But I do think Wingmate Rock is good enough. It just trades so well with the 1/1 removal. Whip of Erebos is also a card which we found to be very good against the Jeskai decks, just because when their plan is to burn you out, playing Whip and gaining 8 life right away is huge. And it means that each of your Siege Rhinos just guaranteed does an additional 3 to them.
Now, I may not have been paying attention, but it sounded like between the two of you, you kind of implied that they both may be sitting there trying to become the control deck in Game 2.
No. Sigrist is boarding in controlling cards for sure. I mean, he is boarding in slower cards that we've seen control the game. He still has to actually attack McLaren to death, like before dig through time, makes Sean McLaren get too far ahead.
Right. So he is still not looking for a long game. It's just that he's got some cards to bring in to clear the path.
Well, he's looking for Sean McLaren to mulligan to 4 and make no plays. But
that even when that plan doesn't work out, he is looking for the game to be relatively short.
All right, well, the players are drawing their opening hands. There you see them. 4, 5, 6, 7 for Sigrist. He will be on the play, so he gets first choice of whether to keep his 7.
And if that last card was not a Llanowar Wastes or some other land, then he almost assuredly would have been shipping it back. But given that it was, I mean, this looks like a plausible hand. I mean,
and it looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Here we go with game number 2. McLaren, the former Pro Tour champion, looking to get to another final. He's 1 game away. Sigrist with work to do, 1-0 down.
So, Thoughtseize, playing it on turn 1 versus turn 2?
I like playing it on turn 2. McLaren has no 1-drop, so you certainly don't need to Thoughtseize him turn 1 to stop anything. Playing it a turn later lets you see an additional card, and given that, Sigrist's hand had 1 tap land and now a second one, it actually makes it even perfect. Turn 1 tap land, turn 2 tap land, Thoughtseize is a good curve.
Yep, so you see the 4 land and 3 spells in McLaren's hand. There's Stoke the Flames, Jeskai, Charm, and Lightning Strike. There's the Jeskai Charm. Love all of those abilities. Great cards, the Charms.
Yeah, the Charms are awesome, and I generally agree with what Sigrist is doing here as well, where you like to Thoughtseize before playing a Scry Temple. The reason being that it's more important to get them extra information by looking at their hand to know what you want to keep. Like, for example, in this, given that McLaren's hand is now just a Jeskai Charm and a Lightning Strike, you don't really need to keep, say, something like a Bile Blight if you see that on top. Because now you get to scry correctly here. I mean, you would have gotten additional information from scrying, but I think it's more important to do it the other way around.
Let's take a look at what is going on in Mike Sigrist's hand. You see the Rakshasa Death Dealer, Abzan Charm, and a couple of Sorens.
Yeah, and what he would like to have come out here is like an Anafenza, but it looked like he went with the kind of the safe route of keeping a Windswept Teeth on top, which I like. I mean, you want to be able to cast Soren here, because each Soren, even though it dies to a burn spell, still 2-for-1s. It still leaves a bat, flying in play. And you also have the option of just +1ing Soren immediately, getting it up to 5, where it also eats 2 burn spells.
We're going to see the Rakshasa Death Dealer from Sigrist.
Ready to, play the role of the Secret Service here and jump in the way of a lightning strike.
Yeah, I would be pretty surprised if Sigrist didn't lightning strike it here, especially since it looks like he's got a dig through time kind of, looking to be fueled here.
Yeah, McLaren.
Oh, actually, it looks like a disdainful stroke. So that was actually a pretty good draw. His one disdainful stroke in order to stop the Soren that, Sigrist is almost assuredly going to try and play next turn. That gives you even more incentive to lightning strike here, since if you don't do it now, eventually the Rakshasa becomes immune to lightning strikes.
Yeah, and Mike has been really good about keeping his mana saved on the Rakshasa.
Yeah, I mean, he understands that even though he's the aggro deck, he doesn't actually need to tap out when he has that in play. I mean, just pressuring incrementally is enough.
So there is the lightning strike. What have your impressions of Disdainful Stroke been this weekend?
It's definitely a strong card. I mean, I think, it's definitely worth playing. It seems like a much better sideboard card than main deck card to me. The guys in our team who played it, like Josh and Ben, and Shahar, they had it in their sideboard to board in for the green matchups where you want to stop Siege Rhino. It's not a 2-drop counterspell in the way that we normally think of them. It's not a traditional, Mana Leak, you cast it on turn 2. Because you actually can't even cast it on turn 2.
Right.
You can't cast it until later in the game. But it's still a 2-mana counterspell at that point. And I think it's a very effective card, but while not being oppressive, because there's a way around it. You just play cheap spells.
Right. Does the fact that it can't counter something on turn 2 keep it from being a 4 of?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, we saw Ivan Flock draw multiple of them and not be able to cast any of them. Like, he had a game where he had one to play against Mike Sigrist here, who just wasn't able to use any of them in any way.
More land arriving for Sigrist. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4 Soren. And here is no from Sean McLaren. Back we go to the Canadian. Jeskai Charm.
McLaren's kind of out of gas here. I mean, he's got double Jeskai Charm, so he's going to be able to trade a little bit, but McLaren needs to draw Dig Through Time. I mean, this is a situation where Dig Through Time just is completely insane. Since right now, Sigrist is going to get a 2-for-1 one way or another off this Soren, and, as a result, McLaren's going to be a little bit behind. He only has 2 spells available. And Sigrist has an Abzan Charm in hand, so he's just going to be drawing 2 pretty soon here, as well as leaving the card on top pretty quickly with that Scry Temple. So,
he's like, ooh, that's a good one.
So what would you put him on top when you see someone leave it there that quickly?
Siege Rhino?
At this point in the game, basically any creature, I would say. Almost any creature is going to be good enough to keep, just because you just need a spell. But McLaren, if he draws Dig Through Time, he's going to be able to cast it for 2 mana here and draw, basically guaranteed 2 good spells. So Sigrist basically just has to hope that McLaren doesn't draw Dig Through Time in the next 3 or 4 turns. So McLaren likely, going to start by killing Soren and then decide whether he wants to deal with the bat. I mean, he can take a few hits if he wants. My inclination, if I'm in McLaren's seat, is you're not going to burn out Sigrist at any point soon here. You have no permanent source of damage or more burn spells. So I would probably just want to kill the bat. I mean, it's pretty unfortunate, but if you're looking at Sigrist playing another creature this turn, you just can't take that many hits.
Okay, so let's see what Sigrist kept.
Looks like an Anafenza.
It is. So Sean McLaren's starting to run out of time. He does have a loss to give, of course.
He's running out of both time and Dig Through Time, since either of those things would work for him. And now you almost can't avoid using the Jeskai Charm, in this case, to put Anafenza back, because if you let Sigrist attack, it makes the Vampire a 3/3, which at that point, means that you're taking a lot of extra damage.
McLaren passes all his mana up. And there we are indeed. Jeskai Charm on the unoffensive, the foremost. The clan leader.
Sigrist can draw 2 cards with the charm and hope to hit an untapped white source here to recast the Anafenza.
So he's arranging his mana, but he's just going to pass the turn at this point.
Yeah, my suspicion is that he wants to use the charm maybe to deal with like something like Mantis Rider or even a Sorin if it's attacking, or a Sarkhan rather if it's attacking. He also didn't play a Temple of Malady because he knows his top card is great.
So this vampire's kind of sticking around.
Right, and this is the 2-for-1 you were talking about.
I mean, that's 6 points of damage now. That's gone 18 to 12.
A little slower on the keep here. So there goes the Anafenza.
And despite McLaren, again, being behind, I think 1 dig-through time still has a pretty good shot of breaking this game open.
So let's talk a little bit about what these guys did sideboard-wise. Sean McLaren brought in 3 Dissolve, 1 Disdainful Stroke, and 1 Phyrexian Revoker. And took out 2 Banishing Light, 2 Anger of the God's End. I'm sorry, Luis, 1 dig-through time.
I bet he's regretting that now. He actually hasn't drawn any sideboard cards except for potentially the Disdainful Stroke, which he would have rather had been a stroke at that point anyway. So.
Mike Sigrist, on the other hand, went up +1 Erase, +3 Bile Blight. Oh, there we go. That's the game.
Yeah, McLaren just drew like 3 land in a row, and with a clock of 7 or 8 points of damage a turn, that did not last long.
And 2 Wingmate Rocks, -2 Air of the Wilds, -3 Herald of Torment, -1 Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, so it looks like McLaren actually has outmaneuvered Sigrist with this particular set of sideboarding, minorly at least, where McLaren took out 2 Banishing Light and Sigrist put in an Erase.
Planeswalkers continue to be powerful. This just in. I can tell you that, for example, we saw in that game, Sorin was only in play for a bare moment, essentially just to put a vampire into play. And then a bunch of turns later, well, that was McLaren dead. So here is Sorin Solemn Visitor.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw how good Sorin plays in this Abzan deck with Siege Rhinos earlier in the tournament. You know, the idea that your Siege Rhinos become 5/5s attacking into 4/5 Siege Rhinos and lifelink. That +1 ability is just very powerful. And again, it would be the same thing with Wingmate Rocks attacking into Wingmate Rocks.
Yeah, Sorin's +1 is good if you have a lot of creatures out, and its -2 is good if you don't. I mean, he's got pretty good versatility, and he ticks into an ultimate faster than just about any other Planeswalker. I mean, you play it at 4, it goes up to 5, that goes up to 6, and bam, you're there. I mean, I guess Sarkhan is also similar in that respect.
Right. It was interesting the matchup against the blue-black control deck that we saw earlier. We saw Ivan Flock. His opponent was like, "Oh, you know, Sorin Solemn Visitor." Turns out that this card's insane if you can ultimate it against the blue-black control deck that is basically trying to win with 4 Prognostic Sphinx.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they're trying to deck you, but they have a bunch of dig-through time that they have to cast.
Yeah, that seems a little awkward. So that's Sorin Solemn Visitor. And these two, not a lot of joking around between these two at 1/1. McLaren always fairly taciturn.
I've seen him crack a smile, you know, when he's winning Pro Tours.
Well, we may see that again in a couple of hours' time, but meanwhile, Mike Sigrist has ensured a Game 3. And actually, BDM, you had a chance to sit with both him and the rest of team face-to-face, and they seem like a really close-knit bunch of guys who, in addition to winning well together, like to just have fun well together.
In addition to winning well together, they like to make fun of each other losing together.
Sounds just like Channel Fireball.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
there's certainly a Channel Fireball influence on that team, right?
Well, I mean, I know Jacob Wilson and Sam Party have, you know, they're from Northern California. They spend a lot of time playing, you know, the same place as, you know, Josh and Tom Martell and, you know, all those other guys. So even if they're not, you know, regulars at the store at this point, now they've kind of gone, you know, back to their homelands in the case of Jacob Wilson going back to Canada. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, the GP that Jacob Wilson won with Lingering Jun, GP Chicago, I mean, he beat Josh in the finals of that GP. Josh gave him the deck list.
Right. He's sort of a little bit of a protege of Josh's.
Yeah, you could definitely say that.
They seemed very excited to get Mike Sigrist on the team as someone who is just, you know, in that I just draft all the time. I'm able to synthesize a new draft format very quickly. And it's funny because they joked during the segment. They said, "Well, why is Sigrist your limited expert?" And he's like, "Well, he's not very good at constructed."
Well, he beat me in the top 8 of GP Richmond, where he ended up actually getting third, with Affinity. And I've played him a number of times actually. He is very good at both limited and constructed.
Yeah, Paul Rietzel describes going into your move games for the first time in the late '90s as the small child, and Mike Sigrist was already entrenched there as a regular.
Yeah.
What do you think about the playtest in my head mode of Sean McLaren?
I haven't actually spoken to him about it, so I don't know really what his method is.
He said what he likes to do is think about the matchup, and kind of like rather than just play a bunch of games, and difficult since he's working mostly by himself. He thinks about the matchup and kind of imagines different scenarios and kind of visualizes how he wants things to play out and what he needs to anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that works pretty well for him, given that he's now in his second Pro Tour top 8 in a short span of time. But that's also how you come up with a plan of like he did, boarding and dissolves in this matchup, which I would not have thought to do. I mean, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but 3-mana counters against a deck with 2 and 3-mana creatures is not generally where you want to be. I guess he's very worried about cards like Sorin and Wingmate Rock. So that's the sort of thing. Again, I go back to these players must have tested some amount of these matchups in order to do things that on first blush might not be apparent.
Sean McLaren, by the way, just to fill you in, the reason he's shuffling is he looked at an opening hand of just one land and just went, no, I cannot play a game 3 like this.
How many dissolves?
Only got as far as the one.
Well, there was 2 dissolves, but that is nothing for or against dissolve. When you have a one-land hand, you're not going to keep it. I mean, not in these decks at least.
So Sigrist will give a last shuffle to McLaren's deck. Is Standard a format, the new fledgling format, where mulliganing is relatively straightforward and forgiving? Or is this the kind of format where when you don't get 7, you're in tons of trouble?
I don't think it's actually that horrendous. I mean, obviously, mulliganing is never something you want to do. But it is the sort of thing where if you mulligan, I mean, the cards are just so powerful. Like, if you look at McLaren's hand, he's got Secret of the Way, Rabble Master, Stoke the Flames, which is what he used to win game 1. You don't need a massive quantity of cards to win games with those cards.
Yeah, there is the hand for McLaren, and he is away. So here's the deciding game of semi-final 2. Canada's Sean McLaren on the left, Mike Sigrist of the United States on the right.
So it sounds like, Sean McLaren got your vibes, and Stoke the Flames went back to his sideboard to make room for a 4th dig through time.
Well, the whole game, too, he must have just been thinking, I just need to draw a dig. One dig, that's all I need.
Why can't I draw one? Oh, yeah. So there you can look at Mike Sigrist's numbers.
Yeah, and you talk about how experienced he is. It's worth saying that with that sort of close to 150 Pro Tour matches coming into this weekend, he actually has a very similar win percentage to Sean McLaren, despite McLaren having won a Pro Tour already.
Secret of the Way comes down for McLaren. Let's see. There you get a look at Secret of the Way. Been a huge breakout card this weekend.
And McLaren very much looking for a 3rd land here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a Lightning Strike to tide him over, but if McLaren does not hit a 3rd land and Sigrist goes, he's going to go Fleece Mane into Death Dealer into Siege Rhino, this could be problematic.
Right, backed up by a Sorin to put him out of reach of getting burnt out at all. Let's take a look at the hand that McLaren is looking for that 3rd land for.
Well, drawing a Sarkhan is not the same as drawing a 3rd land. In fact, it's the exact opposite.
Lightning Strike, Rabble Master, Stoke the Flames, and now a Sarkhan.
So Lightning Strike will take out the problematic or potentially problematic Fleece Mane line. That will trigger Prowess. Seeker of the Way will come in. And now it's back to the American on turn 3.
So McLaren's got an interesting play here. He drew a Bile-Blight, and he has Urborg, so he turns his Forest and Plains into lands capable of casting Bile-Blight. I like this. If you play the Death Dealer here and McLaren has another burn spell, it's much, much worse for you than if you just Bile-Blight the Seeker. And As it turns out, McLaren drew a lightning strike, so this is going to end up going a lot better for Mike Sigrist than it would have if he had cast the Rakshasa.
No blocks. So McLaren is now at the point of, am I trying to make this 3-3? No, I'm just going to wait to see your Bile Blight happen. There it is.
And even if McLaren had wanted to do that, which I'm sure he did because he's trying to burn, Sigrist out, if Sigrist doesn't play anything on turn 3 with green, black, white mana and a full hand of cards, like, you've got to know that something's coming. That's just way too suspicious.
Right. So early advantage, very much, with Mike Sigrist.
And he's got to be worried about Disdainful Stroke here, but he's going to play a 4. Like, I don't think you can afford not to. And McLaren does not have a ton of Disdainful Strokes in his deck. He's got just the one.
And he decides to lead it off with Sorin. Do you tick Sorin up here, or do you go for the same 2-for-1 you went for last game?
I like ticking it up here, actually. I mean, I think ending up putting it in a point where McLaren has to use 2 burn spells is pretty good. At this point, McLaren is probably going to need to kill the Sorin. I mean, it's still pretty annoying to him.
You see, I really expected you to say that he would make the Vampire because with McLaren so low on mana, he's potentially having to spend multiple turns to actually get to the point where he can deal with that 2-for-1. It's not just a 2-for-1 in terms of cards, it's in tempo as well.
Yeah, you're not pressuring McLaren if you tick it up. That's certainly true. But if you tick it up, McLaren's tapping out twice in order to get Sorin off the board. So that could potentially be just, a little bit more value over the long term. If you're not like in a race here as much, though you do want to kill McLaren before he draws a 3rd land.
Rabble Master, Stoke and Sarkhan.
I actually like, for McLaren, lightning striking the 2-2 here. I think you have to just bank on drawing a 3rd land, and if you kill the 2-2, then drawing a 3rd land, playing Rabble Master, and attacking Sorin for 1 is so much more powerful.
Yes, while McLaren play-tested that scenario in his head, he came to the same conclusion as you.
And then he also play-tested that he had a 3rd land, and here's Goblin Rabble Master and attack. So Sorin down to 1.
We are going to see the slight downside of Rabble Master here, because if Sigrist chooses to play a Siege Rhino and ticks up Sorin, or any other creature and ticks up Sorin, he could end up in a situation where the goblins have to attack into life-linked creatures.
Ooh.
All right, because Sorin's ability is a weird one in that it lasts through your opponent's turn.
Yep, complete turn cycle for the uptick. So those 3 cards sitting on the battlefield.
What are you taking here?
Yeah.
I think you take the Rabble Master, rather.
Yeah.
If you take the Stoke, the problem is McLaren can play a 2nd Rabble Master. They both make tokens. Then you attack a 3 Goblin tokens and now a 5-2 Rabble Master, which is big enough that their Siege Rhino can't just eat it. If you take the Rabble Master, and then next turn you block a token, McLaren can then stoke the Siege Rhino. So it's getting pretty close, but I think that the Rabble Master is pretty dangerous. So looks like Sigrist is just going to go with the Stoke. I'm sure he wishes he had a Bile Blade right about now.
Siege Rhino putting in an appearance here in Game 3.
And this is exactly the scenario you talked about. Goblins have to attack into the Siege Rhino.
1917? Yeah.
Would you just trade for a Rabble Master here?
I don't know how good that is. If you trade for a Rabble Master, you end up with no Siege Rhino in play. Your Sarkhan is probably dying anyway, since or your Sorin rather, because I assume 3 Goblin tokens are heading into it. It's pretty close. If you kill a token, then McLaren still has 2 Rabble Masters, and you're in the same spot next turn with just a Rakshasa. So I guess I'd be inclined to kill the Rabble Master, though. You're not in great shape either way. I mean, Rabble Master's a powerful card. McLaren missed on his 3rd land drop multiple turns and still is turning it around here. This game would be pretty different if Sigrist played a Siege Rhino instead of the Sorin when McLaren was on 2 lands.
Right, but I guess felt like the Sorin was a card he was more willing to lose to a Disdainful Stroke.
I assume that he played his lower value card first because of that, yes.
Yeah. Here we go.
And McLaren even drew a Sheevan Reef, which means that he's 1 land away from casting Sarkhan, which is also going to be very good here.
So here are the Goblin Horde. So all the little goblins are aimed at Sorin. And Sigrist working out where he wants to block.
Sure.
Soren goes.
And break even on life.
There's the Shivan Reef. We go back to Sigrist, who has drawn a land.
Sigrist is really looking for here is a Bile Blight.
Bile would be sweet here.
But for now, it's Rakshasa Death Dealer. 2/2 brackets 4/4 regenerate at various points.
Rabble Master just gets out of control here.
And McLaren drew a Jeskai Charm, so he's got basically 3 options here. He can put one of, he has 2 different options on which creature to put back on top. He can also use the +1/+1 and lifelink ability.
So in we go. And McLaren, for the second time in 3 games, is being the beatdown. Death Dealer in the way of 1 Rabble Master. Siege Rhino looking like about to get in the way of 1 Goblin token.
You afford to take the hit from the Rabble Master?
It's currently a 7. And at this point, I like +1/+1ing with Jeskai Charm to basically save your Rabble Master.
Here we go.
And gain millions.
+1/+1 and
my
lifelink.
Gosh.
Gaining 22 life. Dealing 13 to Mike Sigrist here. Or 14 even.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 6 from the Unblocked Goblins and 8 from the Unblocked Rabble Master.
Sean McLaren, boys and girls. Mulligans to 6, misses land drop number 3.
Fortunately, he didn't miss Rabble Master drops.
Yeah.
You had 3, I gained 16 plus 8.
So for the full 24, actually, because even the blocked one. So, yeah, that's a lot of life.
43 plays 3, we believe is the current thing.
14 or 19 plus 24.
40.
Well, Sigrist has got a smile on his face, and so has McLaren, but those 2 smiles are not quite the same. Sigrist untaps, draws.
And McLaren doesn't even have the option to not kill Sigrist. He must attack.
Yep, if he wants more camera time, he's not going to get it. Sigrist passes. McLaren has Sarkhan in hand, but more importantly, it's all those goblins on the board. Little shake of the head from Sigrist. There's the handshake. The run for Sigrist is over, and the Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion, Sean McLaren, has transported himself to Tarkir. The world may be different, but the result is the same. He is through to the final where he will meet Arilax. It will be Arbzan midrange against Jeskai Wins. Wow!
I guess it doesn't matter for Sean McLaren whether it's modern or standard. He's still just playing Jeskai cards in both formats.
Yeah, a little more beat down this time, but definitely the same kind of cards.
That was a startling match because early in that game 3, you're kind of really hoping for McLaren just to actually get to a point where we can have a game. And the gap, that's the first time today we've seen Rabble Master just go, okay, thanks Khans of Tarkir, but here am I. Boom. Great stuff. Well done, Sean McLaren. And congratulations to Mike Sigrist and Heather, his wife, watching from the floor. A great run. Enjoy Maui. See you at GPLA, maybe. They're talking about cutting a Maui holiday short in order to come to LA for a Grand Prix.
Things change a little bit once you top 8 a Pro Tour at the beginning of the season.
Certainly. They certainly do. I can tell you that the players will be back in just a few short minutes. So you'll see Sean McLaren again. You'll see Arilax again. What a headline final that's going to be. Can McLaren go the distance and become a 2-time Pro Tour champion in a year? Don't you dare go away. We'll be finding out soon. But for now, let's take you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Wow, welcome back to the news desk. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Zach Hill and Hall of Famer Randy Buehler with me. And whoa, baby, we got a nice finals lined up here. Let's take a look at how these players got there. We've got the bracket showing the entire top 8 here. And Yeah, we'll take a look at that. And wow, what a great story that we have coming in here with Sean McLaren as well. We can see that he got by Li Shitian and now Mike Sigris to put himself in the finals there in the upper bracket. Mike getting by Ivan Floch in the quarterfinals and then falling there in the semis. On the bottom side of the bracket, we have Ari Lax getting by Thiago Saporito in, calling it a mirror is probably not fully correct, but close enough. And then, of course, Ari beat Yuya Watanabe in the quarters. Thiago got by Andre Strosky, but again, he fell to Lax. So that sets the stage for what is sure to be a fireworks final here. Let's take a look at our first finalist, Ari Lax. He is wow, I mean, he's a pretty young guy still. You know, for somebody that's been playing Magic as long as he has and has sort of just been around the Magic professional scene, he's only 24 years old.
Yeah, he's been playing for a while, 7 GP top 8s. The Pro Tour is his first Pro Tour top 8, but he's gotten 9th and like 10th a couple of times. I mean, he's been so close, working with an incredibly talented group of players on Team TCG Player. And really, it's been a long time coming for Ari. I mean, you don't get to 147 lifetime pro points before this event without really, you know, sort of earning your place on the Pro Tour. So this is Ari's big moment.
Yeah, no, Ari's a guy. You know what else this is? It's Ari playing for Platinum for the second time in his career.
Is it really?
There's a famous match, literally the last round of the Swiss 2 years ago. He plays LSV. The winner gets to be Platinum for next season, and the loser doesn't. The loser's merely gold. LSV won the match.
Oh, man.
Now, Ari had played 3 previous win-and-ins for Pro Tour Top 8s before this weekend. He broke that streak. Won the win-and-in, so through to the top 8, but absolutely huge match. They do not come bigger than this match for Ari Lax.
Yeah, now let's take a look at his deck list here. He is on a mid-range Abzan build, Zach, that is, well, it's pretty big time. A lot of Planeswalkers in this build.
A lot of Planeswalkers, a lot of mana acceleration. We talked about Elvish Mystic in addition to Sylvan Caryatid. And of course, Courser of Kruphix, the card many people said would define the tournament. Thoughtseize, one of the pillars of Standard, Hero's Downfall, Utter, and yeah, the Planeswalkers that you're mentioning, Sorum, Solemn Visor. Ajani, Mentor of Heroes, a card that a lot of the Abzan decks didn't run, but we've seen it do tremendous work in the feature match area. And then, of course, Elspeth, Sun's Champion, a marquee card of the format. I think he's going to have to watch out for in this matchup, though, is as good as those cards are at winning these mid-range mirrors and as good as they are against traditional control opponents, McLaren has a lot of ways of dealing damage just directly to those Planeswalkers, whether it's through evasive attacking through a card like Sarkhan the Dragon Master or a Manus Rider, or just through burn spells. Those Planeswalkers are not likely to sit around on the table, so he's going to have to try and eke the value out of those that he can while they're on the board.
All right, why don't we take a look at his opponent now, Sean McLaren, who, wow, you know, a year ago, we hardly knew this name.
You didn't know this guy at all.
Yeah, now look at him.
You want to talk about some elite company.
Yeah.
The list of players who've won 2 Pro Tours in the same calendar year has only got 2 names on it.
Jeez.
Nikolai Herzog did it, Kai Buddha did it. And yeah, the list of players who've won 2 Pro Tours in their entire career isn't that much longer.
No.
Tommy Hovey, John Finkel, Brian Kibler, Dirk Babarowski, Marco Bloom. That's it. And you know what else those guys have in common?
Huh.
Other than Marco Bloom, they're all in the Hall of Fame. That's the company this guy is playing for right here.
That's incredible.
2 Pro Tour wins just doesn't happen. I mean, you don't even finish your second handful of fingers when you count them up.
Right, and you know, for Sean, I mean, this is still a fledgling career for him. I mean, he burst onto the scene with his first Pro Tour victory at Pro Tour Born of the Gods earlier. But now all of a sudden, he's poised to just stamp his mark on the Pro Tour scene and say, hey, I won 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the same calendar year. I mean, it's hard to believe, like, that was barely 6 months ago.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, this was not a long time ago, and he really does so much of this work himself.
It's true.
You know, he's not part of one of these super teams.
We're actually so early in Sean McLaren's career, he hasn't discovered the other 2 colors of Magic yet.
It's true. He's on
There's
blue,
only
white,
3
red.
colors, red, white, and blue. Those are the only colors in Magic.
Yeah, and you know, I think if he wins today, we're not going to see him ever venture over into
Why
those
would you
other 2
change?
colors. So let's take a look at his Jeskai wins list. Go ahead, Zach.
Oh, I mean, I was just going to say, we joke about that, but that's something I think that's really, really powerful. I mean, if you know what your style of play is, you know what plays into your strengths, you know the way that that you can kind of think about Magic effectively, there's something to be said for just saying, look, like this deck did well early in the season. I'm not going to play test 40 different decks to try and figure out what the best possible list is in all theoretical worlds. I'm going to go with what I'm good at. I'm going to tune it to perfection, and I'm going to show up at the tournament having played more matchups with this deck than certainly my opponents have probably played against it. You know,
and he's certainly the one doing all the work with this deck. We talk about all the big super teams, and reminder, Sean McLaren, we've been calling him a lone wolf. He doesn't have a team.
He says he tests with his brother and Magic Online.
Done. It's working.
Look,
I would
compare that to the spreadsheets and team meetings and houses that we see from the super teams. It's incredible.
Absolutely incredible.
Now, what about this list here? He's got kind of a different take, Randy, on Jeskai Wins. A lot of the same stuff that we've seen from many of these, but a few kind of interesting additions with a couple of Anger of the Gods and a few others.
Yeah, I like this list a lot. I think that it's got the ability to play aggro or to play control-ish. The 4 copies of Dig Through Time, and we've been hitting that card pretty hard all day. Really, this has been the breakout weekend for Dig Through Time, where everybody realizes that just is one of the star contributors from Khans of Tarkir. He only has 1 Seeker of the Way, which is a thing, you know, it takes away a little bit of the aggressive potential of this deck. But it's been working great for him. And, you know, those Anger of the Gods, again, give him this ability to sometimes play aggro, sometimes play control, which is just, it's a great place to be where your opponent doesn't understand how to play against you, and you get to just customize your list based on whatever they're trying to do.
It also seems to be his specialty. You know, we were joking about him loving this 3-color combo, but the deck he won Pro Tour Born of the Gods with had very similar elements to what you just described, where it could play the control route and it could also just burn you out. You know, you could just start throwing. This deck is actually a lot like a standard version of that deck, although it doesn't have
Mantis Rider is the key difference.
Yes.
It's really Mantis Rider and Rabble Master, between the two of them, give the deck the ability to just come out and win the game in 5-6 turns.
Yeah, which we actually saw in the last round there. Double Rabble Master piled on huge amounts of damage. Now,
after missing his 3rd land drop too.
Yeah.
I walked away so feeling bad for the guy. He couldn't find that 3rd land.
And he just turned that right around. Yeah, Siege Rhino not
Goblin
a
Rabble
problem.
Master doing some work.
That's right. Now, Zach, how do you make this matchup? You know, this is an Abzan mid-range deck. Normally, my thought would be a deck like this would chew up a deck like Jeskai.
Well, you know, I'd be a little bit more worried than that if I'm Ari. I mean, the thing is, you're relying a lot upon your planeswalkers to gain advantage. I don't know how long those are going to stick around. Now, you've got, obviously, Siege Rhino, a card that's amazing this matchup. It's been amazing all weekend. It's very important. However, Sean's able to handle that. He's got access to Disdainful Stroke out of the board. He's got access to Dig Through Time to find cards. Also, he's playing the full 8 Temples. Which we haven't seen that much of in a lot of these other lists. So he's going to find the cards that matter. He's also got main deck Banishing Light. I think for Ari to be effective, he's going to really have to capitalize on his thought seizes, stripping away the answers that matter, prey upon the fact that a lot of McLaren's burn spells kill almost nothing in his deck. Lightning Strike, very few targets. Magma Jet, very few targets. And rely upon his creatures rather than his planeswalkers to get a clock on the battlefield that can end the game. I mean, he's got Courser, which generates unparalleled advantage. He's got Wingmate Rock, and he's got Siege Rhino. So he's got cards that can do the job.
If you're sitting in Sean's seat, Randy, are you assuming that you're going to be the control player in this matchup or the beatdown player?
I think in game 1, I'm the beatdown. I mean, part of that is because he actually gets to be on the play first. These guys shook hands in the last round, actually round 15 yesterday. They were the two who were above the fray. They got to shake hands and draw, and then they drew in the last round. Their tiebreakers were like this far apart. So they could, in theory, have played for the 1 seed, and what they did was say, well, look, we'll just be the 1 and the 2 in some order. It won't matter unless we meet each other in the finals, and then we're just happy, right? Well, turns out McLaren had the slightly better tiebreakers. McLaren gets the play draw decision. So yeah, and I think the way his main deck is set up, he doesn't have as many answers as he will have after sideboarding. So I think he's the beatdown game 1, and then I think he becomes the control deck after sideboarding.
Now, which do you think he'd rather be?
I think he'd rather be the control deck. I think that, you know, his creatures are just smaller. I mean, his creatures are smaller. Ari's, it's really hard for him to come out hard enough to beat Ari down before those Siege Rhinos start hitting the board. And, you know, sometimes you can get a Goblin Rabble Master draw, and you can get multiple Mantis Riders, and you can just finish the game off. But it's kind of, I mean, unless he draws his Banishing Lights, it's kind of a race in game 1. Now, I will say that you're talking about Planeswalkers in Ari's deck. We were talking earlier today about how good Wingmake Rock is against Planeswalkers. Mantis Rider.
Yes.
It may be the best creature in the game at killing planeswalkers.
Yes.
So I do like that edge, and it's another place where if Sean can get, a Mantis Rider or two in his draw, I like his chances a lot in game one.
Now, what about, we saw that there was an Anger of the Gods in the list. There's 2 of them, right?
2 main, 2 in the board.
Yeah, so how important is that in game one, whether he has that or not? How good is it against Ari?
It's not particularly good. I mean, it kills the Caryatids. It doesn't kill Siege Rhino. It doesn't kill Courser. He'd rather have them be Banishing Lights. I mean, he built his deck with 2 of each, figuring, okay, I've got 8 Temples. I've got 4 Dig Through Time. I'll find the card that's relevant for the matchup I happen to be in. But his main deck is very much a sort of split the difference and have a couple cards for every matchup deck. Which is, again, why I think that sideboarding really favors Sean here, because now that he knows exactly who he's playing against, he can pick the right 60 out of his 75.
Right. Now, if you're sitting, I'm going to put you in Ari's seat and you have a Thoughtseize, are you generally trying to take the threats away from your opponent, or are cards like Dig Through Time that give your opponent, rote card advantage as you go down the game more important?
I mean, so much of that is just what else I have in my hand, Marshall. I mean, if you have an answer for a creature, you're going to want to take Dig Through Time. If you think the game's going to go long, you're going to want to take Dig Through Time. But if you have a threat, if you're about to cast Siege Rhino next turn, maybe you take Disdainful Stroke and say, I'm just going to beat you with this. I mean, that's what's so powerful about Thoughtseize, is that its value changes depending upon the context of the way you see the game playing out. So, I think it's totally dependent upon when he casts it, what's in his hand, what's on his board, and how he sees the game itself progressing. So it's hard to answer that question without knowing what else is in his hand.
If you're in Sean's seat, what do you want to protect the most? Your threats or your card advantage / answers?
I mean, I hate to give the same answer Zach gave, but it depends.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does depend. Ari can get draws where you're just like Siege Rhino, rah, I'm going to kill the game before any of that late game shenanigans ever have time to matter.
Sure.
But you get these other draws where the cards kind of cancel each other out in trade, and now the game becomes this sort of dig through time incremental advantage game where, I think that dig through times are better than coursers at generating that sort of mid to late game incremental advantage. But I mean, a lot of stuff has to happen before we get there.
Right. And those coursers, by the way, we talked about them for the last one. They're still going to be a super important card in this matchup, right? Dealing with cards like Goblin Rabble Master and, of course, generating random card advantage. Those are still going to be huge.
Yeah, and I think the life matters a lot. I mean, this is a deck that can burn you out. It has a lot of burn spells, Stoke the Flames, Jeskai Charm, Lightning Strike, Magma Jet. I mean, every point of life is getting closer and closer to negating one of those cards. Now, of course, those can be used as creature removal as well. It's not like you're making them blank, but I really do think the incremental advantage from a courser, especially multiple coursers, if that's able to happen, really does add up the longer the game goes.
Now, what's the most important thing for these decks from the big picture here? Are we talking about a grindy matchup here, or are we talking about more of like a game plan implementation type thing?
I mean, the way I see the game going, it's kind of this, I don't know, the shape of the graph would be really weird. I think that you can get out ahead early in a really decisive way. Like let's say from Ari's side, it's like, okay, I Thoughtseize your answer, I resolve a Rhino, I follow that up with a Rock. And then, obviously McLaren can have draws like that too, where he just like burns an early creature, plays a Rabble Master, it goes through unopposed for whatever reason. So I see you being able to end the game in the first like 3 to 4 turns, and not literally end it, but take over the game.
Decide it.
Right. But if each player is able to neutralize those threats with answers, then I see the game going not just a little bit long, but like really long. It's basically like, okay, I've done my crazy early game powerful thing, you've stopped it, now we're settling in and seeing who can eke out advantage through, a big dig for time or through Courser, Obzen Charm, things of that nature.
So those are the most important cards down the stretch. If our game, let's say we're watching the match here, we see an early scuffle where people sort of trade resources for a while and it goes long, what are the cards to look out for at that point?
Dig Through Time is the big card. I mean, for me though, game one, I think is actually going to be more of a race. I think it's the sideboarded games that go long and go grindy and become this like, okay, who's going to eke out incremental advantage? I think that's what happens after sideboarding because McLaren, I think, will go slower. He'll bring in, end hostilities and maybe even Karanos, things like that. Game one, I think a lot of it depends on McLaren's draw, but if I had to bet, I'd say it probably turns into a race. McLaren's going to be trying to burn him down from 20 as quickly as possible, and Ari's going to be, trying to just summon big monsters because it's not like Sean can block anything he summons.
Right, and this is going to get interesting too because we've seen this Jeskai Winds deck burn people out from fairly high life total But Ari is pretty well set up to not let that happen. Siege Rhinos plus his Coursers, those are going to help keep his life total afloat, where he's not going to get in range of just maybe 1 or 2 burn spells. It's going to take multiple.
And Soren also able to provide big life swings.
Right.
But I mean, I agree with Randy, though, that it is just very different game 1 versus the later games. After sideboard, Ari gets Bile Blight, which actually means that the best draws that Sean can have, it deals with those. I mean, you really would love to be able to go Manus Rider, start hitting your opponent for 6 in the air. If your opponent doesn't have Bile Blight, that means you're probably going to win the game. If you cast, turn 3, turn 4 Manus Rider, your opponent has a Blight, suddenly your back's against the wall. And that means that these burn spells that you're able to kind of force through damage here and there really do add up. So I think Randy's absolutely right, where, we're just going to see a very different type of game 1 versus in the post-sideboard.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the list, it's right here, and I'm seeing that Ari's got 4 Obzon Charm and 3 Heroes Downfall plus 2 Utter End in the main. So, given that that Sean's deck isn't super threat dense, right? I mean, I wouldn't describe it that way with all of the burn spells kind of taking up space there. It feels like Ari's going to be able to take care of a couple of Mantis Riders or a couple of threats pretty easily on an average draw.
Yeah, he should. It's going to be interesting to watch. I know that Ari certainly didn't have any trouble with the Jeskai Wins deck that he played in the quarterfinals. I mean, played 2 different Abzan midrange versus Jeskai Wins in the quarterfinals, and the Abzan midrange just showed them both sides of their hand.
All right, so let's see. They're ready. The players are ready down in the feature match area. It is time now to go for the finals. Here from Hawaii, let's throw it down to the booth where Richard Hagan, Brian David Marshall, and Luis Scott Vargas are ready to bring you all the action.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. One last time. The easiest question in the world, the hardest answer. Luis, who wins?
I'm going to go with Jeskai here.
BDM.
I'm also on Jeskai here, mostly just because of the seeding. Top seed has won every single match we've played. McLaren's the top seed. He's going to win.
That's just math.
It's just math.
It's just number math. Let's see if the number math hangs up in the final of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to the Pro Tour final of Khans of Tarkir here at Honolulu. Rich Hagan in the booth alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas as we prepare to watch the best 3 out of 5 between this man, Sean McLaren of Canada, your Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion, looking for a second Pro Tour title inside a year. Astonishing. It would make him one of the giants of the game, but in his path is Ari Lax of the United States, who has been rock solid throughout the weekend, one of the most studious players on tour, and all his hard work is paying off. Brian David Marshall, what's the matchup? What's in store?
Well, we've got Jeskai Wins in the hands of Sean McLaren. He's looking to play Mantis Riders and burn spells and really just bury Ari Lax very early in the game. Ari playing Obzon midrange. He's looking to survive, disrupt, Siege Rhino, Planeswalkers, and eventually just wear his opponent down.
There you see Sean McLaren's hand. He has a Goblin Rabblemaster, the card that took him to this final, a Jeskai Charm, Stoke the Flames, and 2 Dig Through Time, which is a card that Luis Scott Vargas, you are all over Dig Through Time.
Yeah, I think it's just maybe the best card in the new set. I mean, I think if you look at the whole con set, there's tons of good cards. But Dig Through Time, I think, just could be the eventual winner. I mean, Jeskai Ascendancy certainly has some brokenness, but Dig Through Time is going to be an all-format all-star.
Well, here is the first action of the final. It's best 3 out of 5, remember. So a maximum of 5 games as Goblin Rabblemaster comes down and begins the fun for Sean McLaren.
And so what Sean is notably lacking here is white mana. He's unable to cast either of the 2 Jeskai Charms in his hand. Ari deciding whether he wants to Hero's Downfall now or wait to see what Sean McLaren does.
Is this an upkeep?
And why do you do it during the upkeep there, Luis?
There's no particular reason. Maybe he wants to incite a Stoke the Flames out of Sean McLaren's hand, but there's certainly no advantage to doing it.
I'm not going to do anything else.
And Ari just says, I don't know why I did that. Add that to the mass calcify from earlier.
Well, this time there was no real harm. I mean, he would not be even unhappy if McLaren just used a Stoke there. So McLaren drawing, I believe, all of his mountains here. Yeah, it looks like he's got a full 3 mountains. So he's actually missing blue mana, too. He can't even cast Dig. And he doesn't have a ton of time with these Siege Rhinos coming out.
Here's the Siege Rhino. Yeah, you get a look at Ari Lax's hand. Courser of Krufix, Soren Solemn Visitor. I believe another Siege Rhino in the wings.
Yeah, and McLaren might be in a spot where he has to like block Siege Rhino with a Goblin token, then stoke the Flames the Siege Rhino, and that's not pretty.
Stoke you? Yeah.
Stoke you is the play.
So the reason he would do that is not because he thinks he's a realistic shot of burning Ari out anytime soon, but to fuel a dig through time here, I think is his best shot. Of course, drawing a Mantis Rider means that McLaren, I think, might be too far behind at this point. I mean, he already missed multiple turns. I think that was one turn too many of being unable to cast spells.
Right, because in comes Siege Rhino number 1, and if you're Ari Lax, there's every chance you're about to make it joined by Siege Rhino number 2, and there it is.
Drain you.
Drain you. And we are on the verge of a very, very fast game 1 for an Ari Lax who seems pretty nervous here in the final, in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean,
and there we go.
He's on the cusp of winning a Pro Tour, his first top 8. And that would make anyone nervous.
Yep, except possibly you. Were you nervous?
I was nervous in Berlin. I mean, I'm still nervous before I play in a Pro Tour now. I mean, that's just the anticipation, the excitement. It's all part of it.
Who was more nervous in that finals, you or Paul Cheon sitting in the front row watching you?
I've watched a lot of matches that I've cared about other people winning, and the fact that you have no control of their situation makes you pretty nervous.
All right, so the first game is done in lightning quick fashion, and it was Ari Lax who took it with Siege Rhino and Siege Rhino. Don't imagine they're going to be coming out of the sideboard anytime soon, but why don't we look at Sean McLaren's sideboard? This is what he has to work with. Working from top left, a couple of End Hostilities, 2 Keranos God of Storms, 3 Dissolve, 2 Anger of the Gods, and then a Disdainful Stroke, double negate, Phyrexian Revoker, and 2 Erase. So we've already seen Jeskai wins with Sean McLaren up against a variety of Abzan decks. So what goes on here in terms of sideboarding as we head into game 2?
He's certainly going to take the Anger of the Gods out of his main deck. And I think, probably bring in the End Hostilities. And I don't know, he seems to bring in the 3 Dissolves in every matchup.
Well, if you want Dissolves against Sigur's deck, you definitely want Dissolves here. I mean, same with Disdainful Stroke.
Same with Disdainful Stroke, absolutely.
Potentially even negates. I mean, Ari has a lot of expensive Planeswalkers, yeah. And I think McLaren is going to try and morph into a kind of a Jeskai control deck. Keranos might even come in. I mean, I could see...
He's brought in Keranos in a lot of matchups over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I could see him boarding like 10 cards, like boarding on Angers, Seekers, maybe some of the burn spells, and just morphing into a control deck, because the 4 dig-through times, again, support that plan very well.
Magma Jet, not terrific here.
Yeah, Magma Jet's at its worst. I mean, it doesn't actually kill anything from Ari's deck.
He barely kills things with Stoke the Flames.
Yeah, I mean, Magma Jet, I guess, kills Soren or a Soren token, but other than that, it does not do a whole lot.
The interesting thing there is that the dynamic of changing into control deck, if that is what he aims to do, is that absolutely guarantees that Ari has the opportunity to spend his 5, 6, 7 mana on big, expensive Planeswalkers and big Siege Rhinos, and that he's not going to get burnt out. Is that a great plan?
I think that it's pretty reasonable. I mean, Ari's deck is not super fast. I mean, Ari can pressure, as we saw with Siege Rhinos, but Ari doesn't have Fleece Mainline. Just the lack of that card already makes it so Ari is not really going to be able to kill Sean before an End Hostilities can come and kind of, wipe the board.
All right, well, why don't we take a look at the sideboard that Ari Lax is working with here in the final. He also has End Hostilities, just one copy. Dune Blast there, Mass Calcify, then lots of removal in 3 Drown in Sorrow and 3 Bile Blight, 2 Murderous Cut, and then we have an Unravel the Ether plus 3 Planeswalkers at the end there. You see 1 Liliana Vess and 2 Nissa Worldwaker. Now, in previous iterations of our sideboard discussion, Louise, you've said, yeah, Nissa Worldwaker, not a big fan because it's only 4/4, the land. Now, is this time around 4/4 lands looking a bit better?
Well, it doesn't match up all that well against cards like Sarkhan or Mantis Rider, but if you think that McLaren's going to be on an end hostility plan, I could see Nissa being decent. I mean, Nissa does help pressure without, adding more cards that get killed by end hostilities.
What else goes in?
There's not a whole lot else. I mean, Bile Blight kills Mana Strider or Goblin Rabblemaster, but it's not unreasonable to assume that some amount of Rabblемasters might not even be in McLaren's deck after board. Murderous Cut is another card that it's very efficient, but if you think McLaren's boarding out of creatures, then I could see the way that both these decks board could vary so much that I could see like multiple reboarding happening.
I was just going to ask you, are we going to see a world where there's a McLaren control deck in game 2, and then in game 3, suddenly it's like, here comes Rabblemaster, crush you, crush you, crush you, and then take them all out again for a potential game 4?
Yeah, I mean, in a best of 5 series, you actually can really see the counterplay go on in sideboarding, and that's what really awesome part about best of 5. So getting to see that, sort of like mind game, like, will he have this, will he have that, it is really interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happened here.
Do you see Liliana Vess coming in if the game goes to a more control-y pace where, suddenly it can start maybe taking apart your hand or catching you, where you're trying to implement the game plan now, and I sort of start to dismantle that?
I could certainly see the merit of Liliana. I'm a little skeptical that it's great for Ari to try to fight the control battle against a deck with 4 digs. That just seems like an unnecessary risk.
Sure.
But Ari might be forced into a position where he kind of has to. He just doesn't have enough aggro elements to just turn into an aggro deck. It's not like he has Fleece Main Lions and Rakshasas in his sideboard. So given that, I mean, if you're in that kind of game, Liliana is a good card.
Sometimes when you're sideboarding in 10, 11 cards, in a way, it's almost like you're sideboarding 1 because you're actually just saying, I'm not going to play with this deck, I'm going to play with this other deck. And in that sense, I wonder whether there's a sense that is Ari seriously disadvantaged? Because you've listed really very few things that he would want to do here. But is the fact that we've sort of labelled a lot of cards for McLaren just really indicative of almost a transformational idea that essentially just means, sure, the matchup may shift, but it's not like, oh, look at these key, utterly suppressing 3 cards that I get to bring in, whereas Ari doesn't have access to that?
Well, the fact that McLaren is sideboarding a lot more than Ari doesn't actually necessarily mean it's bad news for Ari. It just means it was a bad matchup for McLaren to begin with. I mean, the fact that Ari's sideboarding very few cards, potentially, means that his deck's kind of built to play against these Jeskai decks. And given that, you don't have to sideboard a whole lot, and that's a good thing.
Right. I was just thinking, Ari would just want to kind of stick a siege rhino. Same thing he wanted to do in game 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he could add more siege rhinos to his sideboard, then he'd definitely do that.
What about all those other 4/5s for very cheap mana that have 3-point drain lives attached to them? So we're into shuffle mode right now. So the sideboarding is complete, just the sufficient randomization still to come.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what the actual sideboard plan was.
Right.
I'm sure Tim Willoughby will be in momentarily with such information.
With a long list, potentially. So we'll see what comes up. But Arilax has the lead, needs 2 out of the next 4. McLaren, not just been here at this table before, but here in the championship match before. 7 apiece. Let's see what McLaren has to work with. Well, we certainly see a collection of land, and it's much better off than last time round when he had severe mana problems as all his mountains came along for game 1. But,
well,
nope.
Yeah, it was a flooded strand on an island, plus a bunch of red spells and dig through time and dissolve.
Again.
So excited to see the white, but would have liked to see a little bit more of a selection.
Yeah, it's not quite what you want.
See an Abzan Charm there for Ari.
It's a shame that the players in the top 8 weren't forced to use the sleeves of the clan they were representing. I've heard claims of these sleeves are a lie. Because because it looks like actually Ari, I believe, is he on the Jeskai sleeves with McLaren on the Abzan sleeves? Are they switched?
Yeah, it looks like they are switched.
Yeah, so Ari seemed to send away their 3-land, a Corsa, utter end. Huh.
Well, if that was Ari's hand, then that's a pretty aggressive mulligan. It depends on what the mana makeup was. I mean, when we're trying to like squint and see exactly what the 7 pressed cards together are.
Right.
It could have been, if it's like Caves of Koilos, Temple of Silence, Urborg, yeah, sure, you're going to ship a hand that does not have any green mana. But it is very interesting to see what the hand actually was.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go for aggressive. I had the word disciplined in mind for his send away at that point, because I'm like, hey, look, I've got land, I've got spells, off we go. But I guess you think about it a bit more in a Pro Tour final. Yeah, so
6 it is.
6 it is, at least for now. Let's hope it stays there. We've been relatively mana mulligan free through the top 8. Hasn't been too bad. But you always want players to start with 7 if you can.
No, though both starting with 6 is kind of interesting. It actually it actually punishes McLaren's deck more, because Ari has cards like Sylvan Caryatid and Courser, which are cheap ways to get cards back. Dig Through Time gets so much worse when you don't have excess spells to be casting and putting in the graveyard.
Right. So, let's have another go at this to get Game 2 underway. Let's see if we can. There's a Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker. Magma Jet.
It looks an awful lot like a castable Mantis
Yeah,
Rider.
3-land Mantis Rider.
Yeah, it's a pretty perfect hand, but I saw a Forest and 2 Sylvan Caryatids out of Ari, and it looks like a Lenore away, so it looks like Ari's set too.
Yeah. All right, away we go with Game 2 of the Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir final here in Honolulu. Rich, BDM, Luis with you in the booth, and it will be a turn 1 tapped tri-land for Sean McLaren opposite a rather old-school Forest for Arilax. An untapped land without a play? Scandalous.
Well, it doesn't sound like a big deal. It represents, A, that Ari does no other tap lands in his hand, because there's no reason to do that, and B, that he's going to lose a little bit of value, because the tap lands are not only good value to play and scry, it means if he draws lands later, they're more likely to be tap lands, which is where it's more inconvenient.
Mm-hmm. So turn 2 Caryatid for Lax, and Sean McLaren, with his full 3 mana colors available, we believe will cast a Mantis Rider sometime fairly soon, with all those lovely abilities.
Well, he actually drew a Rabble Master, so he had the option there, but I like Mantis Rider just because it flies over to Caryatid and pressures Ari a lot more. If McLaren played a Rabble Master, then Ari immediately played a Siege Rhino, the Rabble Master wasn't getting a whole lot of work done.
All right, there you get a look at Sean McLaren's hand, Temple of Epiphany, Magma Jet, Rabble Master, and of course the Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
Meanwhile, Lax has added Sylvan Caryatid with Corsair of Krufix, so the pair are back in harness again.
And he's really the last champion for the Courser of Krufix.
They have all fallen so far.
Yeah, there were dread of the 32 Courser of Krufix top 8.
Yeah, and I guess there were something like 12 Coursers in the top 8, and then, but there were 16 Caryatids. Or no, Sigris didn't have Caryatids, so there are actually still also 12 Caryatids.
So here is Goblin Rabble Master, and the attacking thing gets promptly eaten. Mantis Rider still there for Sean McLaren. Lax working with information available to Sean McLaren as well. Caves of Koilos is on top of Lax's deck.
And actually that makes it 8 Coursers, because Sigrist wasn't playing Courser or Caryatid, so this was the dominance of Courser was perhaps understated or overstated here.
Brian David Marshall, do you have lots and lots of writing on a piece of paper?
I do. Not a lot of writing for Arilax. Just 4 cards out, 4 cards in. Took out a Johnny Elspeth, 2 Elspeth, a Hero's Downfall, and brought in 3 Bile Blights and a Liliana Vest.
Second. Got 14th.
What do you think about that, Luis?
Oh, I like Bile Blight just because it kills Rabble Master. Even if it's kind of out of control, it can kill the Goblin tokens, kills Mantis Rider. It also makes the double Mantis Rider starts really risky from McLaren's point of view. So I like Bile Blight a lot. The Liliana, seems like it may be just more of a value card. I don't know how it lines up against Elspeth or Ajani. Ajani and Liliana are actually kind of similar. So those make sense to board into for me.
Sean McLaren, on the other hand, took out, as we predicted, 2 Anger of the Gods, went down 2 Lightning Strike, took out 2 Banishing Light, went up an Erase, went up a Disdainful Stroke, went up 3 Dissolve, and went up Phyrexian Revoker. So no End Hostilities, though.
So he looks like he kept all his creatures in, didn't board in End Hostilities, but did board in the Dissolves. And he does seem to like taking out Banishing Light under the assumption that maybe his opponents will be boarding in ways to interact with them.
So we're up to 2 Courser of Kruphix now on the right-hand side of the table, plus an Elvish Mystic and Sylvan Caryatid for Ari Lax. There's Sean McLaren from Canada. There's Lax playing their second game here in the final. Remember, the winner, $40,000 and guaranteed platinum status. They will instantly become, or continue to be, the case of McLaren, a Platinum Pro, the highest levels of the game.
Target you.
So Stoke the Flames, target you. McLaren very much on the beatdown plan because Lax goes to 10 off the Stoke the Flames, then in came Mantis Rider. There's a Heroes waiting on top.
And Ari really needed to hit a land there since now I think he actually might just be dead. It's as fast as that sounds. He has to take a point of damage to going to 6 to cast Bile Blight on the Mantis Rider. Magma Jet puts him to 4, and then Sarkhan flies over and deals the last 4. Ari really needed to play a land in order to gain 2 life there, but it does not look like that's going to work out.
Can he... I was wondering if he could have played Liliana.
If he played Liliana, he could, tutor for a land, but then he's not casting the Bile Blight, so the Mantis Rider's hitting him, which more than counteracts that. McLaren finding a Jeskai Charm 2 for just additional unnecessary burn. I mean, he doesn't know that Ari is going to be unable to kill Sarkhan before it attacks here.
Yeah, and when you look at that board state and you look on the right-hand side and you see double Caryatid, double Courser, Elvish Mystic, you can see how Standard has shifted. Yes, the same cards in play, but they would have utterly locked up the game a few months ago, and that would have just been, yep, I'm impenetrable at this point. And McLaren, Randy Buehler said it, flying is a massive, massive deal in the new Standard. And here comes Mantis Rider in, and Goblins are coming in.
And I like not attacking with the Sarkhan there, because you can just Jeskai Charm, because you know that Ari has to take a point of damage off his caves in order to cast a removal spell.
Yeah, and there's a big sigh from Ari Lax there, because we are all tied up at 1 apiece. 1 and 1, 2 down, a maximum of 3 to go here in the final. Will Ari Lax take down his first Pro Tour in his first Pro Tour top 8? That is something that Sean McLaren has already done, winning Pro Tour Born of the Gods in his first Pro Tour top 8. And if McLaren is going to win this, well, maybe it could be all about the Goblins and their very, very nasty Rabble Master. Here it is. So there you see it. It looks kind of cheery coming out of the card at you there, but cheery he most definitely is not when you're on the other side of the table.
I love this notion that he's best suited for swarm decks where, you've actually seen him start to make his way into these kind of like Jeskai sort of hybrid aggro control decks where he just is like a Kel'Joran outpost.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually more mid-rangey than he looks. Like, he definitely shows up in, like, the mono-red, Goblins, like, red deck
and he's perfectly
deck.
at home there.
Yeah, but in, like, something like a Mardu mid-range deck or a Jeskai mid-range, Jeskai deck wins sort of thing, the fact that he can just cast Stoke, the interaction between Goblin Rabmaster and Stoke the Flames is actually one of the most important parts about the card. As we saw that game, Sean McLaren was able to use it to cast Stoke and he cast Magma Jet in the same turn.
Right, and also by casting Stoke with it, he was able to sort of store up a Goblin that might have had to run itself into its demise.
Yeah, the words "if able."
Right.
Well, I'm really sorry. I tapped for functionally mana that turn, so I was unable.
Yep, and that lets you save up, like BDM said, save up goblins, and which even gets better because it lets your Rabblemaster then attack as like a 4-2 or 5-2. And in the case of attacking something like Siege Rhino, attacking as a 5-2 is very, very different than attacking as a 4-2.
What, if anything, in the course of Game 2 will Arilax have learned about Sean's plans moving forward?
The most relevant piece of information is that Sean still had Goblin Rabmaster in his deck. I mean, no, I don't think anyone anticipated Mantis Rider coming out. The card's just too good against Ari. The presence of Rabmaster makes it a little less likely that there are end hostilities lurking around. I mean, that's not a guarantee, and we didn't see anything like Dissolve, so we don't actually know what the numbers of those cards are yet from Ari's side. But just the presence of Rabmaster would make me suspect that there aren't a ton of end hostilities. Maybe there's one, maybe there's two, but that's not, McLaren's base plan.
So let's take us to the next point. If you're McLaren and you accurately predict that what you've just said is in Arilax's head, even though you've just won a game with Goblin Rabblemaster and with end hostilities in your sideboard, do you now swap around and get rid of the Goblin Rabblemasters and go down the control path that we sort of outlined at the end of Game 1?
I actually don't think that's a bad idea, and one of the main reasons is when you're on the draw, Rabblemaster is just that much worse. Because Rabblemaster gets good when you spiral out of control, when you have multiple Goblin tokens. When you're on the draw and you have to play it into a Courser, your Goblin immediately dies, it just becomes that much less effective, and it actually looks like Sean McLaren's got a fistful of Goblin Rabmasters and Lightning Strikes that are heading to the sideboard.
Yeah. Yeah, we're watching him on one of the monitors here, and it looks like he's taken out at least 2 of them.
Such an intricate dance when there's so much at stake, and it really is suddenly well beyond the cards that are actually going to be in play. It is well, I know that you might surmise that given what happened in the last game, this might be true, and in fact it was true. So I'd like it to not be true, because you have to respect it might still be true, and then I can get you coming and going.
Right.
That's the goal.
So we were talking earlier about the opportunity Sean McLaren has here to become the first player to win 2 Pro Tours in a calendar year. The first. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Win
to do that.
And that other players have done that. Nikolai Herzog in 2004. It looks like Kai has done it twice in one season. And then without 2001 season, he has 2, and then you go ahead to the 2001-2002 season and the 2002-2003 season.
Well, I mean, this wouldn't be Kai, but it would be Jeskai. Buddy. Just saying.
Sorry, my mic clipped out for a second. What did you say?
Nothing.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking to the director, calling my agent, and working out a new deal.
So Arilax, as you can see, is most definitely not in the feature match area. Now, certainly seen players take a moment away from the stage. Is that something that you advocate, BDM, or do you prefer to try and, if you like, stay in the zone?
Have you watched Arilax in the feature match area? He drinks about a gallon of liquid every 2 games. It's not surprising to me at all that he needs to take breaks.
Yep. Yeah, staying hydrated is important, and as much as we don't need another article telling us that, it is actually something you should do.
True story. Every time I'm in an airport and I see Sun Tzu's The Art of War, I keep thinking of buying it just so I can write that article, because I'm the only person who's never written that article.
Well, I haven't either, but that's because I have some respect.
Thank you very much.
Sun Tzu's The Art of Staying Hydrated.
Yeah.
Just give it my hand.
Yeah, I don't know if it's close.
Now this
I
is.
couldn't kill the rider, so I felt like I had to just get out ahead. Could have been wrong.
Looks like there's some snippets of conversation about the matchup there, which is always interesting. I think one of the best examples of that was at Worlds last year in Amsterdam when we had Ben Stark and Brian Kildler talking at the table about their matchup. That was really good. I mean, that sort of insight is awesome, and I think you'll see that more at Worlds this year because it's a small field and so many people know each other so well.
For those of you planning your viewing, don't forget to join us next time around when we will have not one but 2 amazing tournaments in the space of a week. You will have the World Championship, and of course you will have the World Magic Cup. 72 nations represented by their teams. And then we'll have the biggest Sunday of the year. You will see everything decided in a webcast not to be missed. We cannot wait to see you there from Nice, France in December.
We're going to see at least 4 of our competitors from this top 8 that weekend, right? We're going to see Sean McLaren, Even Flock. We're going to see Li Shitian, and we're going to see Tiago as well, who's going to be playing in the World Magic Cup alongside Willie Adel.
Yeah, and 3 days ago, we'd have looked at the teams and gone, well, Brazil's got Willie Adel.
Right.
And now here we are with Tiago Saporito.
Willie was very excited. He's like, my team's gotten so much better. Last week, it was me and 3 random guys, and now it's me, a Pro Tour top 8 competitor, and 2 random guys.
Which I think he was being a little tongue-in-cheek
He was. He absolutely was.
Because it's not like Tiago got better by making a top 8. The top 8 just demonstrates that he is good.
Yeah, of course. We'd like to believe it's, magic fairy dust was sprinkled on him as soon as he made the top 8.
Well, I mean, there is some amount of that, people do have some amount of that.
So let's see if the players can keep for game 3, or whether we're into the mulligan dance. There's Lax. McLaren has said, I'm going to keep, and so we are away. And it's Scry to get things going. Temple of Melody for Ari Lax. And Temple back the other way for Sean McLaren.
And the Banishing Light in McLaren's hand is a new one, which, wasn't in game 2, according to the sideboard guide we got. Again, indicating he's perhaps in more of a controlling role.
All right, so Sylvan Carroted, and there you see, coming into focus, the McLaren hand. Sarkhan Dragon Speaker stoke the flames.
We see the Keranos as well. Which
the God of Storms could be coming down.
I'm going to go to 22. You'll go to 17.
And now...
And actually, Brad Nelson said it best on Twitter yesterday, I believe, after a loss, where he's like, it all seems like they either have 0 Siege Rhinos or 3 Siege Rhinos. And Ari looks like he has closer to 3. He's got double Siege Rhino Sorin in his hand.
And double Siege Rhino was more than enough on previous occasions here in the top 8.
And then, so Ajani was a card that Ari had sided out, but he sided out 1. So he still has 1 in his deck, which is in hand.
More Scry action for Lax. As you see, that Siege Rhino has been banished, at least temporarily. Banishing Light.
Definitely temporarily in the sense that there's going to be another one in place soon enough.
So here we are. And there you see McLaren's hand, along with Mystic Monastery and Shivan Reef. We have Banishing Light, Stoke the Flames, Keranos, God of Storms, and Sarkhan the Dragon Speaker.
And McLaren's last couple of draw steps have been very terrain-filled. As he's got a lot of lands and not a lot of answers to Siege Rhinos. Both Stoke and Sarkhan are, a point short.
You got to get them both going at the same time.
Yeah, that would be. It's an impressive feat though, because Sarkhan's not going to live through a Siege Rhino very easily.
No, it is not.
He gets smashed down to 1, but then can't deal 4 the next turn.
In comes the Rhino from Lax.
No blocks.
No blocks. And McLaren falls to 10 life.
10, 6, 24.
Smash. Here's a Johnny Minter of Heroes.
Sure. I'd like to look at the top.
I'm going to look at the top 4, says Lax. And I think, is that an Elspeth?
Certainly an Elspeth.
Yep, there we go.
And Ari not wanting to overcommit. I mean, he could have upped the pressure by making Siege Rhino a 7/8, but then he just plays right into Jeskai Charm. So I believe that's why he did not do that.
Right, he just wants a steady stream of threats to deploy against Sean McLaren in there. Johnny's going to give him that.
He also didn't want to end up in a situation where Sean goes end of turn, Lightning Strike, you're a Johnny, or Magma Jet, you're a Johnny, or Jeskai Charm, something like that, then cast End Hostilities, then burn down to Johnny.
Dragon Lord?
Here's Keranos, God of Storms, God in play.
So Ari can actually put McLaren down to 1 here, I believe. Or it looks like 2. He can Johnny the Siege Rhino up to a 7 and then Sorin it up to an 8.
You have
Jeskai Charm, Stoke the Flames, and Sarkhan.
He's certainly checking to see if the coast is clear here.
Yeah. And my best guess is that he takes Jeskai Charm, because that's the card that can mess with the Siege Rhino the most. It's also one of the cheaper cards, and one of the ways McLaren gets out of this is by playing 2 spells next turn, especially if he draws an extra card off Keranos.
Jeskai Charm.
He does take Jeskai Charm.
It's almost like you've been here before.
I can dimly remember it.
I'm going to take an additional 0 damage. Sorin.
Here's Sorin. Straight into vampire mode.
I like 2 on the Vampire and 1 on the Siege Rhino here.
And that's what
And so does he. And McLaren is down to 5 and in all kinds of trouble in what has been a blistering game 3.
Ari has way too many permanents with dice on them for McLaren to handle.
Right, he's at a 4-0 dice disadvantage.
Would you call that a dice advantage?
Yes.
You're like, no, under no circumstances would I do that.
The circumstances right now are that Ari Lax has got game 3. He has monstered his way past Sean McLaren, and now he stands 1 game away from his slice of Magic history. Can he become Pro Tour champion of Khans of Tarkir? We are down to the last couple of games, or maybe just 1, to find out.
Both players immediately go to their sideboard. Well, which card did Ari flash there?
Oh, I missed it.
Did he flash in a race or?
That could be pretty cunning, because if he flashes a race at the and then boards them out, he might entice McLaren to board out Banishing Light.
But it was a pretty deliberate, like, drop this card on the table. It was a white card.
If it's a little too ham-fisted, then McLaren might get the read. McLaren seems like he's a tricky guy.
I'm trying to see if there's any other card that could have been. No, it looks like that.
I mean, Elspeth would be the only other mono white card, right?
Oh, that's Sigris deck I'm looking at.
There you go.
Oh, he may have shown him the Mass Calcify.
that would be good. I like that.
That's what it is. Mass Calcify, just out of our view, but you can see it right there. It's just face up the entire match. Yeah, he's only cited that card in by accident.
Yeah, the whole tournament.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's good to know that his whole sideboard got used.
So if Ari thinks that McLaren is on the control plan, that can change what Ari does a little bit. Verifying there's 15 with
He's
the
like, oh yeah,
Calcify.
15.
I think that McLaren has more room to sideboard than Ari does. Like I said, Ari's main deck is kind of built to beat the deck, and he doesn't have a ton of different sideboard cards he wants.
I will not allow that to happen.
Ari reiterating that he will not be siding in Mass Calcify. McLaren, on the other hand, as we can see, has distinct plans based on whether he's on the player to draw or whether, maybe depending on what he thinks what take Ari's going to have on the matchup. And it looks like he's back to aggro here. Yeah, we can see all the Wrath and the Keranoses and the Banishing Lights in the sideboard. Well, still the Lightning Strike's there. I guess he likes Magma Jet more than Lightning Strike. Maybe under the idea that neither really kills much except Sorin, so you might as well have the one that scries.
Interestingly, that looked like almost all the Anger of the Gods in his sideboard. Looked like he had 3 in his sideboard, so that means he kept 1 in.
Huh. I mean, I could see maybe having an Anger. I guess you kill Caryatid and you kill Vampire tokens. Okay, yeah.
Fourth one's in the back.
I was trying to figure out how you could rationalize
I was a little
that,
surprised
Lightning
myself.
Strike I like a lot more. I mean, I'd rather just have a Lightning Strike in my deck at that point, maybe even 2.
Yeah.
And I think that's the conclusion he came to as well.
16 sideboard cards go down to 15.
And, I mean, as we've seen, I mean, McLaren can always just burn Ari out. There's no real reason for him to not. I mean, worst comes to worst, having an extra burn spell in his deck still just kind of meshes with the plan that the deck always has available.
In terms of burning him out, though, how backbreaking are Siege Rhinos? Is Rhino acceptable and Rhinos, is that the tipping point?
Well, 1 Rhino is almost enough to stop the straight burnout plan just because it also pressures Sean and makes it so he doesn't have time to, sit there and cast Dig Through time.
Mm-hmm.
The double Rhino means that Sean really has to be in a position to actually just kill the Rhinos and kind of take a slightly more controlling aspect.
Sure.
Does it
Are you surprised that you haven't seen him bring in End Hostilities?
Well, we had it in. He had it in game this last game when he was on the draw, but now that he's on the play, he's back on the Ravel Master plan. So, I mean,
so when he loses with End Hostilities,
right,
he goes back to the Goblin Ravel Master plan.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to board differently on the player draw. I mean, especially when you have such a swingy card like Goblin Ravel Master. So I'm not surprised that he's got this plan. It is interesting that the plan is so night or day here, but I mean. Again, I would expect him to have played against a lot of Abzan decks during the course of the tournament. So I imagine that this is not a new thing for him.
Excellent. Certainly not the best Ajani ever. But top 2?
Sure.
Or actually, the Lorwyn one was also. Has there been a bad Ajani yet? All 5 of them have been great.
Yeah, I suppose. Depending on your definition of great for a Planeswalker.
Played pretty extensively, or yeah, the only one I haven't played in the Pro Tour is Goldmane, because I was too busy casting Cryptic. I played that guy a lot before I got on the Pro Tour, so.
I did not expect
I have played all 5 Ajanis.
Tune into the relative merits of Ajani.
The Ajani power rankings.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free on Twitter to give us your 5 Ajani pick order.
Well, one's a Timmy, one's a Spike. They're both a Johnny.
Feel free to grade Rich's jokes.
No, don't. Can Lax take it down with 1 to spare, or will we go the distance as the Pro Tour Born of the Gods champion Sean McLaren looks to go to a 2-time Pro Tour champion? He's on the play. Let's look at an opening hand, and I guess from a McLaren perspective, hope to see a Goblin Rabble Master that can come down and dominate the battlefield, and from the same perspective, an Ari Lax hand that does not have Siege Rhino in it.
Right. Turn 3 Siege Rhino has been bad news for Sean McLaren here.
Both players keeping calm under the most intense of pressure. 7 cards apiece. All right, Sean McLaren, you're up first. What do you have? And do you have 7 cards that you can keep? 4 land, a Phyrexian Revoker, a 5th land, and Stoke the Flames. Revoker, Flames, and 5. Luis, can he keep?
Okay.
This is pretty borderline, but I think keeping is fine given that you have the temples. I mean, it's not an optimal hand. You would mulligan it to 7 for sure, but given that the options are 6 or getting to scry straight to the bottom is not a good sign. And then play Revoker as one of the few answers to Sylvan Caryatid, it does make sense to keep the hand.
For Lax, we see 2 Abzan Charm. There's a Bile Blight there, an Elvish Mystic. Sorin is there, the Solemn Visitor.
And Ari playing turn 1 tap land. It looks like the plan is turn 2 Elvish Mystic, followed by potentially a turn 3 Sorin.
2 for McLaren.
Name Sylvan Caryatid.
Sylvan Caryatid is the card named on that Phyrexian Revoker.
And that's the card that it was put in the sideboard to name. I mean, that is the reason that you have this card.
Elf's going to look pretty sweet here.
Oh no, you've stopped my mana accelerate. Wait, no you haven't. Lax taking his time.
Take a look at Ari Lax's hand and see what he's thinking about this turn.
He's thinking about whether he wants to curve Elvish Mystic to potentially play a Sorin or just to have a Bile Blight this turn. It looks like he's going with the Bile Blight, potentially playing around a Mantis Rider, which he's unaware that McLaren doesn't actually have.
A Bile Blight takes down the Phyrexian Revoker.
And I think Ari's concern there was if he played Elvish Mystic and then McLaren did have a Mantis Rider, he could be too far behind.
Good. We didn't also have the Seeker. Okay.
Pass the turn.
Turn strike you.
So there's the classic burn spell at end of turn.
Lightning Strike you. Lax will go to 16.
Draw 2 cards at the end of the turn here for Ari.
I like keeping up Absent Charm to potentially deal with a Mana Strider, especially since you don't have anything to accelerate into with Elvish Mystic. I do not like casting Absent Charm to draw 2 here. I mean, he might do it just to use his mana, but McLaren's already Lightning Striking you. Taking a damage off Mana Confluence to then do that does not seem like the place you want to be.
There's Elvish Mystic. McLaren pausing at end of turn.
Yeah, I mean, this Magma Jet's going to get cast. The question is whether you just
Turn
want to...
Magma Jet you?
Yeah.
Me.
No. Now, the feign of surprise in Ari Lax's voice there.
I like the aggressive line there. I mean, McLaren's doesn't have any pressure right now, but he's got a sequence of burn spells coming. He's also getting to scry a lot here. He's scryed now 3 off lands plus 2 off Magma Jet, potentially the 1 off Dissolve in the near future here.
Yeah, he's holding a Dissolve.
He's a lot of burn away, though. Ari's got a decent amount of life.
Lax draws. And there's Wingmate Rock in hand.
3 cards in hand. Yep.
My preference would be to cast Sorin here off of everything but the Mana Confluence. You certainly don't want to trade 1 off Elvish Mystic for 1 off Mana Confluence. See what McLaren does. Probably end up making a Vampire token and setting up a Wingmate Rock next turn.
Decides to scry first with a Temple of Malady.
Yeah.
Passes the turn.
Ari, I think Ari's just completely playing around something like Sarkhan. He wants to leave the Absent Charm up for that, or maybe a Mana Strider, but I think he's going to end up maybe taking too much damage off burn spells. He's giving McLaren a lot of time.
There's Stoke the Flames, so Lax falls further behind.
And there's a dig through time. I mean, this is playing right into McLaren's hands. I think Ari may be playing a little bit conservatively, given that McLaren has all these good late game cards.
So, more land. Ari this time will be in action for 4 mana. I was thinking about using the Mystic here.
Sorin.
And does, and there's Sorin.
Is that going to get dissolved?
Well, it looks like McLaren, he's got 4 cards in his graveyard, so it works out perfectly to dissolve it and then dig through time end of turn. It's a pretty effective use of mana. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to do that, especially since Sorin is kind of annoying. It takes multiple cards to deal with, and the lifelink is very relevant when you're trying to burn your opponent out.
And what is he worried about slipping through the cracks if he counters this?
Ari's already played a land, so it can't even be a Siege Rhino, so there really is no big drawback to doing that.
And as you said, Luis, he's been scrying all game long. Let's do it all again off that Dissolve.
Now he's going to get to look 7 cards deep after this scry. Pushes that card to the bottom.
You have 1 in hand. Yep. So you have 2 in hand. Pass the turn. Dig.
Pass.
Sure.
And yes, here's Dig. So, top 7, and 2 of them are going to be in Sean McLaren's hand before this turn is over. 2 land and Abzan Charm. There's a lot of land there. Couple of...
So it looks like McLaren just picked up 7 points of burn. It looks like he's very close to being able to burn Ari out. So I think Ari at this point might be his best shot. He has to take 1 off Mana Confluence, which is painful. But he could cast a Wingmate Rock. But no, he drew Siege Rhino.
Siege
Rhino. Just the perfect card here.
He needed to draw that because McLaren actually has 11 points of burn in hand.
Or 17. Yeah. That's go.
Now, do you just have to keep firing the burn off here?
Oh yeah, if you
just go for it.
If you start burning the Siege Rhino, you're not winning this game.
Stoke and strike. Untap. McLaren has drawn. It's red. No?
It's a plains.
It's a plains. As not red and useful as it could possibly be.
It doesn't even have a color.
Pass. Was that the moment where Ari Lax claims the Pro Tour, finding a Siege Rhino on top with lethal in McLaren's hand?
McLaren's got one draw step, depending on what Ari does here, because Ari can now play Wingmate Rock, go to 5. And if McLaren doesn't draw a burn spell, and it can't be a Mana Strider or Sarkin anymore, if he doesn't draw a burn spell, Ari's going to get to gain 4 life on the attack next turn.
Wow.
We could be moments away from Ari Lax becoming a Pro Tour champion here in the island paradise of Hawaii.
Am I dying?
Am I dying? Asks Ari.
I think McLaren might want to just Jeskai Charm Ari down to 1, because that way if he draws Dig Through Time, I guess he gets to cast 2 spells no matter what there, so. Yeah, no, he wants to do that, because then if he can cast Dig Through Time for 4, find another Jeskai Charm.
Huge moments here.
This is an incredible sweat for Ari here. And Sean McLaren, they're both like in, I'm sure agony trying to figure out what the top card of Sean McLaren's deck is.
How many live cards are left in Sean McLaren's deck?
Oh, he's got a lot of them.
Lax waiting to find out whether the dream is real.
And Ari actually has lethal next turn because the Obstinate Charm represents 2 extra points of damage.
And
4 to me.
4 to me, asks Ari. You know it. He's at 1. Can McLaren force game 5?
You gonna slam it, or are we gonna?
I'm gonna peel it real slow.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna hear them.
McLaren wants to make sure that only Sean McLaren can see this card until we can see this card. You tease Sean McLaren.
I like it. I like it. I mean, whether you get to advance or not, it depends on this card. Take all the time you want.
That's fine if he isn't going to kill Ari, but if he is, that's the savagest roll.
Hostilities?
It is a Mantis Rider.
And that will not do it.
What is this cheer? I want to know.
Oh, Ari. Oh, Sean.
Ari Lax yesterday was not super excited after he made the top 8. He said, I have 3 more matches to win. I learned that from Craig Wesco.
I'm not activating this card.
Oh, Ari. Is there a way for McLaren to take it from here?
Well, technically McLaren is not dead on the next attack.
Right.
So
he plays the Mantis Rider and blocks something. And gets to untap.
From that point of view, yes, but it's very, very unlikely. So what has to happen now is Ari attacks, gains 5 life, or 4 life, going up to 5. McLaren now has to draw. It looks like a Dig Through Time into double burn spell, which is not implausible. I mean, not completely implausible.
Right. If he brought in End Hostilities, which we're pretty sure he did not.
Right, he could then reset the board.
He could then reset the board, yeah, put it back into a top deck mode.
Yep, time to make a play.
It's a dig?
It's not, no. No, Ari, it is not a dig. It's a Mantis.
1, 2, 3,
Ari.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. Exile your guy.
Sure.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Ari actually has the double Obstinate Charm, so.
Yep.
In.
Ari Lax has the handshake, and Ari Lax is the champion of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir 2014.
No. I could have still done it with the bird life. Yeah, just make sure I did it.
Oh boy. Ari Lax claims the title.
Good job, man. Probably see you in Barcelona.
Wow.
Hopefully.
And Sean McLaren comes up one match short. Well, goodness gracious me, that was just astonishing. Boys, Ari Lax takes the title in his first Pro Tour, top 8, and boy, did Sean McLaren make us sweat at the end.
Yeah, that was
really
intense.
appreciate his showmanship there. Sean, Ari Lax been playing the game since he was 5 years old. 5 years old, and as soon as you are a kid and you find out about the Pro Tour, you have to be dreaming about that moment.
Right.
And so exciting for him. You could see he could barely contain himself. He could barely get to his own turn to kill Sean McLaren there. Just a tremendous amount of emotion from Ari, who really does try to keep himself in check somewhat. He struggled in this top 8, though.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Luis, that was a startling final, and indeed a great top 8 all round. We've seen some terrific matches today.
Yeah, definitely.
And standard, just pretty open, and a ton of great decks, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of decks with Siege Rhinos. There's a lot of different Jeskai colored decks, but there's still different decks. More so in the Abzan, but there's still, you've got from Mike Sigrist's, junk aggro deck or his Abzan aggro deck to Ari Lax's deck, which is the most controlling, to Tiago's deck, which is right in the middle. I mean, you can't argue that these aren't distinct decks. Right.
And then, of course, we've got blue-black control sitting in the top 8 as well.
And I'm curious to see what happens with the Jeskai Ascendancy deck. Certainly seems like there are a number of different directions that people took it in. You guys played it one way. We saw a different version in the top 8. I'm curious to see what happens next week in LA.
Yeah, definitely.
With Jeskai Ascendancy.
All right. New standard is here, and a new Pro Tour champion is here. It is Ari Lax. Let's head you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
And welcome back to the news desk. I can barely hear myself talk over the applause for Ari Lax, our champion here. Randy Bueller, Zach Hill, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Randy, what was going through your head on that last stretch?
I was like having flashbacks. It's like 4 to the face, knock the top of your deck. Can you channel the spirit of Craig Jones? No, not this time.
So close.
It was, oh my, you can't play a closer game than that.
No,
that was an insane game.
Fantastic to watch, super tense. We're all sitting here. We've got a monitor so that we can watch the action here, and it was one of these things where
we almost
all
broke
staring.
this table, like leaning forward over it and trying to figure out what's going on. Just seeing every card, that was crazy.
Yeah, so what's going to happen now is we're going to run through kind of how the tournament, the top 8 went for you guys while we let Ari take a moment to celebrate with his friends. And also, we're going to get set up for the ceremony where they're actually going to announce the winner, the semifinals, and all that kind of stuff. Then after that, you guys are going to come back to us, and we're going to get Ari right here at the desk to ask him some questions as well. So why don't we take a look at the bracket for the top 8, and we'll see kind of how things formed as we came down the line here. We had a pretty nice top 8 here. Sean McLaren versus Li Shitian. We had Mike Sigrist versus Ivan Floch. We had Tiago Saporito versus Andre Strosky, and Ari Lax versus Yuya. So Ari drawing really one of the toughest players in the world, Yuya Watanabe, to start off with. It was never easy for Ari, but as you can see, he was able to get by Yuya to make it to the semifinals. Moving up the list there, Andre Strosky played against Tiago Saporito. Saporito defeated him to move into the semifinals and had to face Ari Lax as well. Moving on to the next matchup, we had Ivan Floch versus Mike Sigrist. Mike defeated Ivan in his blue-black control list. To make the semifinals, that left Sean McLaren versus Li Shitian, and the only combo deck to make the top 8. Sean defeated that to move on. Ari then defeated Tiago in an Abzan mirror to put Ari into the final. Sean McLaren gets by Mike Sigrist's aggro Abzan deck to put him in the finals. And as you just saw live on the air, Ari Lax is our champion. So this was not only his first Pro Tour win, it was also his first Pro Tour top 8, Zach. It's got to be insane to finally break through, and then when you do, get a championship as well.
Yeah, I mean, feeling that, I mean, there's so much pressure in your first top 8, and so to be able to convert that through to a win is, truly incredible performance as a player. I mean, the thing that stands out to me was just how good of a read on the metagame Ari had. If you look at the bracket, at no point did an Abzan mid-range deck lose to the Jeskai wins deck that it really came to define this tournament.
That's right. All right, so Rich Hagan is standing over in the feature match area right now to present our champion.
Hello everyone and welcome to the award ceremony here at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir. We begin by welcoming to the stage our finalist, winning $20,000. Put your hands together, please, for Canada's Sean McLaren. Sean McLaren, so nearly a back-to-back champion, but there can only be one winner. And this time winning $40,000, the champion of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir from the United States, Ari Lax. Ari Lax, Pro Tour champion, Ari Lax, Platinum Pro. How does that sound?
Oh yeah, that one too. I forgot about that. Wow, that's great. Yeah.
Pretty life-changing, right?
Yeah, but I'll be back next week or something like that, right?
And we can do it all again. Tell us about what it means to have this group of guys behind you and beside you over the months and the years.
It's been a great experience. This has been a team that we've been working on and changing for. What was it? The first one together was Montreal. That was 2 years ago almost.
Yep. Gate Crash 2013.
Yeah, and we've won 2 Pro Tours in the time, so we've been doing something right, I guess.
Yeah. A fantastic job. What did it feel like when you knew that you had the win in hand?
It's just the same smirk as always, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, Ari Lax. We'd like to thank all the judges, the players, of course you at home, for being part of this Pro Tour experience. Join us again in Nice, France. For the World's Week, we'll do it all again, twice as big. But until then, let's head back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
And welcome back to the news desk. Ari Lax, our champion from Team TCG player. Wow, you could see all the emotion there and all the teammates. Randy, what was it like back in the day? You won your Pro Tour. Was it like that? Was it big checks and trophies and flashing lights, or was it a little more subdued?
I didn't get a big check.
No big check?
They skipped the big check. Like almost every Pro Tour has always, and I was very disappointed. It's my biggest disappointment about winning the Pro Tour. You don't exactly have disappointments about that, but yeah, no big check.
Yeah, because that was pretty insane, and you get to look at what it's like now. I mean, Ari, I love he held up the trophy. Like that's what you're supposed to do, right? Get excited. It's time to get excited. In fact, that's one of the things I'm going to ask Ari about when we get him over here on the desk. Right now, we have our producer Deb. She's grabbing him. Once he's ready to come over, we'll get him. But we've seen a lot of things on social media reacting to how Ari's like, he'll clap when he wins, or he'll show a little bit of emotion. But I mean, Rich talked about it in the booth. There's a sea of things going on underneath that stoic surface. I think it's okay to show that every once in a while.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, and this is an emotional thing. I mean, people work crazy hard for these events. Ari's writing about Magic every week. He's play testing hours and hours and hours and hours for this event. He's been trying to, break through to the top 8 for years. So to be able to do that, not just that, but win this event, I mean, this is real emotion. This is genuinely powerful. And so, it's not as though you're in perfect control of yourself on each one of these top decks where every draw can win or lose a game. I mean, it's how can you not react to that?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking watching him too. And I gotta say, from our perspective, and I'm sure from yours at home as well, it's fun to watch, right? Like it gives us a window into his. I want to see more of that. I like that, and seeing him up on the stage hold up that trophy like that, I thought that was great. So wow, we're winding down here. We're gonna grab Ari and have a few words with him, but we got to think about what we want to ask him when he gets here. I'm going to ask him about that. I'm also realized Ari kind of notched 3 things off of probably the top 3 things on the list. Win a Pro Tour, top 8 a Pro Tour, and become a Platinum Pro. Those are things that have eluded him thus far, and today he gets to just scratch them all off the list at once.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge moment. And one of the things that's great about this happening so early in the season is it really gets you to start thinking, okay, like, how am I going to approach Magic differently? Starting off, I mean, is this going to be one of those things, is the team going to be the same? Are more people going to want to work with them? Is he going to get offers from other teams? I mean, is he going to take those if he gets them? I mean, there's a lot of decisions to make around this victory.
That is interesting because, we'll often say that the player is in a position to have a life-changing victory.
Right.
And sometimes we're referring to money, right? Because it's $40,000 is a lot and it can certainly put you on a different track. But I think that one thing that we don't often talk about here at the desk is what you're saying, which is that it also can change how you're viewed, your stature, and what teams and access you get from players in order to be, now maybe practicing with, I don't think he's going to leave TCG playing.
I don't either.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it gives him a little more clout where he can use that flexibility to, maybe figure out a way to go longer term with Magic.
Well, because at some point people start coming to you. Right? A TCG player produced Pro Tour champions in Craig Wesco and Ari Lax.
Yes.
That kind of creates demand.
Yes, it absolutely does. All right, so we've got Ari. Why don't we bring him in right now? He's got the big check. He's got the trophy. And we got a big picture of you up on the screen. Ari, congratulations first and foremost.
Thanks.
You are our champion. Ari, virtual handshake. You're a little far away. We can do it. There you go.
He's tall. That helps.
How long have you been playing Magic? How old were you when you started?
I started playing somewhere between like 95 and 97. The first cards I remember playing with were like Ice Age and Mirage-ish cards.
How old
and
is that?
opening.
You're like 4 in this story, maybe 7?
I'm like 5 to 7. I'm now 24. My first packs were Classic 6th Edition and Urza Saga, so if that dates me a little bit.
Now, we were talking before you got up here. You just checked 3 very major things off of your Magic checklist. You made the Pro Tour top 8.
Sure.
You are now Platinum. And might as well win it while you're there. You did that as well.
Yeah.
So, what else is left for you here? Are you looking, can you already not wait for the next Pro Tour to come back and win again? Or how does your mind start going?
I literally have been thinking about this since top 8. I'm just like, I'm going to start testing next week. Next week, good? maybe I'll give it a week off. Maybe a week off.
That's fantastic.
I got great news that Andrew Shrout requalified, and he was one of the most important people on our team for the last Modern Pro Tour.
He won the Magic Online PTQ?
He won the Magic Online PTQ. Steve Rubin, who built the deck for this Pro Tour, he X5'd this tournament, so he's back. I am pumped for that team.
All right, now talk to us a little bit about Team TCG Player, your team. Maybe some of the players, that are notable for you, how the dynamic worked, all that kind of stuff.
Let's see, we have Craig Wesco, like the big names. Let's see, we got Craig Wesco, Conley Woods, Chris Fennell as the big names. We recruited Neil Reeves for this Pro Tour. Chris and Neil took over limited tests. By took over, they just drafted twice and like, guys, this is how it works. Do what we tell you. I did, and that was the first time
You drafted 5 color decks both drafts, right?
Incidentally, it's the backup strategy.
Not bad.
Yeah, so that was the first time I 3-0'd a Pro Tour draft since, I think, Philly 2011 or 12, whatever that was. The first Modern Pro Tour.
Neil Reeves seems like a nice addition to the team.
Neil Reeves and Chris are 2 of the best limited players of all time. Conley and Craig do their thing better than almost anyone, basically anyone else in the world. Like, Craig is the best at building interactive aggro decks. Conley's the best brewer. We had Adrian Sullivan who took over control. We had everyone playing every role that we needed them to for this Pro Tour, and me playing the role of touching everything and saying, this deck's good, this deck's bad, this deck's good. This deck's great. That's what I'm winning the Pro Tour with.
A lot of trust in the team about trusting your opinion to say this isn't good, or trusting, maybe Adrian's opinion on a control deck?
We trust the experts. The one thing I think that's always stayed through the team is that in the end, whatever you play is your own decision. We never try to force things on anyone, but because I think that just always ends poorly whenever that happens.
So how did you select this deck, and how did you arrive at the particular build you did?
So I think a lot of the build questions you'd have to talk to Steve Rubin a bit more about, but he was the Osbon junk mid-range rock guy from the start of testing, basically. And he had figured out a lot of the matchups, and we got to the house, and he was pretty happy with the deck, but it was missing a little something. And then, Wednesday rolls around, I'm looking at Adrian's blue-black deck, feeling this is pretty good with Perilous Vaults, and he just sits down, he's like, I think I figured it out, let me play. I'm like, okay, I will crush you. I had been crushing all the other Abzan decks, and he just 5-0s me. I'm like, you just cut all the cards that are bad versus control. Or bad versus, it's like, what is this? This is, an inbred deck. I'm going to play you with something else. And so I picked up Jeskai Tempo. And he 4-0'd me again with that matchup. I'm like, okay, so the solution is just play all the good cards and none of the bad ones? Okay.
What were the bad cards that got cut?
Main deck Bile Blights. Fleece Main Lion is significantly worse in this metagame than he was in Block because of Siege Rhino being 4-5.
Makes sense.
A lot of the, random, if you just look at the cards in the deck, they're all just very good. We found the right number of Wingmate Rocks. You couldn't really turn them on if you had more than 2. Found the right Planeswalker splits. We tried the 5 drop Planeswalkers were all mixed between the main and the sideboard at various points. And we just ended up on the 2 Ajani's. So just played all the good cards.
Can you walk us through the last few turns there? It was incredibly close down the stretch. What was going through your mind?
Well, as soon as I drew that Rhino, I felt pretty favored.
He had the burn in hand to kill you if you didn't play it that turn.
Yeah.
You were dead.
The dig was, dig is always scary. But so there was the few turns of the game where I wasn't casting the rock because I knew that he was trying to burn me, and I wanted to make sure that any creature he drew did no damage to me. And my assumption was that he might have like a Mantis Rider. And every time I could pass with the Abzan Charm up to kill the Mantis Rider, I was going to. So that was my entire logic that game, and I just drew the cards that made it work in the end.
Now, talk to me about being platinum. I know this is something you have been very close to in the past, and now you're platinum not just for this season, but for next season and a World Championships invite.
Yeah, it's nice. I'll say the same thing that I said when I lost to Luis. Whether I won it or not was, that's just what happens. It's always the little things that get me. Like when I lost to Luis, it was like, I don't get free sleeping specials? Darn. So it's great. I guess I haven't really thought through, exactly what that means in terms of money and travel and all that other great stuff.
You got a lot of time to do that still.
Got some time, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, almost a year, over a year of platinum time for you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for taking some time to come chat with us. Congratulations on your well-earned victory. And looks like that's about going to do it for us from here from Hawaii. So before we leave, we want to thank the judges, the staff, the rest of the coverage team, our text writers in the back, of course, the players, but most importantly, you at home for joining us for the whole weekend. We love having you along. We'll also be at Grand Prix LA next weekend. Make sure you join us for that. And until next time, I'm signing off from the Tournament Center. We'll see you guys.